Hello. Let the stream warm up here a little bit. A little rest on the throat, but we'll see. Still pretty raw. Grab Tums or something, and then we'll get started proper. Trying to find some like chill tracks, maybe. I don't have my playlist. Continue. And, I'll be right back. I will continue with Eclipsium. Alright. I don't know. What do we want? I think it might be a little too much, but we'll keep it quiet, I guess. I could do a Kentucky. There. Anyways, let's go ahead and continue. Want to get through all this here and on to even greener pastures. Heard 80 out of 124. 123. Not too bad. Fun stuff to talk to. I think we're about in October here, as far as the timeline of the year. September, October. Did quite a bit in the last few months. A lot of shorter stuff. Alright. Anywho, yeah. Back into it. Eclipsium. Walking sim. Very artsy walking sim. Very kind of dithered, filtered, sort of low poly thing. I really liked it. I think if you're just into kind of atmospheric art shows, it's not too long. And it consistently, I feel like, puts enough cool new shit in there to always keep itself interesting. Couple levels maybe a little too slow, like the sub part. I do think there's not a whole lot to pull from it story wise. It is trying to say something. There is a little depth there. I think it plays at it more than it really pulls it off. I never really felt grabbed to try to dig deeper. And I mean, I did. I just for discussion and stuff, but I didn't think it was like too interesting to try to be very deep on. There's definitely some stuff there, and maybe you can pull a bunch of stuff, but in terms of direct or underlying kind of theme or message or story to go with all the visuals, I mean, it was alright. But the actual ride was really good. Really had a lot of fun with it. It looked really crazy. There's a little bit of gameplay and open exploration and occasional parts, but it's mostly a walking sim that I think was impressive. It used cool little bits of tech to kind of surprise you visually. Yeah. Fun stuff. Not to everybody's liking, probably. I think some of it kind of depends on how much you like walking sims and stuff. That was pretty cool myself. That was Grun. This is a if I call it a knowledge puzzler, kind of. So you're essentially in an open town where you're supposed to take care of the property and then take care of maybe other parts of the town later as you unlock them. So it's you kind of gardening, clipping, like the hedges and the grass and all that stuff. But the big appeal to it isn't that it does that. That's part of it. It's that there's a lot of like crazy secrets, and the game's on essentially like a timer, like a loop, and at different times and different amounts of progress and all that, which is all scheduled, and you're gonna have to memorize some of it and all that. You have to kind of figure out what the end goal is, how you win, what these secrets are, what is the world, what's going on exactly. And I think it's cool for that. It is not a chill, real, dreamy game where we're applying knowledge and some cool meta puzzles and stuff. It is a non-stop execution, like know where you're supposed to be, kind of run through it all, get as much as you can done in a certain amount of time, and once you figure everything out, execute on like the final day kind of thing. You could kind of think of like Outer Wilds, but on with way more of a focus on a like a blitz nonstop kind of goals thing. It's definitely not like Outer Wilds, but in the sense that you are amassing knowledge more than you are amassing like upgrades and executing on like a plan. Yeah, I thought it was good. That's not for everybody for sure, but I think it's unique enough. I would have probably liked a little more atmosphere. It gets a little goofy-ish by the end. It's definitely, like I said, more of like a, I wouldn't say a thriller, but sorry, I just having some fucking carbonation and stuff, but my throat's hurting a bit. But yeah, it's definitely more of like an execution game, and the story kind of is more or less in line with that. It seems chill at first, but it's definitely pretty frantic. And I don't think the story, the atmosphere really portrays that. Um, it's not like pushing you with like crazy music or anything, but it's not trying to be much deeper or much more spicy than it is. It's pretty simple, upfront story, and once you start figuring shit out, and they're not trying to do much there. It is pretty much about the core idea of finding info, exploring, uh, and applying your knowledge at different points in a time loop, essentially. But yeah, I thought it was so cool though. It's fun to do, a unique type of thing. Um, it's cool discovering the secrets. It can be a little tedious because you do need to clear out a lot of this. Oh, thought I heard something. Might have just been me. Really, a weird noise when I was stretching. You do have to kind of like clip a lot of the hedges and stuff more than you'd like every single day. And a full loop, a successful one, is kind of takes a little bit. Overall, it's pretty short. Um, it's interesting. Would recommend it. I don't think my mind was blown, but it was cool. Next up, Kari Mara, Beneath the Forlorn Limbs. I really liked this one. I thought this was pretty excellent. Heard about this one on the No Clip podcast. That's where I started actually heard of more and more cool indie games. Pretty good. I'd recommend it. What Karimara is a short, like hour long, 2-3 hours if you're going for like a lot of secrets and bonus ending stuff, which I'd recommend doing. You are, I guess you're the Karimara. You are this little gnome guy who doesn't really speak, but interacts with the world and people through cards. You look at something, experience certain things, and it creates a card, and you can approach people or things with these cards, and they'll respond. And so it's essentially a detective game where you're trying to find out who this spirit is beneath this lady's house, how you can kind of get it out, let it pass on, or something else. And you do so by exploring a very tight, very artsy, very cool looking kind of folk horror looking cabin and its surroundings and underneath it and stuff. There's a lot of secrets, a lot of secrets beyond what you'd expect. some of those build up in a way where you think it's going to be something, but it actually is a little disappointing. But for the most part, the build up, the atmosphere is super crazy good. The actual solving of like the mysteries elements, the context clues, because it's such a tight world. Um, Figuring out what's going on based on context, based on little things somebody says real quick, because there's less to work with, is more doable than in like a 20-hour game where it's like one detail can't be the entire case because you'll probably miss it. Right? This is better about that. So I thought it was really cool. They said they were going to maybe do more. Um, I really liked it. Definitely recommend more beyond what you think. This game has a pretty cool amount of extra stuff going on. Definitely be a little spooky, but yeah, really cool game. Liked it pretty well. Cheap, short, interesting. Definitely one of the better ones we played this year. Won't say much more than that. Kind of a spoiler game, but yeah, detective game where instead of conversation options, you have cards, and you have to discover the cards by actually investigating the world around you. That's the long and short of it, and a great art style. All right. Next up, I think it's out of order again somehow. I guess RE Outbreak. We'll do My Friendly Neighborhood first. But yeah. First up, My Friendly Neighborhood. Um, I really liked this one. It is first person Resident Evil gameplay, like, exploring in a mansion in an open area, getting keys, getting loot, backtracking a little bit. Instead of a mansion, it is a TV studio. For this show called My Friendly Neighborhood, which is a bunch of like pretty much Sesame Street characters um, that are just alive. You're a repairman who's supposed to turn off the tower in this place because they're broadcasting their show. Um, I think over the airwaves or something when they're not supposed to be. There's a whole story to it, but it's extremely charming. It's not scary at all. Very funny. Just kind of soulful little game. The It's kind of RE2 remake style where like they tell you if you're missing stuff, so it's fun to kind of collect everything in every room and upgrade stuff and find shit. The characters are just very like over the top. They're quirky, but in like a fun way. It's not like that kind of eye rolling, quirk chungy shit. It's actually properly charming. Uh, Pretty good length. Lots of crazy different areas to go through. What's up, brothers? Excuse me. Yeah, I thought it was pretty awesome. If you're interested in the gameplay style of like survival horror at all, it's a must play, I'd say. It in like a first person format that's actually well done, with like maps. It's not just like a little bit; it's like a full map and like exploration and stuff. Pretty cool. It's not difficult. I played with a controller, yeah, with a mouse and keyboard's probably even easier. Um, you have plenty of ammo. But you know me, I'm exploring a lot. I'm grabbing everything. It's definitely mostly about, sure, managing things, but just the raw exploration, enjoying the charm of it, figure out what's going on in the story, and I think it's pretty wholesome. I liked it by the end, so definitely a good one to play. We'll come back to it a bit. I usually talk less about them on the second round. Too But anyways, this is Resident Evil Outbreak. You can actually play this online through fan dedicated servers. You have to just kind of sign up to like a forum. Don't need to talk to anybody, you just need an account. Through special emulation messages and all that. Messages, emulation setups and stuff. You can actually play with your friends and play Resident Evil Outbreak. Big Resident Evil, yeah. One word Jake. Me and Ripper, big Resident Evil guys. Dragwell actually got to play with this as well, which was cool. It's up to 4. We did 2 for a bit, and then 3 by the end. It is not my favorite Resident Evil game, I'll say that. Very charming. The idea of classic survival horror Resident Evil, but co-op is very cool. It has, on paper, elements you'd think would make sense. Different characters with special abilities, with their own inventories, big open maps. You need to figure out where to go and what to do. Difficult enemies and bosses, and it's Resident Evil. What could go wrong, right? But the general quality of the encounters, the time limit you have, the infinite spawns, especially in the first game in some of these, is super fucking annoying, super punishing, kind of just a pain in the ass. Instead of needing to like clear a path and then maybe be careful to not go down other paths, like in the original Resident Evils, watching your ammo for the right time. It's the infinite spawns and the timer kind of kills a lot of that like slow, thoughtful gameplay. There's not a whole lot of really good co-op like specific mechanics in it. What's up, Lassie? There are moments like you can kind of see in the trailer there where it's like, they had to push the car together, that kind of thing. It's generally you just kind of all doing your own deal, but needing to cover each other's asses, which is fine. But as a cool first run, especially on the PS2, which is very little online, right? I mean, yeah, I think you have to buy something on the side to even be able to play it. Yeah, it feels like kind of ahead of its time. It had like the right blueprint, but not the right technical environment, because one, it's really hard to converse with people if you're not on like an actual voice server. I don't know how people did it back in the day. The jank of when people are coming in and out, the balance to keep it properly engaging, kind of fucking up the entire idea of like a Resident Evil survival horror thing. Like all of that's like kind of needed to go back to the drawing board a little bit and rethought out. But it's still impressive and kind of ballsy for the time anyways. Yeah, but the second one's a lot better on that front. We'll get to that later. But the second one definitely improves on the variety of enemies, how interesting the zones are to puzzle through, respawning, stuff like that. So Outbreak 1 ends up being kind of just a pain in the ass. I can see where people really, have a lot of nostalgia for it, especially if you played it back then. It was probably unlike anything you've ever played, especially if you're coming directly off of the classic Resident Evils. It's a great idea, just muddled with really poor execution. And at a time, yeah, like Ripper said, where it's a little too early in the console online days for the level of cooperation and like precision you kind of need in this because of like the difficulty and the timers and stuff like that. Yeah, cool final music. Like it's got the makings of like really cool Resident Evil stuff. The second one still ends up having some problems too, but it's definitely a much better thing, and we'll get to that in a bit. I mean, I guess we could do it now. Since just have relatively much experience been with RE, there's that rail shooter for PS1. Yeah, I played that. Survivor, is it Gun Survivor? That one actually, you choose paths to go down. It's like a branching rail shooter. It's a whole series now. There's like 3 or 4 or 5 rail shooters. between Umbrella Chronicles, Darkside Chronicles. I think there's 3 Survivor games. Gaiden Survivor, whatever the fuck one I played was it was shit, but it was interesting for sure. Yeah, I mean Resident Evil generally is just pretty good. There's a lot of like huge games that were super influential. It reinvented itself with 4, still hugely influential, still reinvents itself while keeping the same spirit, starts a whole big remake, fucking influenza essentially that spread everywhere. I mean, I wouldn't say they started the remake thing, but I think RE2 remake and the reimagining of it and all that stuff is a huge, you know, fire for more remake stuff. I think that's why Konami even came back to do Silent Hill. Yeah, Resident Evil's just always I've really liked it. It's really good. There's some shitters. It is just a big series. There's just bound to be a few shitters, but there's cool ideas for sure. And I think the main line has always been a pretty steady bar of quality. -6, but even 6 is kind of ballsy. Yeah, they set a standard. I still think, as far as like reimaginings that can stand right next to the originals, RE2 remake and 4 are still probably top of their class. 3's got some problems. It is outsourced, but and them bringing. I mean, think of how influential RE7 is. Just bringing back Resident Evil style gameplay, but in like a more jump scare horror vibe. The amount of slop pieces of shit games that have come out because of that in the indie world, and then the amount of good ones too is obscene, right? And then that's emboldened Capcom to go and now they're making another Onimusha. They've been keeping up with Monster Hunter in the West. They're making another fucking Mega Man. The success of Resident Evil is definitely no slouch. It's done a lot. I like Village better than 7, but I definitely recognize 7 more as like a touchstone that kind of reinvigorated the series because of its more heavy horror focus. 8 for me was more bringing back the cheese, bringing back some of the arcadey kind of shooter gameplay focus of like 4 or something. An exploration. It's got a few crappy areas, but yeah, it's a step down for some, but I think it kind of depends on what you're into. 7 isn't my favorite, but it's still really good. It's great DLCs. 8's DLCs suck ass. 7's are awesome. Yeah. I think the period of time with RE6, they were on the downturn a little bit. They weren't really making as much that a lot of people liked, but man, they came back hard. They were so huge in forever with like Mega Man and all that stuff. Resident Evil, they kind of dip a little bit in the Dude Bro era and then right back to being such a huge like powerhouse. Strong IPs that they actually experiment with and do cool stuff. It's awesome. I really hope RE9's great, but we'll see. Comes out in a couple months. You playing day one, Ripper? I'm renting it. It's cheaper, even if it would run better on the computer. Whatever, I'll do it on PS5. Mm-hmm. Requiem. But yeah. Overall, the RE Outbreak, I wouldn't call it one of the worst games of this year. Look, I thought maybe you'd sell your left ball or something for Resident Evil, right? I thought you were a real fan, buddy. I'm renting it. I'm not either, so I don't have $70 for that, even if it'll probably be great. Well, I mean, some of the most beloved 2D Zeldas are Capcom. I mean, we're talking the Oracle's games. Was Link's Awakening Capcom? No, I think that was in Nintendo. Minish Cap, stuff like that, all Capcom. I mean, yeah, they've done a lot outside of just their flagship titles. Ooh, Trails Horizon. I mean, don't you have to get started and finish Daybreak 2 first? Or did you finish that? I'll note this down as an interesting um I think it's a really interesting game, Ari Outbreak. And I had fun just playing with some Ari freaks. But it's not that great of a game. uh, Sadly. I wish it was, but it is far from a cooperative Resident Evil 1 through 3 style campaign that I've always dreamed of, right? I mean, RE5 is one of the best co-op games in the business, but it is not Resident classic Resident Evil style. So it would be awesome to see them come back to the Outbreak style and like really work super well thought out co-op heavy, like actual co-op elements campaign you can go through. um, I think that would obviously be probably not easy to do, but I think it'd be neat. But I don't know. The episodic approach is cool too, but yeah, you'll see little spin-off experimentations in smaller budget formats like with Prince of Persia, but as far as AAA goes, you'll get some mix-ups for sure, but huge experimentation, not as much. Nintendo will do it, but they're kind of part of their brand is that, right? Like, Zelda's changed itself a good bit with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Usually there's like a mix up here and there with like the Marios and crap like that, but even then, I mean, they're still working within like a certain kind of realm. As far as we're talking like indie levels of experimentation, yeah, not as much. That's why I really respect devs like Remedy or, like FromSoft, stuff like that. You know, sure, Elden Ring, stuff like that is playing the hits a bit. But when you get stuff like Armored Core 6, um, even just the Soul stuff in general when it came out, Remedy, what they're doing with like Alan Wake and all that, super ballsy, really fucking cool. That leverages like big tech and creative pursuits in a way that you just don't see in a lot of AAA stuff, especially Western AAA. Yeah, and I would say Nintendo has been dipping pretty hard in their hubris arc right now. A lot less good. There's experimental stuff like Donkey Kong Bonanza, um, but they're putting out a lot of crap too, and not putting out as much as they normally would. Um, Obviously, they do little new IPs like Splatoon and stuff that go over pretty. Still not good, right? I mean, a lot of their tried and trues are like Mario Karts and Animal Crossings and all that kind of shit, which don't tend to experiment much, even if they need it. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, Capcom's great about it. It's one of the few things I give Death Stranding and stuff credit is experimenting a bit. Granted, I think I only give that credit to the first game. The second game is playing to the fans and is extremely masturbatory, and it's so much less focused on the gameplay. It's so much more movie focused that I would consider it wholly more of a typical AAA thing. But it is one thing I liked about the first one that it was kind of someone leveraging the kind of power they had in the industry to just do something wild. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know much about that. Um, like I said, I always just want to see them kind of reinvigorate their efforts in actual game making and creativity and you know, even if it's the same IPs, just make good stuff. I feel like Switch 2 has been a pretty rocky start for me, and there's not a whole lot coming out from them for a bit. But you know, like you said, they have the power to do that kind of thing, and it's part of their brand too to kind of take those and not those IPs and not necessarily just phone in another one. Try to experiment a little bit within those bounds. Obviously, that's not entirely what they do. I mean, they have horrible business practices that I hate. The limited edition crap, the amiibo crap, the fucking some of these fucking spin-offs, the paid online crap, uh, the amount of remakes and all that kind of crap, the all-stars stuff, four ports, the fucking raising of the prices of video games to $80. All that stuff is dog shit. And like I said, I'm not 100% on all their other stuff, but I do think there is like an attempt there when you compare it to like an Ubisoft or a Microsoft these days. You know, Microsoft might like fund a few indies here and there that are kind of experimental, you know, like a Double Fine one, kind of, although I wouldn't say Keeper is terribly experimental. It's pretty tried and true Journey formula, but artsy, well, art wise, it is. But I mean, Microsoft's leaving the fucking industry pretty much, or they're changing their tune quite a bit. I don't expect to see much support for that for terribly long. They've already been iffy. I think the AA developers do better on that front. I'm not an Outer Worlds guy. I'm not an Avowed guy, but stuff like Grounded, stuff like Pentiment and all that, your Double Fine stuff. Something that's a bit more budget, but from still big names and studios. Are a bit more experimental, which is cool. Never going to be to the degree of like really small devs. You'd have to change the public's mindset on what's desirable. Obviously, big stories and big worlds with big graphics is just something like your fucking grandma wants, right? It's a very basic thing that everybody's always wanted, probably in video games, like even if they shouldn't always. And we're just kind of hitting that diminishing returns. I feel like realm where it's too expensive and you have to take so little chances that the products are starting to get really dull, samey. And even the people who just surface level kind of just want that sort of thing, sort of feel like are maybe starting to see this. Like they're not. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of those still do really well, like Yote did this year and all that, but it's not a something that can fund dozens of studios of 500 to 600 people a piece anymore. Post-rate Villa, they're probably making it taller to fit more floors, huh? New in-house development teams would be pretty wild. Yeah, that could be neat. I mean, maybe they think their IPs are dying, or they want to create new IPs for the future. I mean, the thing is, like, yeah, Mario could last forever, but I mean, Mario came from somewhere, so maybe they want to try making new shit. They've been putting more feed into mass media, or like multimedia as well. I mean, they just did their own personal Pikmin CG series. Obviously, they're, you know, been hiring Illumination to do their movies. It's possible they're also wanting to maybe dip into their own stuff. I doubt they like Illumination doing it for them. They probably would rather do it themselves. So, um, we'll see. Yeah, I mean that could be part of it too. Their games tend to be, I feel like, cheaper than like your average Western AAA thing. They're not as focused on graphics and raw size. I mean, there's size in like Breath of the Wild, and it takes a long time, but it's a bit more focused, I'd say, less on picking up every little thing and more on like emerging gameplay and what size meets for adventure and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Unless you're relocating everyone, but which is what Walmart is doing out here. You know, yeah, I agree. And they've bought up some more studios and stuff. Not too many, but I mean, they've always had like monoliths, and they've got some Canadian ones who work on Luigi's Mansion, and Retro just did Metroid Prime 4, and they're out of Texas. I mean, yeah, Nintendo, despite being people who consider, a lot of people just consider Nintendo just like they do all their own shit. Nintendo outsources a lot. I'd say most of their games. I feel like Zelda and Mario related, a lot of Mario related stuff, like Mario Kart and stuff like that, tend to be in house. But even the big stuff like Smash is like Namco Bandai. It's what's his name? The Kirby Smash guy. But he had a fucking 20-hour long video about Kirby Air Raiders. He's his own company, right? I mean, even he's like, despite all pretty much only working on Nintendo stuff, I mean, it's still like kind of out contracted shit. So, they're doing a lot of like Omega Force stuff now with the Muso games for Zelda. Yeah, they tend to, Monolith is second party. They've Xenoblade. They work on Zelda a bit. They do the world for Zelda, Mario Kart World. So it's kind of interesting. Maybe they want to like not pull back from that, but like kind of embolden their first party stuff, or maybe make more people more of a first party kind of thing. I don't know. Hard to say. It's interesting. Like I said, right now they're in one of my least favorite Nintendo arcs. I don't really like what they do these days. Not just game wise or anything, but business. So hopefully that kind of dwanes. They seem to like to have a good console gen and then throw it away and dog shit the next one, and then they do it again or back and forth. But who knows? Although you could argue N64 and GameCube were good console generations. They're probably not as much of a failure as Wii U. I mean, they're still, they've kept all these IPs alive and fans like wanting stuff from all those generations, regardless of like console sales. I feel like the IPs and the software they put out have stood the test of time and can still sell like online subscriptions and sequels and ports and collections and shit. So, but yeah. Anyways, Resident Evil Outbreak, fun to play with friends. Not really good though. We'll talk more about it when we get to the second one. Yeah, exactly. A good example. Well, and I mean, Star Fox Zero, the one that fully killed that series was Platinum Games. Um, I could even argue maybe they should do more in house. That's some of their like highest consistent quality. Um, but yeah, they've that's the thing. It's like, I mean, you think game Pokemon? I mean, that's Game Freak. That's a completely separate company who releases shitty indie games, right? They're a part of it, but more so marketing and certain development probably help. I don't even know if they really help. I think it's more the marketing side of things and IP management, merchandising, and all that. They're just a wing of the Pokemon company. But that's the thing, is like you just think how strong the branding is for Nintendo. You're like, oh, this is a Nintendo thing. That's like some kind of force of like special devs, right? In reality, we're far from the Miyamoto days. Like, it's not in house. I mean, even Intelligent Systems, I mean, they're probably second party, but not first party. That's Fire Emblem, that's Paper Mario. Intelligent Systems, that's they do Splatoon and Animal Crossing, or am I thinking of a different dev there? I think I'm thinking of two different devs. But yeah, it's just like I don't even know if they're considered like in house. I mean, at this point, I mean they've bought them, so they kind of are, right? They probably just exist on their own, but like they work under the Nintendo umbrella. They just acquired the talent and didn't turn them into a soulless business unit 3 name like Square Enix does. You know me, I love my business unit 3 team. It's like the most soulless team ever. Well, I mean, yeah, they've always had their moments. I'm just saying that relatively, they're in the Giga Hubris arc. Yeah. We'll see what happens there. No, it's all good. It's about discussion. I think talking about the future of Nintendo and stuff is interesting. So I think the Switch 2 has been a rocky one for me, regardless of like the specs and the price and stuff. I've never been a big fan of having to buy consoles and shit, but I mean, I keep up because of I'm into games and there's exclusives, and obviously Nintendo is some of the more spicy exclusives on the market, but I definitely think their output, despite putting out generally like a new game a month out of their portfolio, has been a lot of stuff that's just not really, I feel like, been knocking anything out of the park. You know, I wasn't as big into Bonanza as most people. World's good, but people are a little mixed on it. Another kart game with Kirby Air Raiders, which I had my own problems with. Busuo, shitty spinoff. Another one of those for Zelda. Pretty much barely anything else coming out till another Fire Emblem. We'll see. I mean, maybe it just needs time to kind of hit its stride. I mainly just care about the games. Prime 4, which people aren't very hype on, even myself included, sadly. I feel bad for Retro. I wonder what's going to happen with them. They hadn't put out anything in like a decade, so. Oh, yeah. I mean, Nintendo's lawyer ninjas and all that have always been for it. And not just this console generation. I mean, the last few years, through all of history. I mean, if you want to have issues on YouTube, you want to have issues with, you want to put fucking sheet music online, you're fucked. Like, just, they're extremely, the problem with their IPs being such a dominant factor and such a huge part of like their business is they're so like Disney-ish about it, where they're like insanely litigious and like protective about it, to a point where I feel like it kind of kills. If you're into the industry, you kind of see it, and it kind of kills that like family friendly, happy go lucky vibe that they try to sell you on, because they're anything but when it comes to actual the money protection IP parts. When you look at what's going on like Power World and shit, you know. Yeah, rental stuff, all that crap. Like I said, a lot of love for the people who the creative pursuits with them, especially through their history. I think that's why they're still around. It's not because their fucking console was a cube, that's for sure. Um, I don't think that can be slept on. There's a reason a console like the N64 with so few games and didn't even do close to as well as like a PlayStation still is considered such a big deal for so many people, especially in certain regions. But man, yeah, dude, they got their shit, that's for sure. But anyways, we can keep talking about it. I'm gonna start talking about excavation of Hobbs Barrow on the side, though. So the excavation of Hobbs Barrow is a point and click kind of mystery horror game about an archaeologist lady who is exploring the northern England. I don't want to say, is it Ireland? Around thereabouts. Forgive me on that one. Um, Small town. She was invited here. She's like a famous archaeologist. Her dad was as well. Um, yeah, I don't want to be there. I just played the Seance of Blake Manor, which is extremely Irish and stuff, and is really cool for it, and delves in all that. I'm like, these games are like melding, I think, in my mind. I ain't mean nothing by it. But yeah, so it's about kind of her trying to find the guy who hired her to check out this bar, which is essentially like a grave site. Um, there's obviously the townspeople maybe know something. It's a little weird. It's kind of thumbs up. I really, really like this game in the first half. I think it's a really awesome slow burn. It avoids being overly clicky on every little thing, going in every little area. The dialogue is very human. It slowly builds up the mystery. It takes a long time to get there, but just the speed of it, the little steps you have to take to investigate, they all make a lot of sense. How they start weaving in horror stuff here and there is cool. The voice acting's pretty great. Just the atmosphere. You look at a lot of the art here, the foggy kind of plains, all the different townspeople, how they're affected by all this shit. Really fucking cool. But, well, they spoil that right there. Once you really get into the final act or so, it starts getting, I don't know. I think the story, while I kind of like the idea of where in part it ends, it becomes a little exposition heavy, a little convenient, starts moving a little too quick. A little bit more cheese, a lot more puzzling and stuff. It's pretty much just raw puzzling for the last few hours. It's not completely fucked. I guess I feel insanely strong about, or it kind of falls apart. It's just one of those where it's like the build up and the slow burn is rare enough to see, especially done as well as it was, that it kind of sucks that it doesn't quite cinch the landing. And that's part of the problem with having a great build up is you kind of need a great rest of it. So I don't think it lives up to that. It's much more typical point and click kind of how it goes about once you've kind of actually started messing with the borrow part of everything. Like I said, I kind of like the idea and theory of where it ends, but even that's kind of just, it's whatever. Yeah, I think it's a solid game. I'll put it down as a good game. I think there's cool stuff there. I think if you're really into point and clicks, I'd really recommend. I'd say why not? I'd recommend it. There's a lot of great adventure point and clicks though, so it's not the first I'd put on my on the totem pole, on the top of the pile. But I do think if you've been experienced with the genre enough, I would maybe dip into maybe taking a peek at least for the first half. If you want a full, complete, like awesome experience, from beginning in, I don't think it's the whole package, but I think what's there is cool enough. Uh, Sorry, I got a little distracted again. You got this acid reflux, man. I'll be like shit for a week or two. I'd rather have fucking acid reflux in the fucking throat like normal. And a bunch of like light pain spikes in the chest and closer to the heart. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, man. More ambient music. For sure. I think it's good. I don't want one dominant thing everywhere, right? I mean, you could argue that's part of the problem now. I mean, Sony been probably too dominant for too long. Now you're getting a lot, Microsoft's not even going to be there. I mean, it's good that Nintendo still puts in some kind of like competition, but they kind of do their own deal. I think your biggest competition nowadays is indies to these big markets. And that's my favorite kind of competition when it's not some big giga developer fucking like powerhouse. Obviously, there's only certain things, a big thing like that can do, right? Which is good, but there has to be some kind of concentrated, organized effort to have certain things even happen. But yeah, I think it's cool. That just goes to show back then, like, I mean, you were getting your Ataris croaking, your Segas croaking, other people coming in, other people going out. There was a lot of crazy shit happening back then. I definitely was solidifying towards the 3D generation and, the SNES era, I suppose. But um, for Sony to come in properly and, like, really at the perfect time, when a huge paradigm shift in gaming was going to happen with 3D games, to come in and just put such a huge mark was, yeah. I mean, that would have been it. I mean, if they didn't do that, I mean, I don't think they needed to be there at that time the way they did. So good on them. I think overall they've been a great, thing to have. I mean, the amount of stuff that's come out on those systems and stuff they put out. I mean, they didn't do much first party till more recent times in a way, but they were more enablers for good devs, which I like that. But yeah, these days it's a different story. I don't think Sony's output is interesting. I think they've stagnated on the types of games they make. Obviously, they still have a fine enough platform with the PS5 and all that. There's a place for consoles, even though I much prefer, obviously, like PC and stuff. That helps gaming out, comes to accessibility and getting gaming out there to people. But yeah, a little different now. But I think it's an interesting. I've been watching a lot more of those Ahoy videos. Those are good. I just watched the one about Roller Coaster Tycoon before I turned on the stream. That was really interesting. I didn't know that was one of like the last assembly games. Must be fucking hard making a game in assembly, bro. I'd love to learn more about why the Dreamcast specifically died. I wonder if there's like a really good breakdown video of that. Because when you think about it on a surface level, you're like, wow, this was like the first, like, next stage of 3D graphics. It had online functionality built in. It had a few IPs like Sonic and, well, not much else. I mean, it had Soul Calibur, which is considered one of like the most highly rated games ever. It had your Tony Hawks were all there and stuff. I mean, I don't know what exactly killed it. 'Cause on paper, it seems like it should have been like a good thing because it came out before the others, but maybe Nintendo and Sony were marketing how good theirs would be and how much better it was going to be, and those were coming out too close to the Dreamcast. But people like waited, or maybe the games really weren't such a good lineup. I mean, Sonic Adventure's cool and all, same with SA2, but I don't know if Grandia was bringing people to the. That wasn't Grandia. Grandia was Saturn, right? I don't know. Or maybe they died too hard with like the Saturn, generally like worldwide. Keep it like the Dreamcast needed to do too well, or maybe it was too pricey. I don't know. I really actually don't know what exactly it was about the Dreamcast. It had a console developer going completely out. I mean, Microsoft's about there. We're in very different times, though. I mean, they're not out of the business. Neither is Sega. Sega's bounced back pretty hard as a game developer, chiefly, but. And they buy a publisher. I mean, they own like Atlas and stuff, and Persona's a big property. They own Yakuza's a big property, Creative Assembly, Total War, shit like that. So. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to learn about it. My opinion was the tomfoolery that started with the late Genesis and its silly accessories, then Saturn not doing anything outside Japan. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, is that they were already on the downslope. It doesn't help there is a lot of gimmicky shit. Probably for the time seemed even still gimmicky, even though nowadays, like, like another net port probably back then didn't seem cool. I mean, really the only thing using it was like PSO, right? So maybe that and like the VMU seemed kind of gimmicky, and maybe that wasn't inspiring much confidence in people after like the Genesis shit and Saturn. I mean, anecdotally, I don't know anybody even with the Saturn. Have you asked your average Joe out here? They probably think the Saturn was like something on this like near the SNES. I was like, maybe that hurt global markets. So the Dreamcast needed to do a lot. I don't know what price point the Dreamcast was going for. Like I have a Dreamcast, but I didn't buy my. That was. God bless my parents, but that was the parents, right? Generally wasn't thinking about the price point back in the day. It was just either couldn't get something or could get something. Or our parents were getting it for themselves. Like my dad had like he probably played it as much as we did playing House of the Dead 2. He had the light guns and stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it felt like that's probably gimmicky, even though nowadays that's actually like, you know, way ahead of the curve. It's like Alien Resurrection. They used twin stick for shooting, and people gave it huge shit for doing that at the time. When now that's like the console standard, I just think people weren't ready for it. They didn't see it. Like, I mean, really, how many games use the built-in Ethernet port? I think even maybe um, Dreamcast, even Sega, maybe thought of it as gimmicky. Obviously they had Fantasy Star Online, but like, I wonder if they even saw really where we were going at that point. I mean, obviously Microsoft did. Microsoft, that same generation, you know, revolutionized the fucking like console online space, which has changed how online works in video games to this day, right? I mean, all the culture and like, how video games were just bigger on consoles at that point and stuff. That's seeped into all sorts of shit. Obviously, online video games were a thing back then still. I mean, more than PC though, but was niche and considered dying in the dude bro era. So now it's obviously the best platform, and I don't care what anybody says. You're a fucking idiot if you think otherwise. It's frankly, in my opinion, the only true, real enthusiast platform. But yeah, I don't know. It's an 8 for sure. Might need to go to the bathroom. Ate too much. While we're talking about that, Ludo. This was I don't remember where they're from. I want to say Spanish, but maybe not. So Ludo is a walking sim puzzle-ish. There is some tricky puzzles here. It's not just walking sim. Horror game about a guy exploring a mansion of sorts while a lot of weird stuff starts happening with lots of different meaning and little scares and stuff like that. Probably looks very PT-ish off the bat, which I do think is probably an inspiration here. I was really didn't know if I was gonna play this off the cuff. I was like, man, this looks really like it's just ripping from every other like walking down a hallway jump scare sims. It's PT and all these other indies, but I heard there was a little bit maybe more going on under the hood, that it actually gets kind of spicy and artsy and mixes it up, and there's some real puzzle stuff. And I think it does. I don't think it changed my life, mind you. Damn it. But I think generally it is a lot more than just walking down hallways. There is a bit of that. I do think it's maybe a little long-winded at times. It's no Visage as far as like exploring like a crazy scary mansion goes. In a PT style, but it tries to get kind of meta, kind of experimental. Plays with the idea of being a game a little bit. Has kind of a hidden story about like a family and what art is and stuff like that. I think it's trying to do a lot more than you'd expect on the surface. Um, and I don't think the trailers, I don't think a lot of the explanations for the game really sell that element because it just looks like PT. Granted, this is probably the smarter way to sell it because that sells probably better than like a, you know, meta kind of game. I mean, it still is PT inspired when you're playing it. It's definitely not like, they're rug pulling you when you get in there. But I mean, you're playing this game and, oh, I can't spoil it. I've already spoiled enough. There's a little bit more going on than just that. I mean, not that I haven't seen that kind of thing in other games before, but it was kind of refreshing a little bit to have that and not what it seems like a PT more skin more. It can be atmospheric, it can be spooky, it can be jump scary a little bit. It can be difficult. That's actually probably surprisingly probably more difficult than somebody who just wants to jump in and play like a PT jump scare thing would probably want. And some of its puzzle stuff, especially the very first puzzles, I imagine most people just quit. So it feels, despite being, cynical about it, because is so much sloppy horror games that release these days. It feels a little bit more uncompromising and a little bit more ballsy, or a little bit more vision than you'd expect from the trailer. So I would say it was amazing. I don't think all of the themes and the story hit. Like I said, I think some of the pace is a little whatever. The novelties, while cool, are not something I haven't seen before. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. But I'm glad I played it. I didn't go in for like the hidden ending. We just watched that online. You have to really dig into some secrets. It's kind of more of a community thing. Pretty cool, man. We'll talk about this next one in a bit. But even if it done great without Sony, then in 2000 PS2 happened to give you success the most popular console last gen, high quality DVD player for. Yeah, for sure. I think the DVD player thing, I think brand, that's what I was saying, is brand recognition, right? Like, oh, Sony's new console, or, well, Sega's is already out, but it's like, everybody's like, what the fuck is, what's Sega? I don't, most people probably out here have never heard of a fucking Saturn, right? Let alone played it. And even going back to the Genesis, it's like, like that era, it's like, even then, I mean, especially in like America, like most people aren't playing one of those. They're playing a fucking like Super Nintendo or some shit. So it's like, I don't know in other regions, but it's like I imagine a lot of that stuff. Um, if people, yeah, knew something, that's what I meant. It was like like if Nintendo and Sony are advertising their next consoles, why not just wait a bit and see what like your life changing PS1 is, but with the two now next to it, and I could see that. That and maybe that's like Dreamcast was too expensive with too many gimmicks. Maybe the IPs weren't quite there. I'd really like to see a full breakdown on it. I'll have to find something. Because that's a huge moment. I mean, that's a generation where I mean, that's probably the last big time that like the players in the console space ever changed, right? It was Dreamcast dying and Xbox with Microsoft coming in. It's been Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft since. And I mean, Microsoft's obviously dying on the Xbox side of things. They're shape shifting, but as far as like big players, I mean, that's pretty much it. We kind of need to see the kind of final bit. I mean, if you get into the early video game days, I mean, it was like a new fucking thing coming out every week or dying every week, right? But is there a reason this is like so fucked? Where are we at? But anyway, Labyrinth of the Demon King. Um, so think of this kind of as um, Kingsfield inspired first person dungeon crawler sort of thing, set in a very gritty sort of feudal Japan. Um, you are essentially some lord's um, soldier. You're looking to get revenge or something. So you're raiding the Demon King's castle. Um, I had high hopes for this one. I still think it's solid enough. I think the vibes are impeccable. The atmosphere, the music, the gritty, kind of like Silent Hill esque cutscenes with all these like Dutch angles and filters, and can't quite make out what kind of weird, horrific monsters coming out at you. Um, the gameplay, it's all right. I mean, there's a little bit of like parry blocking, stamina stuff. It's maybe for how many spawns and enemies are, it's a little too low, and not in like the best way. Like it's not, like this cute, like methodical gameplay kind of thing. There's probably a little too much ass kicking for like what it's going for. You kind of are like waiting for your stamina to get back all the time. There's a lot of weapons. I mean, it's cool for that. It's not like the best combat, but it's like serviceable. The big thing for me is I felt like the world was kind of dry. What it is instead of one big world where you're exploring it and it's really complicated and you're making notes, and there's a lot of interplay between the different areas and how you interact with the world and secrets and shit. It's really more like, think of it as like little Silent Hill dungeons. There's like 3 of them. They say there's 4, but like the last one's pretty much like a staircase. It ends up really just being somewhat open like dungeons with a little bit of puzzle solving to kind of get through them. That kind of peaks early and then steadily kind of gets shittier up to the point where it's kind of just over. I think it's neat. There's cool elements here. I would still probably call it good, but it's barely there. Being generous. If for anything, just the art and the style, and that the Kingsfield stuff is serviceable. But the year I played Legend of Grimrock 2, which is a fucking all timer, I'm kind of looking for like a little bit more, on the side of Lunacid or something than I am, or like a Silent Hill with like swords thing. Um, Obviously the story doesn't really do anything or go anywhere. There's like a little bits of dialogue. I think it's a little totally inconsistent with the rest of it. It's kind of jarring at times, but there's not that much of it. I think they, once again, it's people who have a good grasp on like art and the music, and then are not good writers. So just less writing would be better. Let your imagination do a lot of it. But yeah, enemy variety, all that kind of stuff. I would have probably preferred a more permanent kind of like enemy death progression thing, a much more complicated, interconnected castle and grounds. More secrets. There's kind of some secrets, but it's really not too much. When I think some of the coolest things in this genre are like crazy secrets. It's cool. There's all the weapon variety. The combat's fine. Apparently they did like a big update after I finished it. Yeah, I think it's a cool starting point. I would love to see them, do more. I think first person dungeon crawls are so fucking cool. There's so few of them. I need to play some of the classics still like Kingsfield, but um and not like just the turn-based ones, but like these more free-flowing kind of ones. Grimrock's obviously kind of like a hybrid there, but so cool for him to do it. I like a lot of elements, but it doesn't pull it all together for me. No, I don't mind you yapping. This is the place. I like yapping on stream. My preferred yapping location. Next major product come out of China. Image problem currently is probably bush on my come out. There's having a champion shit quality off. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I could see it. I mean, they definitely have the ability to do it for sure. I don't know if culturally and all that they care to. We'll see. I mean, I don't have any reason to believe yes or no on that. I don't know if we're moving into a world with more consoles or less. Um, you know, um, obviously a lot of games that go to China end up being very different products. I don't know if they make the console, if they want to like kind of keep it more just in house, or if they want that to kind of go everywhere and you could just kind of play whatever on it, or if you have to play like their kind of particular versions of stuff. Right now, obviously, games are getting like even bigger out there than before. A lot of huge AAA kind of endeavors, like your Wukongs and their gotcha world right now, with Mihoyo and all that. It's huge. They're making a lot of money with all that kind of stuff. So yeah, could be. I just wonder what the future of consoles is. I could see China more as like a like Tencent and stuff, more of a player, less in hardware, and more as like a super publisher kind of thing. Um, but I could see them doing it. But, I mean, they already have all their own little knockoffs and own control over different parts of like what kind of video game market they have. It's probably very different from what we have out here, but obviously the availability of even like PC stuff's a little different too. I mean, they couldn't even get graphics cards for a bit. Now all that's super different. So I don't know. I don't know enough about the video game world with China. I mean, I play Chinese games here and there, but I couldn't say. But I don't doubt it. I mean, if anybody has like the powerhouse to do it, the industry, it could be them. But I could see them just as easily just making somebody else's console, like they probably do half the time, just shipping those out, right? Who knows? With the changing of like RAM prices and graphics and all the AI stuff, in terms of like, especially in America with like data centers and all that kind of crap, I'd be curious, yeah, how it looks to even want to make. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. Is like they already kind of do it. Like maybe they just want to do more of that. It's like, I mean, I guess they could do their own, but um, I don't know. Wouldn't that cut into their own profits possibly? I mean, it's not like China's just one big thing, but I mean, they do. There's a little bit more of an umbrella there. You know, you'd have to have like a different company pop up to make their own thing, right? I mean, I guess like some of the contractors could just stop producing and then make their own, but could do it all. Yeah, I'm curious how consoles are gonna look in a year or two if the prices keep going how they are, right? I mean, there's gonna be a point where that's gonna be prohibitively expensive. But I don't know. I don't know if this is like I said, the time period for people to want to get into it, but it's not a great time to build a computer after this either. So who knows? Maybe that'll change. I only watch a few videos on it here and there, so read say on it. All right. Next up, my gameplay of Misery. Um, yeah, 10 years. I could see that if consoles are still a viable thing or are still a desired thing in 10 years. I could definitely see that. I don't see anybody else wanting to jump in. I think Apple's probably going to start having issues with their phones. I imagine they're more than happy just being, as far as video games go, a phone thing. I don't know why they'd want to get into consoles. Unless there's some paradigm shift in technology on the consumer side of things for some new upstarts to get into. But like AI wasn't that. Like AI, not AI, VR, excuse me. Jesus, that's why I said AI. That's kind of what I think. If consoles were going to survive, it's going to be affordability because they sell at a loss to just play games in an easy to digestible, easy access kind of way. But I'm curious how it's gonna look, right? I mean, who knows? Maybe in 10 years, it's like Gamers Nexus says we're gonna be fucking renting our computers out through the cloud, right? And there wouldn't be consoles either. You just rent it and put it in your TV. That would be hell on earth, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I mean, on that take, I don't know how far. That's a little bit of a leap, but if you imagine that, those data centers need to be turned into something else eventually, like, I could see it, but I don't think we're quite that close yet. But I mean, your GeForce Nows and your Game Passes already do it, but it's not. And it is, for some people, the best alternative they have, but it's not a very popular product on that front. And I mean, they keep shitifying some of that. So I don't think GeForce Now is magically going to get better for people unless they have like no option. They're putting like data limits on it and stuff. Anyways. But yeah. So Misery, super niche, unknown. Yeah, I guess Steam is putting out their stuff right now, aren't they? Don't they have a new Steam PC or Steam box coming out? I mean, I guess that's kind of like a console thing. Yeah, it's more of like a more palatable way for your grandma to be able to kind of play maybe on a PC, like an easier access kind of format because it's got the Steam OS, all that shit on it or whatever. The problem is going to be the price. All the rumors have been that the price is going to be market price for those parts, which I think for a larger consumer market is just going to kill it. That's like enthusiast pricing, right? I mean, like my grandma, maybe she would appreciate the simplicity of a Steam machine, but she's not gonna pay like $2,000 for it or something, right? So I'm curious what they're gonna do there. If it's just gonna be like another random Steam thing that doesn't go anywhere, or if they're gonna find like a market for it. I don't know if they're really wanting it to be like a mass appeal thing. Like I said, I mean, through most of recent history, your PlayStations, your Switches, your Xboxes, a lot of them sell at a loss, and I don't think Steam gives a fuck to do that, right? Like a lot of the appeal for those is they're cheap consoles that get you into their ecospace because they do sell them at a loss, and it's just like I don't know if you're not going to do any of that. I would imagine it's maybe going to be more for enthusiasts who just want to have a simple PC in another room kind of thing. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I don't think anybody's arguing that. Yeah. I don't know if Gabe dies, if that company's gonna get fucked or what, but yeah, Nintendo might have their vault of money that a lot of big companies won't do. But as far as like raw success, like what do they? How much do they say the average employee of Valve is worth? Some crazy shit, right? Like because of how many people they have versus how much money the company's worth. Yeah, super cool. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like how that relates to their success doing like a console thing, I don't know what that has to do with it. I mean, I guess it means they could just take a fall. Like if it doesn't succeed, or if they want to make some hardware for a niche audience, they can just do that. That's kind of how they've been so far. I don't think they like need a new Steam machine to be like, um, oh yeah, yeah, for sure. The idea that you like, not the idea, the law in some places that as a publicly traded company, you have to always shareholders first. It's kind of a poison sometimes to certain art or business practices or entertainment. It kind of just depends. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a strength of Steam. But as far as like them getting into a console market, I don't know. I don't know if this new thing they got coming out is what it is, but it's kind of neat seeing them try to do stuff. Like I said, I mean, if they weren't private, they probably wouldn't try stuff like that. So, yeah. It's sold to the co-founder, so it's been sold just what to an individual instead of a company now. When did that happen? Hmm. Oh shit! Really? Wonder if that's gonna be a bad thing. I've been fine with GOG with how it is, but hmm. Uh, yeah. I mean, I'd have to read all the little bullets there, but I don't know. Some of that's corporate shit, but I'm curious what it'll mean for the future. Sometimes you'll see these like things change hands, and the real effect starts popping up like a month or two later. Hopefully, it's a good thing. Call me a cynic, but like these days, it's not. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, considering it's a lot of the same people, it could be cool. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like the co-founder of GOG is like, okay, it isn't like some rando fucking investor bought it. It's like it's somebody who's like got a probably personal vested interest in it. Interesting. I mean, I know GOG is not like a extremely, I understand, like giga profitable thing. I mean, obviously nothing's gonna be like Steam, but hopefully it can keep chugging. I think that kind of competition and what they do specifically is cool. I buy stuff on there and redeem stuff on there. Money sink, yeah. I think they just want to harder on the game side of things. We'll see. But yeah, anyways, back to Misery. Yeah, this was an extremely niche, little kind of hidden. There's not really a lot of video on it, even online. Um, RPG Maker, Yume Nikki inspired, kind of surrealist dream, like semi horror thing. It's about a guy who's on a space base on this planet alone, and he's been alone for a long time. Um, yeah, GOG is a side thing I use. I'll play a couple games on it a year. I'll buy a few things on there instead because they repatch a lot of them. Sometimes they have better deals, but I don't use it over Steam. I like having it as like competition. I like just having it there because it seems like a solid platform. But yeah, I'm not making qualms about it being my favorite platform. But I also just jump between platforms. I don't have to just pick one, right? It's just a program. But yeah, I mean, maybe buying more on there to give them a bit more power would make more sense. But that's one of the strengths of Steam, though, is all the extra features and support and all this and that you got on Steam. That's why the Epic one's so fucking dog shit. It's like, I mean, you don't have any of that. But, anyways, yeah. So, about a guy who's like on a space station ish thing alone, and it's kind of him, um, I guess, slowly losing his shit. because he's got so little going on when he dreams, and he can sleep most of the day because most things are automated. He essentially dreams up all these crazy, um, surreal, sometimes horror worlds and stuff. Um, so it's kind of you just exploring them, learning a little bit about maybe him and where he came from. I think those are some of the weaker elements. I wish they were a little stronger when the game does a little less humidity and goes for a little bit more of like a Silent Hill thing. Um, I think that's when it kind of stumbles a little bit, but I think the vast majority of this is a really good Humanity inspired surreal dream thing, with cool music, lots of crazy secrets, very open ended exploration. If you're a fan of Humanity at all, I definitely say it's a must play up there with your dot flows and all that stuff. Um, yeah, it was cool kind of discovering it. Like I said, I really heard many people talk about it, so I think it's a neat thing. Definitely recommend it. It can, if you're not into Yumeniki, what Yumeniki kind of is like I said, a very slow, just like exploration, walking around type of thing. With I mean, you interact with stuff, but it's more about being lost in like a dream world. Oh, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. I mean, I don't mind talking about it. Just trying to slide in these when I can before my voice fully gives out. But yeah. So I think generally, this does a really good job of kind of emulating that style. Um, that I still feel like Yumeniki is kind of the king of. People will compare these types of games like Steam Dream Emulator and stuff. I haven't played that yet, but I'd like to. And um, yeah, they're very cool. I think it's just if you just want more of that, I recommend playing it. It's niche in that it, like I said, is very slow, not very goals driven. I mean, there is an end, there is a goal, but you need to kind of just. It is about being lost, discovering shit, and you kind of have to have some patience there. There's not gonna be like a fucking Skyrim quest marker when you're exploring the fucking sunflower zone with flying demons and the upside down castle above you. It's just kind of like shit happening, right? like, I really recommend it. It's good. Despite kind of fumbling a bit on the story by the end. If you need more of like a raw narrative, you're looking in the wrong genre. But yeah. Anyways, next up, the David Zizminski um, spectacular we did for a day. Soon from the start, the reservation was releasing old DOS Windows games, fixed to work with modern system interface. Some of those games released only some people care about them. Yeah, I mean, when you think about how big games are compared to back then, there's so few people who care about that shit or even know about it, sadly. Yeah, expanding battles. I mean, they needed to have some kind of competition. And the thing is, when people's entire libraries are all in the same place and they make it so appealing with like friends and servers and workshops and controller support and cloud says and all this other shit, it's like it's hard to just like why would you buy it somewhere else? Right? If the prices are the same. So DRM free, while I really like, most people don't even know what a fucking DRM is. They don't give a fuck. They just want to press play on the game, even they're enthusiasts, right? Um, so while I like that myself, um, yeah. When you think about it from like the people who make games side of things, I mean they don't have to choose, but I mean they're obviously going to make sure it's on Steam above all. Just like had the amount of eyes on your game compared to just like being on like a GOG. It's like maybe in a smaller, a smaller platform, maybe you could get like certain types of people, but that's my thing is I don't think there are just like that many like, oh, I'm a GOG purist over a Steam purist, and they're gonna advertise stuff the same way. HIO is more for like the super small types, right? I mean, Steam would need to like stumble a big time. Sure, sure, yeah. Hentai 3D doll maker. How does he know? How does he know that's what I'm playing on the third monitor? But yeah, like I said, I think it's a good thing. I think supporting those kinds of like efforts are good. You know, it's kind of like, you know, I don't want like physical to completely die for certain reasons, but I mean, yeah, I mean, realistically, it's like Steam's just that big because it is that good. It's not like there's a lack of competition. There's a million other markets, right? I feel like for me, one of the most successful feels like an itch.io, which now that they're banning porn shit pisses me off because that affects so much more than just porn. And not that porn doesn't deserve to have a voice. Um, but well, they're banning porn shit if it's for money or whatever. But you know, Steam isn't a great place for micro, um, super like experimental micro little games. If they don't have great landing pads for just developers on their own. Usually when you click a developer, you're getting like a publisher. itch.io is great to have like their own little personal space where they have all their little games and there's like little comments about them and they can talk to their people and you can put out free demos and like little patch packs and stuff. I think it corners a part of the market that Steam doesn't. It might not be a big market, but you know that's somewhere GOG probably could have hit. Instead, they kind of went more for, you know, going for patching, going for revivals of old games and stuff, which is fine. But nowadays, the thing is like revivals of old games and stuff. Everybody's doing that. Oh, pre-patching stuff, I think, is one of their bigger pluses. And then obviously DRM free. But right, yeah. Well, that's just GOG's marketing spin. That's always been their big marketing spin. I think they create the conversation around that more than there really is like a desire for it, right? So anyways, this is the Davis Zmensky, the Iron Lung guy. Is he the person working on Gloomwood? I don't remember exactly. I think so. Um, these are I played his 2014 to 2015 games, and then Iron Lung later, and I've got some other ones I want to play, like Dusk. I play Dusk, and all that at some point here in the Squirrel Stapler. But we played his original games, at least that are on Steam. This is not in the exact order that I played them, mind you. Um, I mean, there it is in the exact order I played them. I will do that, but the release order is actually the Moon Sliver is before the Music Machine, but we're just gonna go in the order I played them. These are all really short. Stuff like Finger Bones is like an hour or like 20 minutes. I mean, like most of these are all very short games. They're all kind of neat. So, music, if you want to hear more of a deep dive, I mean, we talk about all the games quite a bit in the VODs, but yeah. Music Machine is a gout. About gout. It's about a guy who, well, it's about a girl who is possessed by a ghost who jokingly wants to kill her, but not quite. And so they just go to this island and they kind of like discover this like remains of some sort of like cult of personality. It's kind of like centered around like a particular guy or whatever. Um, and connections they have to maybe an outer force or something. It sounds way cooler than it is. It's got a neat art style, you know, single colors with shadows, like hard shadows and stuff. Simple, but it works. Some of the different kind of sort of other world zones you explore kind of neat, but the game has a lot of dialogue. It is very, I don't want to say pretentious, but it's kind of got that to it where there's like you can feel like an intended cleverness or like depth beyond what really it has going on. Like it's trying to kind of do it. It's not quite there, but it's still cool anyways. All these games are cool and that they kind of just sort of go for something, and like they're really like kind of shoddy a lot of the time and off. I mean, how it would be for making an early game for yourself, right? But like there's something about kind of just like them just going for some shit, just doing some stuff with the story, and there's always at least a couple moments or concepts or like a grander lore or something they kind of hint at that is like still cool despite the actual like meat of everything, or where you the minute to how the minute to minute feels. That's maybe not quite as good. But so in this one, without getting into too much spoilers or anything, a lot of it's the art style and then like a couple of concepts um about you know whether this guy actually wants to kill her or not, and what that kind of means, and what is these like higher powers and stuff. There's like for me in the Music Machine, I gotta spoil it. Spoilers. It's not a big deal because the game's. The idea that he would like go to lengths of like finding these like essentially eldritch gods in a way to find the most like horrific torturing machine he possibly could to kill this chick on, which he doesn't do, mind you. He has the ability to like control her and stuff. It was like kind of neat, and I kind of wish they went that way. Just like he's just really, by her thinking they're cool, is like really dedicated to like to going to like the limit to like have the worst death for her possible. Because I think she's at like fault for him dying or something. Um, they don't really go with that. Stuff like Finger Bones does a bit more. Another game coming up. But it's just kind of like a neat idea, elements of that, like little bits of the world, and just the atmosphere of it. But overall, back to no spoilers, I guess. Yeah. Overall, I didn't think it was like too good. Like I said, I think it's a little pretentious, a little overwritten. I don't think it really nails anything in particular, but it's kind of neat. So I really like going through like devs like really short early works or their whole like discography, I guess you'd call it. Especially if they're like an itch.io type of dev who just has like a like 10 1 hour long games, and you just kind of go through them all and see the progression or the change. I think it's a super cool thing to do, and you can kind of do that with his games on Steam. These are all like in a year or two, and you kind of see very different takes or like a focus on writing. That, funny enough, you get like Iron Lung, there's like no writing pretty much. It's like very light, and you know he starts doing more shooters and stuff like that. And it's neat seeing that kind of progression of like a single mind with like a very small team or something. I don't think you get that as harder to see that kind of like DNA and stuff, but I think you can more like edges and stuff like that. So, anyways, this was cool for that. I'm not. It's not bad. It's got something there. I'm not gonna call it like a worst. That's kind of. Maybe I should put these as like a notable thing. Like where the fuck? Oh, Moon Sliver next. Did I not find Moon Sliver? Oh, probably did. I totally fucking. Hold on. They're all gonna be me. Hold it. Hold it. I just didn't get him in. I thought I did. I swear I did. Or do I do it at the end of this? Oh, this is the release trailer. Oh no. My bad. I did. That's my bad. This entire video is the David Suspensky extravaganza. That's my gameplay of the Music Machine. Immediately followed by Moon Sliver. Because Riggs was persuaded me to play all these. Here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and put this as like a notable thing. Really long notable thing there. And does that just go? Fuck. Jesus Christ. Interesting. I didn't even think this would just go. Huh. Whatever, I guess. I just like delete. All of this. Vertical line. Oh, is there? In the toolbar. Oh, in here. Oh. Center. Vertical line. Middle. Top. You have to like click a specific thing. Text wrapping, maybe? Oh, there we go. Holy paragraph, though, huh? Not the most crispy paragraph written. Maybe I'll clean it up later. Oh, yeah, you guys can't see that up there. I clicked text wrapping at work. No, you're good. It's right next to vertical line. You're right. Yeah, pretty rough there. The idea from putting it in the notable games category is more that I think as a combo meal, essentially, of playing all of his like first 2 years stuff, it's kind of neat seeing like some shared DNA, progression of like UI elements, because they're really shit generally, but still having like kind of that. And then this would probably go for anything, but I think it's an interesting one, just a developer to do who's gotten big now, but seeing the kind of progression of their gameplay systems and how they go from being like heavily into storytelling to having less words with Iron Long and stuff like that. Not really done with that little journey, but I think as like a little combo of 4 or 5 game meal, it's pretty cool. So, notable in that way. If you don't think that counts for something, that's fine. Here. I want to do that with the Ames games. I still really want to do that. I was hoping I said I'd try to do them this year, but we'll probably just slide them in randomly one day. I've got them all set up, so that's another one. I think it's just a cool thing to do. I like doing it with Selectro, is his name. I still got to do the newest one, Tori 3D or whatever, but kind of neat seeing the progression of their games too, and little different ideas or some abandoned stuff. Anywho, yeah, Moon Sliver, similar deal. It's kind of dry. This has even less going on visually. This was the first one I think released. Even less going on than Music Machine. It's essentially you just kind of in this like post-apocalyptic environment, with this little small colony of people just surviving. It's like 5 people, 4 or 5 people, and you kind of just picking through the remains of it, trying to figure out what happened, where'd everybody go, why is nobody here. You have the ability to essentially just kind of like feel conversations, I guess, when you click on certain areas in the environment. Um, so the idea of kind of like open, completely open, just like figure the story out through piecemeal, um, dialogue just at random, or not at random, but you're not you'll clue into things you need to go do eventually. But I mean, you're generally just kind of like waltzing around. It's kind of cool. It's kind of neat. There's some cool lore there. That's kind of cute to hint at. Overall, it's a little wordy. It's not telling the craziest, most well put together story, but when it really hits the beats, when it really hits, the final moments, um, they build a cool atmosphere and a neat like visual surprise, that I think kind of sells it. Like I said, it's kind of like most of those games, like they that I've other than like Iron Lung, which I think is just a little bit better all around, but you could kind of feel that like this kind of has like an Iron Lung thing at the end going on. Um, the storytelling being kind of experimental, and then it's just sort of open like this is kind of cool. It's the execution's rough. The the fucking UI is horrible. Um, the actual puzzly progression stuff is not really as interesting, and like the kind of secrets you uncover in the exploration as you'd like. It's mostly about what you discover with the story and kind of like more where it ends up. But it's like still cool. Right? It's like a short thing. It's obviously an early deal. Not super well realized, but it's neat. I'm not gonna put it as a good game or anything, but it is. Oh wait, that's all. I forget it's all in one video. Next up would be Finger Bones. It's a little later. Finger Bones is very short. I want to say this came out after. The UI is ultra fucked. I had to like change my monitor resolution and stuff. Finger Bones is like the shortest one by a long shot. I think it was my favorite of the four. Iron Lung being the actual best one, but um, this one is a little less I would say pretentious than the other two. The lore is a little less big and mystical. It's a bit more just like a father who's kind of a fucking freak asshole is looking forward to surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, and I don't think his daughter is. And this is kind of like you going back and forth between these rooms, learning a little bit more about this guy and what he did and where the world kind of is, maybe who you are. And it just kind of plays on the tension of going back and forth between these places and expecting kind of something to happen, something to change, and learning about a kind of fucked up story in a world that's you'll never see, that's just kind of beyond the walls of the game, and that kind of colors it, which he does a lot. Most of these have like some bigger thing going on that's just kind of like sort of mentioned, but it's more as like flavor, important flavor, but it's not the main focus. It's usually something a little bit more human or personal. Um, so that kind of like tension, like the surprise of like the end of the moon sliver, the tension of going back and forth and seeing something. That's like an Iron Lung thing, right? Iron Lung is like very like anticipation, what's up, then it happens kind of thing. Finger Bones has a little less dialogue, a little bit more careful with some of it. Not Iron Lung is mostly like background lore, and like opening crawl, so it's not quite as little as that. But what's the worst thing about this list? No, game good, game bad category. Game suck. Thief's not there. Shit. David Szymanski's making like a thief thing, isn't he? Or am I thinking of someone? I might be thinking of someone else. Thought he was the Gloomwood guy. I don't. Maybe not. I didn't play Gloomwood though, so it doesn't matter. It'll be there eventually. It'll be there. We'll get there. But yeah. So I think Fingerbones is cool for that. It's scuffed. The UI shit. It's not telling like it's not a whole lot of areas and a whole lot of crazy gameplay you do. There's a little bit of puzzling, but as far as like a short, kind of spooky, sort of fucked up story, it's a cool little thing. I liked it for that. So I would put Fingerbones as like an actual good game. I think it's trying to do something much more simple than the other ones, but I think it's more effective at it. Dude, some of the best shit I play is on Game Pass. I skipped the Game Pass slop, alright? Dude, I'm about to do a bunch of retro series playthroughs, man. We can't use that against me. Got the Mega Man X series playthrough coming up. That ain't on Game Pass. What was the last thing I did play on Game Pass? Just not that long ago. That was Routine. Right. Routine was cool. Not great. Not actually been a lot that's been coming out lately. I've been super interested in. But there was some stuff I finished up. I was gonna do like Command and Conquer and the Warcrafts and stuff. That was a fun game. Come on, come on. All right, next up we got A Wolf in Autumn. This was my least favorite of these, and it's a very different direction. But I think it's still interesting because of like where he goes from here. A Wolf in Autumn is like much more gameplay systems focused. It is about you fucking with a shitload of items, finding out where they go, puzzling little stuff. It's essentially in like 2 rooms. You are some girl who's being told to stay in her room outside, and she decides not to, and it's kind of her mom getting pissed at her constantly. It's a little pretentious as well, sorta. They're kind of trying to like, you know, discuss parenting and like, problem kids and certain fucked up shit. And I can't remember every little detail, but I think this one generally was kind of just I didn't like this one much. I might even put this on like a worst, but eh, maybe not. It's not like beyond the pale, and it's pretty short. So I kind of liked it for, like I said, more of that kind of dive into like somebody's early stuff. But hey, thank you. Thanks, Lassie. They're doing that, dude. Dylan! Come on, Twitch. Don't manipulate people, bro. You son of a bitch. Yeah, I really appreciate you, though. Yeah, thank you very much. Dylan! You son of a bitch. Thank you very much. That's quite a bit. Yeah, now they're going to tell you about your next milestone, buddy. Thank you, though. Yeah. Oh, A Wolf in Autumn though, it's yeah, it's kind of garish to look at. It's like way too like mixed colory. I mean, you can just see it here. There's just like overly saturated colors kind of fucking everywhere. It looks kind of just ugly. No, I know, I know. I'm just joking around too. But I'm not about appreciating it though. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it's bloomed out, it's saturated. Um yeah, actually I am gonna put it as one of the worst games I played. I think it's still really interesting. Like I said, it's in the notables. I just put them all in that little category. It's cool to see him try to do like actual mechanics and puzzles and stuff because the other ones are much more of like a story thing. Yeah, thanks again. But yeah. 2006 a video game, yeah. It's like I said, it's kind of neat in respect to the other games, kind of like what it tries to do, just like charting like its development. But I don't think it's very interesting to actually puzzle. I don't think the story is as interesting. It's more like annoyingly kind of not cryptic, but kind of harder to follow, but not in like a fun, surreal mystery way. It's ugly as fuck to look at. It's got little moments of spookiness, but it's really just two rooms. And not in a cool way like Fingerbones is. It takes longer to kind of get through just by being less interesting. So, yeah. Kind of a weird one. And then right after this, I think he makes Dusk or some shit. Let me see here. Oh yeah, Gloomwood's been out, but it is really nice. Yeah, Wolf and Autumn, and then 3 years later he makes Dusk, and then it's like Dusk 82, and then Iron Long, and then Gloomwood, and then Chop Goblin, Scroll Stapler. I've also played the Pony Factory, which was whatever, but maybe I'll play through the standalone version, stuff like that. Anyways, so I thought that was a little cool little kind of thing to try. I like jumping in through like a developer's early games, indie games. They're kind of like they're just pounding out like a few a year and kind of seeing they kind of develop over time. So cool for that. Speaking of small indie devs that you love to see really innovating over time and finding their craft. Pokemon Legends EA. Talk about, a spirited effort, a genuine effort, a soulful effort. This is it doesn't get much better than Pokemon these days. It's like I want to change the music, or maybe this music's fitting here, man. Yeah, they outdid themselves this time, guys. I think it might be a little much, but we'll turn it down a bit. But yeah. So this game sucked, unsurprisingly. I don't need to rant too much about it. Pokemon has underperformed when it comes to like the actual quality of the fucking games for a long time now. Yeah, I mean, that's my thing. They struck gold with the original idea, collecting in a completionist sense, new guys, filling out like a Pokédex, seeing all the little dudes and having them all sit next to each other in a fucking box is pretty addicting. There's very little of it in this. I think to catch all the Pokemon probably would take like 2 hours, and the game is like 30 hours. So the best parts are not really a big part of the game. They moved away from having you catch millions of guys in the last Pokemon Legends which got really grindy and boring, to catching barely any. So while it's the best part, they've replaced it with even more boring story, the worst looking city in modern video games, more open world collectathon slot bullshit, the worst fucking writing and side quests ever. Like, it's super bloated. It's just now it's action based, right? Like there's cooldowns and you run around and stuff, but it's not interesting because there's not like cool positioning. There's not interesting use of like elevations. Your moves don't really play with the environments at all. It's just cooldown based, right? It's like Xenoblade for fucking 2-year-olds. Um, and does not just doesn't do much with it there. And then it's in like the word like the crappy. It looks like shit. It runs better than their other ones. Is it worst? Oh, I'm absolutely gonna put it in the worst pile. No, don't you even doubt it. The actual worst game of the year? I don't know about that. I play some pretty fucking bad games sometimes, but it's absolutely in the category for sure. I find this to be not very fun at all. I don't care that it's more actiony. Play more fucking video games. It's so weak. I wish they would improve. I mean, if they're not going to improve the combat systems because it's just impossible to do at this point because everybody's used to it and they've got too many games tied up and having parity between each other, then at least give me just a more breathing living world where I actually explore and use Pokemon in cool ways and things that you really would want to do if you were in some kind of immersive Pokemon setting, right? Like in this, they'll have the bird just sit on a tree and he's like clipping in half of it, and like that's about as deep as they'll go. There's like they'll put the fish underneath the lake line, in this one. It's not always Whale Lord in a fucking bush, although the end game grind is that. It's just who's under the Paris Tower, the Eiffel Tower. Um, the animation's not even as good as like your Pokemon Stadiums or anything. I don't know. If it's better than the other ones, it's marginally of the recent times. If it's worse, it's marginally. It's just not. It's once again just another just fucking Pokemon game they dish out that is riding off of like the good old times, nostalgia, and a good original idea. Um, I think it's one of just the most interesting series to follow because of the amount of money they got, the amount of people they could have working on this, the amount of money they make despite putting out games. I think this game cost, was it $10 million or like 19 million? Probably made like 10 fucking bazillion dollars. And like how often they'll put these out, how Game Freak is reportedly extremely stubborn about anybody else working on them, how just the quality level is, but how people just eat it up still. Like it's fine. You enjoy playing these, whatever. You're allowed to like whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't really matter, right? But um some of the apologist stuff you see for just them adding just like, oh, a couple little mega evolutions and like action combat ish sorta to it, and like now it's just magically a great game. I'm just like, holy fuck, can we explore some other monster collectors, some indies, even some other big shit like your SMTs and stuff like that. It's just like, it's just wild to me. So it's shit. There's a million reasons it's shit. I talked about a few. If you want to hear a fucking 10-year long rant, go to talk about it in the VODs. Well, that's my thing. It's like, well, you got to think about it from their perspective. It's like, why would you improve? Why would you make it better? Why would you make it cost more? Why would you improve your craft when you sell 10 fucking gorillion copies every single fucking time you release one of these, right? Game Freak is not a good dev. I've played a lot of their indie games, like Giga Wrecker and Tembo the Badass Elephant. Horrid pieces of shit. Like, not good games at all. They had another one that came out that I think has like almost zero fucking like Little Town Hero that has like zero reviews on like Steam, and no, that's not supposed to be great either. They're not they're not good. They're not just working on these either. People give them a pass on that. They've got that like weird semi AAA game coming out, that action one coming out that they advertised. Clearly, they're putting more effort into that than this. It's probably also going to be shit because I just don't see why they would ever have to get better at these kinds of things. They pretty much, because they made a cool idea 20, 30 years ago, have an infinite money hack, and I don't know when it dies. I don't know how many bad games have to come out for this fucking series to finally like kick it up a notch. I'm not saying it needs to be $500 million game with fucking like you could see, Alakazam's butthole perfectly and like every little fucking hair on everything. Just like some level of like vision, a dream, just a little bit of a dream for like how the world is, how the Pokemon work there, how the exploration is. Trying something new. Just making all these super open world now is not interesting. Fucking more open world bullshit that's not thought through at all. You're essentially in a fucking Windows 98 maze city in this that feels like the most unalive, just boring, just nothing place, right? It doesn't feel like a city. It feels like you're in some fucking like backroom city or something. It's so bad at it. Even just making one singular type of place, and then you're supposed to buy like all these Pokemon being here and enjoy it, hearing about all these coffee shops, and it's tying into the old game, guys. This is the old game. You recognize the old game, and I don't know. It's still cool to pick up Pokemon, but it's such a small part of it. And like, yeah, a lot of the designs are still good, or the old ones are. So it's still cool kind of grabbing those because there's just not enough competition, but trust me, there's still some games you can go play, try out. There's a few big budget ones. Doesn't mean that they can't do something. I just don't see why they would, right? Like you can see why a Game Freak would never try it. And it's just wild to me that it still just works, man. I was saying that this for still follow Pokemon actively, I lost interest when I went over the GBA. I just don't get what the hell is interest. I mean, they're cool. It's you know, the agency you get, agency. I use that too much, but the connection you get to picking out your particular favorites and leveling up with them and seeing them like evolve and just exploring and memorizing the types and learning all of them. And then, obviously now, like, the community around it. I mean, they pushed community hard in the original ones, right? They have monsters that can only evolve through trading. They have the battling, how the shows and all that kind of work, right? It's a very community oriented push, the multiple versions, buy more, trade with exclusive stuff. I think all of that's like created a culture around it, which is like very appealing for a lot of people. There's like an accessibility factor. They're pretty easy, pretty easy to understand. Like I get where like the appeal is, especially for the mass, more of a mass market. You play like one game a year. Why not just try out like Pokemon? That's exactly what you're after. You don't have a lot to compare against. It's fine. That's why I said like it's fine. People want to enjoy Pokemon. I would love good Pokemon. I think it's ripe for really cool games and interesting ideas and stuff, right? And they're in a unique position where they have the money to do anything they want. They just don't. But man, yeah, to be a complete apologist for modern Pokemon, if you're like an enthusiast who plays them all and you're like big into the industry, I don't know how you do it. Like I'm pretty much saying like ignorance is the reason you should like super be into it. I mean, obviously because of stuff like your Pokemon homes and being able to transfer Pokemon across all the different generations, there is an element of collection between all the games. A lot of people will play to like use them for other stuff or use them for future games, and I think that kind of stuff's neat. That's its own little culture, it's something to do just on the side, that kind of shit. But in terms of the actual like main thrust of the game, the campaign, the collecting, the where they take the combat, the exploration, it's just so subpar, man. And there's so much Stockholm syndrome around it, like oh wow, at least this one runs at like 60 FPS, I guess. And it looks like it just fuck got shoveled out of somebody's ass. Sonic 06? Yeah, it has Sonic 06 energy, doesn't it? You just need a fucking realistic looking human woman kissing one of these fucking Pokemon. It's fucking full on Sonic 06. Why doesn't Digimon get as much hype and Collect and Evolve there too? Digimon tends to reinvent itself pretty often. I also think that its designs tend to be a little bit more extra, which probably didn't catch on as well with like younger audiences and stuff. I mean, Digimon, your dinosaur will evolve into a chick with huge jiggling tits. It's a little different than like Pokemon. I mean, granted, Sexmon are pretty fucking common now in Pokemon, but like it's pretty different on that front. There's Digimon games like Time Story or whatever the fuck that came out this year that are considered really good. It did 1 million or 2 million units, I think. Um, but they're like like Digimon Survivor and stuff. It's like a VN, right? And then the other ones are like actual just like campaigns. Like the shows, I think I have a little bit more like serious shit going on. Some of them are like it reinvents itself a lot. Apparently, there's a lot more like oddball, like mature designs. Like you get Blastoise, but like Digimon has like some freak of fucking nature, like Yu-Gi-Oh thing, that turns into like say like a stripper or something, and there's all that kind of elements to it. I don't know that much about Digimon, but I think because it was probably different enough, it probably couldn't knock the Pokemon knockoff thing, and because its games and its shows weren't probably as big a deal and they reinvent themselves a lot, um, it probably just didn't hit as well. You got to also think like, I mean, Pokemon was like the flagship push on a extremely popular handheld. It has like very cute, but kind of like still animal like creature designs that I think are very appealing. It's got very simple, easy to understand gameplay. Digimon, I think you can like branch off the evolutions into like a bunch of different flavors. That's just like too much. Pokemon's not the first monster collector either. It's like Shin Megami Tensei. It's like Megami Tensei, right? On the NES. Like, but that's like really hardcore. It's like mythology and like sex and demons and violence and shit, right? Pokemon came out like way later. So it's more like the idea of like the simplicity of Pokemon, the designs, that it had a really tight show to go with it. It pushed the multiplayer aspects. Like I said, the culture I would say is a big deal. Digimon's always been. Always feel like kind of felt like the the knockoff, even though it's not necessarily what it is, and otherwise it's just tried to reinvent itself and do too many other little things. I don't know that much about it, so that's just my spitballing. But I think those elements, not that they're bad things at all. I probably would enjoy more fucking Digimon games than Pokemon these days. Um, has probably kept it from really being on the same level. And the thing is, like, people already have Pokemon. They just want Pokemon. It's like an MMO. It's like, why would they want something else? They got Pokemon, right? Like, well, I already got World of Warcraft. I don't. That's all I want to spend my time on. I don't need like 50 creature collectors. They don't like creature collectors. They just like Pokemon. Um, I mean, at this point, the low punnies and like all of the trainers being super sexed up in these games, um, they have enough Pokemon who are like humanoid sex magnets. Um, that it is not like Digimon where you're getting just actual grown ass women with like bandanas on their, blindfold and like, let me see if I can find. So like that's a big deal, right? That's kind of affecting things. Like, what's a really old good example? Angie Woman or whatever. Like, there's way more now. I mean, obviously, like Yu-Gi-Oh goes way harder than that, but like, like that next to like Charizard. I mean, obviously, like young dudes will probably like that a lot, but it's like obviously, like your parents probably ain't gonna whip out the Digimon for you. That's like most of the times, right? Like, and that's like a pretty tame one. I think there's some pretty wild ones. It's just kind of a different story. I think that's part of it, right? Um, like I said, I mean, it's not like Pokemon was ever the first one there. So I just think it has an amount of multimedia push, merchandising, Nintendo's brand, um, community push between the multiple versions of the games, connections, dueling, a trading card game, um, on an extremely popular platform that got, was it was like the tentpole fucking thing, because it was like Nintendo's deal. I think all of that really pushes it, and then people, that's just what people want. Like, I mean, you see your Power Worlds come out, they're like, man, what if Pokemon was good? It had like guns and like slavery and like fucking survival crafty, and it's like, yeah, these people don't give that many fucks about Pokemon. They're not into that kind of thing. They're just into things that are like, you know, goofy, like, amalgamations of a lot of popular ideas, right? Like Pal World isn't like a Pokemon contender. It's just kind of its own little novelty, regardless of how good it is, right? Like that's probably your closest thing to ever like even touching Pokemon, and it is not, right? I mean, obviously Nintendo's suing them into fucking oblivion just because they can try. Um, Not that they deserve to be sued or anything. I got nothing against Power World really, other than it being an amalgamation of every popular bullshit outside of roguelites. But it's like I don't know. I just don't think the Pokemon's kind of like a Madden thing where it's kind of just in its own world. I just don't know if people care enough. People don't even like really realize how shit a lot of Pokemon games are, even if you're like big in the industry. I was like, why would like your grandma care about like Digimon when she's got Pokemon? There's indies that go for it. Cassette Beast kind of did. Monster Sanctuary kind of did. It's got better gameplay, I guess. SMT exists. If you want to see actual monsters flying around in the world at like actual size, and you can get a lot of them, and they're all well animated. I mean, Megami Tensei, Persona's always done it. You know, they exist. They've always existed. They're just not as big, right? Nothing is on that same level. That's what I mean, but they struck gold with the original designs and the original idea, and they've been riding that shit after they solidified it with the next few generations, and have just been riding since on the afterglow. Yeah, the newest Digimon's been kind of, I feel like, sort of crawling back a little bit. Not crawling back, but like, time traveler. I'm sure some of it is like the sexy main character design, but the Digimon community still very much exists. They still sell copies. It's just a different deal. It's a different thing at this point. Like I said, your last big review, your big Digimon thing before this new game was a VN, and then before that was Cyber Sleuth, right? You had Yokai Watch, which was people thought was going to be the Pokemon killer, man. It's the Halo killer. It's the WoW killer. That ate shit after a while. It was a creature collector set in like more like Japanese cities where you collected yokai, like different little, ghost monsters and stuff from Japanese mythology and shit. Um, Level 5 put out a lot of those. They're pretty history dev who worked on a lot of Dragon Quest and old JRPGs and Layton and all that stuff. They did quite a few. There was a push in the West for it. They sold all right. They sold pretty good, pretty dang good in Japan, from what I understand. And then that kind of just died out too. There's a lot of like crossovers, even in like your FF14s and stuff. There's some that like dip in, but Pokemon's just a juggernaut, man. And it's not like Nintendo and company are like loosening the grip at all. I mean, the multimedia is insane with it, right? The anime still going. They still do like little movies, and the merchandising's crazy, right? Like, when's the last time you saw like a Anja Woman plush anywhere, right? It's Pokemon's everywhere. It's just this has like the attention economy. Yeah, the TV multimedia thing was big. I do think the first games are really good, especially for the time, especially what they try to do with like, you know, connections between people and like the idea of like trading and collecting everything and stuff like that, right? It's like fucking baseball cards for kids and not lame. That kind of shit. Not that you can collect what you want, it's okay. I'm just joking around. Yeah, I think that's another thing is like, Pokemon's the big thing. Everything else is a joke because, unless you're like a contrarian kid or something, because that's just, yeah, kid logic. Yeah, songs, the soundtrack super memorable. I mean, even some of the games, a lot of the spin-offs incorporate the show, right? Professor Oak is like the anime Oak, like Ash is in like Pokemon Puzzle League, like the guy from Pokemon Snap is in the shows, Pokemon Stadium's a lot of that same stuff. Like, I mean, it's definitely no small thing how big a deal the shows and movies are. Bacteria's Pokemon anime, yeah. So, I mean, it's definitely just a big deal. And I mean, the old ones deserved it. They pushed graphics on those handhelds, especially in the GBA era. They did a lot of cool things, had a lot of different crazy Pokemon designs, generally packed a lot of content in them. I mean, the second game has the whole first game explorable in it. Good luck ever seeing that anymore. They'll charge you $40 for a fucking gray palette swap of a chunk of this town, which is what they did. And like, that's it. So, anyways, yeah, I don't know. I would love to try out some Digimon stuff. Or Digimon World was a cool. I think I was like PS2 one. Um, we'll see. But anywho, Pokemon Legends EA sucks. As Iron Lung. We'll do You Will Die Here tonight. This was gifted by Meet the Reaper. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty good about it. Somehow that one just worked out. But yeah, so kind of similar to that one we played earlier. This is a survival horror, very much more directly inspired by Resident Evil 1, down to the armor and stuff, and the kind of characters that are there. Game where you kind of swap into first person to fight, and these kind of like kind of little, not set arenas, but like you see a guy coming, it'll kind of set him up in a certain place, and you kind of have to not twitch shoot, but a little bit more actively be careful about shooting and pairing and stuff like that. Plan what equipment you got, and it's pretty cool. When you die in this game, you swap to a different team member of pretty much your stars team. But yeah, hopefully you're doing good, Tracker. Appreciate anybody fucking around with the emotes. But yeah, so it's cute. It's a neat little game. Those are some cute ideas about it, where you die and you start with somebody else, and then if they all die, you kind of restart the whole thing. Yeah, it's more than slightly. Yeah, it's very much so. Um, so technically, you only have so many chances. You need to leave some ammo maybe for later people. There's some kind of cheap kills to kind of get you at that point. You will replay the game in a lot of different chunks to get the full true ending. You know, there's certain characters that can only do certain things. Even it can be a little lopsided on some of that. You know, if you fuck it up enough, you're gonna have to replay a lot of it. It's only so interesting on that front. You know, it is open enough to explore and do stuff. And the writing and all that has its charms. You know, obviously pretty referential, but got a cool final sequence. It's kind of funny, but it's not like super crazy atmosphere or anything like that. That you'd want to like re-experience it like 50 different times if you fucked up enough. But I think if you're into survival horror, you're into the old Resident Evil 1, I think it's a cool take on it once you get a feel for it. The idea of like swapping to the different teammates, their different powers and stuff, and kind of finding your way around. Getting the true ending and stuff is neat. Like I said, the true ending is gonna be a little annoying because you will have to redo a couple hours of random things, but it's generally worth it in the end. They try to obviously go somewhere beyond just Resident Evil 1. Not completely unexpected, but it really owns the camp at some point and just doesn't give a fuck. So that's kind of fun. Yeah, cool game. Not like psycho crazy, but I enjoyed it. But I also really like survival horror games. So. RE Gaiden too, yeah. I mean that's it. Kind of has that like like the like a rail shooter thing where the guy's like taking his fucking time to hit you. You can't like shoot him out of it. It's supposed to be more about block timings and well, you can kind of shoot him out of it. I guess it kind of depends. Some of it's like crit shit, I think. Yeah, it's cool. Little puzzles, a little bit of exploration, a little bit of knowledge checks. I think it's a solid game. Anywho, Iron Lung 407. Jump here. Take a little break. Mm. Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, anyways, Iron Lung. So this is another David Szymensky. I don't know how to say his fucking name. Oh, can't get rid of this fucking thing. Another one, uh yeah, another one of his games. This is one a lot of people probably know. Iron Lung. I think fucking Markiplier or something like making a like a live action movie of it or some shit. Not sure how that'll work. Look, they put all that in there. The Moon Sliver, dude. Everybody remembers that one. You're essentially a convict whose chance to gain their freedom or something is to be dipped down into a planet that is composed of entirely a sea of blood. Um, in this world, you kind of they sort of describe it in the back end that you know everybody, like most people, have kind of disappeared all of a sudden from the world. They got dwarfed from Elder Scrolls. And so there's not many people left. It's mostly on like spaceships and shit. And so you're some kind of like prisoner of some sort, who's got to investigate one of these mysterious blood sea planets. What really matters, I mean, you can every single life supporting planet, just some dead rocks in the station. Okay, there you go. Yeah. There's more to it. I won't like get too much into it. I think that's for some of you guys to kind of discover on your own through the terminal. If you ignore the terminal, what it is you just exploring without being able to see outside directly. This blood sea, you kind of refer to your coordinates on a map. You go to these points, very audio focused. You take like a picture, and then you get like a weird, like kind of fuzzy black and white picture of what you see out there, and it's kind of just about slowly building tension. You start, you're running out of O2, weird things start happening over an hour or two. Probably took me longer because we were talking a lot, but I like culminates in something. So kind of like his old stuff. It's really atmospheric. It like kind of has a little bit of everything. Like it's a neat little lore thing where it's very optional. You can kind of like, but it sort of sets like a mood a little bit of mystery. How they play with he plays with like very simple ideas and builds tension off of those, and then it culminates in something. You can see that in his other games with like Moonsliver and Fingerbones and stuff. Um, the bigger lore shit like with Music Machine. It's kind of cool seeing that all come together in an actual like good thing. Maybe it's a little boring for some people if you don't have any patience. It is mostly fucking with coordinates and shit, but if you properly kind of immerse yourself in it and try to dive in a little bit of the keywords and stuff in the console, um, it's got a nice little setup that is more focused on a small, um, human viewpoint kind of stories. It's neat. It was good. Didn't change my life, but it was good. Good. I'm gonna take a piss, and then we'll move on to the next one, which will be Tormented Souls 2. Apparently, Dagon is on here. Everything's out of order. Anyways, I'll be right back. We'll talk about this. Speaking of Resident Evil inspired stuff, Tormented Souls Dose. All right. We back. Tormented Souls 2. What do I think about Tormented Souls 2? Well, I can just like explain what it is. I mean, obviously it's a sequel, but it's a sequel to a very similar game, a Resident Evil inspired, kind of Eldritch mixed, kind of escapade around this. I've no thought to spare for Tormented Souls 2. Yeah, I have none left. No mental capacity nor want for Tormented Souls 2. Not too far off, honestly. I it has some cool elements, but it misses the mark in a lot of spots too. I think if you're really into survival horror, I'd recommend playing them both. But it has great art. Um, Although I think the character stuff and the cutscenes are even worse in this somehow. And the VA and all that's pretty shit. One of those where it's like oh hey, the environment artists are really good, and then like there's like essentially like a naked clown dancing around 2 feet away from it, right? You can't help but notice like some of the shitty, not literally, but like it's like you can't help but notice like some of the crappy bass lip sync stuff and all that. But yeah, the big appeal on these is that they are trying to be more towards the hardcore side of survival horror. Tighter ammo amounts, more puzzly stuff, a little bit more spooky, limited saves. Long as fuck. This game is long. They're both kind of edgy. The first one, you wake up butt ass naked post torture. I don't remember if you lose your eyeball then or not. This one, you wake up pretty much butt ass naked as well. Post torture, I guess you could say. Not quite as edgy as the first one, but yeah. It's very classic for horror. There's melee, there's makeshift weapons and stuff. There's bosses. It's maybe a little too combat focused at times. There's no fun avoidance of enemies. There's no fun pathing to avoid enemies by taking different routes and stuff. Trying to be really hardcore, it actually makes every enemy homing, launching all across the screen type of thing. So you kind of just kill everything. So funny enough, trying to be really like the old stuff, it ends up being not like the old stuff. So there's a little element of like that missing. Despite that, there's still a lot of areas. A lot of them look really nice. They aren't purely linear or anything. It's fun to kind of find little secrets and explore. It doesn't culminate much on the story side of things, even though there are different endings and bonuses and shit. But you get little upgrades, you get ammo. I see a lot of people, complain that this game doesn't have enough ammo, which I understand because you gotta kill fucking everything. But if you explore enough, there is, if you're careful enough. But yeah, so it can be a little tiring game sometimes. It can be a little tedious. It's a shame that they really kind of just sucked ass on the story again. It's nice that it's not just like freaks in a mental hospital style looking enemies the entire time, like in the first game. I think having it branch out into a town with different areas is really cool. But I don't know, it doesn't quite work for me the whole way. And honestly, even though it's not been that long, I'm trying to remember every little reason why. I mean, the combat, the frequency of it. The game has a problem in both of them where it just doesn't fucking end by the end of it. It is, the combat's part of that, but like, you're like, oh, the game's about to end, and then there's like another whole zone or two, and you're like, holy shit, it just keeps going. And like having too much game isn't like a huge problem, but like there's something to be said about pace, about knowing like really how good some of the mechanics and like variety you have on tap is, right? Like sometimes it's better just to go unfold it kind of thing. This one just sort of keeps rolling. I don't know. It's I'm trying to decide whether I want to put it as like a good game or just kind of leave it hanging. I found it hard to want to come back every time I'd play this every day. When I had my hands on it, I was like, okay, there's some really good stuff here. Like I felt, if I remember correctly, I sympathy for the environmental artists. They're really good. They make really good looking areas. There's a little bit of environmental storytelling and stuff, but really high quality, pre-rendered, somewhat not pre-rendered, but like stuff that feels like the old pre-rendered like RE1 remake and RE0 like looking art, but like you're actually exploring it. And, um, lots of different variety of like little puzzle mechanics and stuff. Like there's cool stuff there. Um, and more enemy types, but there's just something about sometimes the level design, enemy frequency, just there's so much combat, and it's such a big part of the game that despite all the other kind of cool stuff, it just doesn't make up for it. And then there's obviously more stories. You can even tell when this guy's talking. It looks like he's got like 50 cotton balls in his fucking mouth when he's talking, right? Like it just looks wrong. And then you get all this other good looking shit, and it just takes you out of it. And it's like really crappy dialogue, voice acted poorly, and that's a bigger thing, right? So I don't know. If you're into survival horror, definitely play it. I'll be watching Ripper play through it when he gets around to it eventually. Again, maybe I'll feel different about it there, but I don't know. Maybe it was just the time because it was kind of getting near the end of the horror month. Maybe it was just kind of my familiarity with the genre, that it's a really well polished version of that in certain areas, and then not really trying anything new and kind of fumbling other areas kind of deal that hurt it. I don't know exactly. I'm just gonna leave it where it is. It might be a little, maybe on paper this is objectively like a good game or something. I'm kind of going off vibes. This is my little list, right? And I'm not. I'll try to mention who I'd recommend it to and where the good and the bad is, and try to explain it. Not as well as I would if I had just finished it. Obviously, these VODs exist if you really care. Just go watch that. Yeah, I don't know. It's neat. I just kind of was a little disappointed with it. But it's still solid. Daggone. Like, I didn't put it in like the worst. Daggone is a. I think you can get this for free right now. I'm not exactly sure. An interesting little thing. It is a like 1-to-1 in terms of like the actual text adaptation of the Lovecraft story Dagon, which is about a guy who falls off a boat, escapes off a boat, whatever the fuck it was, and ends up essentially, more or less waking up or just, ending up in a solidified oil sea island thing and discovering the creature Dagon. All this other weird surreal horror eldritch shit happening. And it's kind of it'll describe every passage through the text, and you'll just be in that, and you can look around and like read little bits of lore or like information about H.P. Lovecraft and stuff like that, and inspirations and stuff if you want, or you could just click and find like the next area to actually go to, and then it'll describe what's going on there. So it's kind of like this not fully explorable, like you walk around it thing, but if every page of the story was its own like game world, essentially, that you didn't move around in, but you kind of just hung out. It was cute. It was a neat way to kind of like re-experience Dagon a bit. Maybe there's little elements of like production value that could be better. It's a story where they didn't really have to be breaking out, the strongest art assets or anything. It's mostly, a wasteland with like a dude at the end, but It's still cool. It's a neat little thing, kind of, cute way to do it. I would experience more stories that way. I think they were gonna do more. The complete edition has a bunch of other small, more unknown stories by Lovecraft, even like comedic, like children writing he did. Like he actually wrote it when he was a child stuff, where they do the same thing. Um, just a bunch of other little random ones about like his train and stuff. Stuff I never read. I mean, I haven't read all of his stuff anyways, but just kind of cool. I think they're doing like a different author next, but oh, it's a cute way to kind of experience one of his stories. I mean, I'd still probably recommend, reading the actual books. Their stories, they're very short. And a lot of like what makes Lovecraft work is the imagination, not seeing something, it's supposed to be unknowable in a way, corner of your eye style thing. I think that works really well with stories and books and stuff. The realm of your imagination. But I think if you've read it already, this is a cool kind of way to sort of soak in some more and see it. And it's pretty cheap. I'd recommend it. It was cool. Simple little thing. Not psychotically, crazy, but it's a cool idea. This is Resident Evil Outbreak 2. Bum, 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 bum. I made two of them. So this from the beginning, I played with Ripper and Jackal. Technically, we didn't finish it. Don't tell anybody. We were like a room away before we got clocked. I just went and saw that online. Don't take away our gamer cards. I think we were pretty done at that point. I mean, I'd go back and finish the fight, I guess, um, but yeah. So like Resident Evil Outbreak 1, it's a series of like 4 or 5 episodes where you can pick between a bunch of different characters with unique abilities and kind of go through like a mini Resident Evil campaign. This one's a lot better than the first one. Not so massively better that I think it finally lives up to the potential of it, nor do I think it's like a great game because of it, but it definitely makes a better case for itself. Um, more unique enemies, more fun scenarios. It opens up with like a zoo. No zombies. It's all like freak animals. They die permanently. There's still like big boogeyman type of shit because there's like the elephant chasing you around, and the puzzles are kind of cute. They're all very long scenarios. It's not easy. They usually culminate in a boss battle. You got to do a bunch of weird shit too, or can do a bunch of shit too. But yeah, this one just generally just a little better game design. The infinite enemies aren't as big of a thing. The timers still kind of there, but not like the worst thing ever. Not as tight and as annoying as it was in the original. You get new abilities for some of the characters, not super crazy, but enough to kind of give a little bit more pizzazz to picking your favorite. A touch more quality of life, communication stuff, but not super wild there. It's mostly just better campaigns. So I probably would have still preferred, a bigger reworking of it, like just an actual, like, even if they wanted to do like 3 mansions, just an actual playable Resident Evil scenario, maybe centered more around, 2 people. I mean, maybe 4 still be fine. Less of like a replayable, we got to get, to the end in a certain amount of time and get a certain amount of points thing. More of like just like a singular experience with more co-op focus, co-op required stuff, right? But still cool. A lot of more variety and stuff, but not super different. It's fun with friends, that classic. But it's still pretty, it can be a little aggravating. It's not the best parts of classic Resident Evil, but it's closer than the first one is. I'm not going to put it being left in the okay pile. Anyways, Burnhouse Lane. So this is like the fourth game in this series, technically. It's the cat lady. It's Lorelei. It's Downfall. And then it's this game. There are some references. I haven't played those, mind you. I would like to, because some people say those are better. It kind of depends. I think if you don't have experience with their other stuff, I really liked Burnhouse Lane. I thought it was really good. Maybe it's a different direction from some of those. Quite sure, but it definitely seems similar in like setup and stuff. But yeah, this one came out 2022. I haven't been mentioning the dates. We will for 2025 stuff, but that's where I kind of would like to add more next year. Probably add more information instead of me rambling. Yeah, the Cat Lady was their first one, which was in 2013. So they've been around for a while. They put out one of these every 3 or so years. And Burnhouse was 2022. They've got Train Watch coming up next year. Seems a little more gamey and definitely seems separate from most of this. So seems kind of neat. Hopefully it is. Cool to see them branch out. But yeah, this is a game that you could tell is not somebody's first rodeo. I thought it was really solid. Really well done art design. It manages like off kilter tones really well. Fun, kind of like little episodic, just odd stories. It's very dark, but not to the point where it just feels kind of aimless or like grimdark or something. Just for the sake of it being edgy or some shit. Very human feeling, like actual writing and pretty solid voice work and stuff. But a lot of it is like, despite having a little bit of that kind of weird tweening animation style with the funky joints, for the most part, just really well fleshed out locations with so much going on in the background and animated elements and just all these different layers, and they all really tell a story for all these different people you're dealing with and stuff. The idea is you are a lady whose husband to be died of cancer recently. You've also got cancer. You go to kill yourself. It doesn't work. You get one last job as a caretaker. You go out into the country to start being a caretaker to this old guy, and you kind of learn about him and all that. It can be at times, especially in the beginning, feel like it's kind of just going for like a misery thing, where it's just kind of like all the worst shit just cause. But it's generally, from what I remember, I mean, I've been thinking about this game a lot since I finished it, but generally not going for this like non-stop drama misery simulator for the whole thing. Like I said, it starts to get a little more off kilter. It honestly turns more into like a thriller than anything. Most of the episodes of this game are about you. How the idea is that you are taking a deal from this giant demon cat. To get rid of your cancer if you deal with these other people, and they're all just like these crazy psycho killers around, or somehow just around you, around town, nearby. Essentially, it's you just kind of going into all these unique places, like just surviving or getting killed or whatever the fuck. It's very like just raw. It's just kind of entertaining. I think maybe that's where some old fans maybe have a weird thing about it. It's got some introspective stuff. There's definitely like an emotional undercurrent to some of the like characters that stick around, and her final stuff and all that. It's touching enough. I don't think I was ever really like my heartstrings were being tugged, but man, it's just entertaining. It's just well written, just fun to go on all the little things, see all the crazy different art. Generally, the puzzle mechanics aren't too fucking annoying. It's there's plenty of like side stuff to explore and kind of dip into, but never to the point where it starts to kill the pace. It's just a nice collection of like 4 or 5 Not completely disjointed stories about these like serial killers and stuff, but and they are fucked up. It's not like humanizing them. It's just these crazy situations you find yourself in. Um, Kind of got, I don't want to say like a Twin Peaks thing going on, but like I said, it does have this off kilter, like, you'll meet these just oddball characters where it's not quirky, but it is kind of like, you know, they're kind of fun, they're comedic in a certain kind of way. Um, yeah, a lot of dialogue options, a lot of different ending setups you can do. You see don't think too much of the combat. There's barely any in there. I mean, you'll shoot a few things. But yeah, it's cool. I think it's just a good time. It's just a raw, like just an entertaining game in a point and click adventure kind of story focused kind of way. If you like good art, you like a little adventure game, you like surreal, um, uh, slasher ish, kind of just more fucked up, kind of murder stuff like that. Like it's cool for that. And off kilter tone cast. Hard to describe it too much. I really just kind of describing the whole thing because it's more of a story deal. But yeah, I quite liked it. That was the last thing I think we did for the horror month. I was not sure if it was going to be very good, but it ended up pretty dang solid. Oh yeah, Anton Blast. We're on like the last 23 fucking things here or something. Yeah, Anton Blast. If you've seen like Pizza Tower, it's like that. It is a Wario Land sort of inspired psycho game, action platformer. You play as you can play as a couple different people. Anton's friend or Anton himself, who's like an alcoholic guy. He's the reddest person on the earth, and the devil. He's not happy about that, so he steals all of his spirits, which are like alcohol bottles, and then he wants to fuck Anton up so he can be the reddest guy or steal his redness or some shit, right? And that's the fuck story. And then it's you just kind of running around, um, really fast, going through a bunch of crazy environments with these very kind of like grungy hip hop punk, kind of just nasty, like the back alley of a fucking city kind of thing going on for most of the areas. Um, where this dude will chip in who's got great voice acting. The devil has great voice acting, is really funny. Final fights are insane. And it's just you going really fast, just breaking a bunch of shit, collecting a bunch of stuff. Um, just in this irreverent, crude, kind of like game. It can be a little cringy at times. I don't think all of like the jokes and the humor in the VA works, especially with Anton himself. I think Pizza Tower is probably a little crispier on that front. But if you're just looking for like a destruction speed platformer thing, it's really good for that. I was done with it by the end of it. I mean, there is like a sameness to some of it, but it ends on a great note. Um, Kind of like with Pizza Tower in a way, you kind of have to custom yourself to like a very kind of particular way of movement. Um, there's a lot of like memorizing the entire stage type of thing, like with anything with like perfection and stuff. But as far as like the general movement levels, it's not gonna feel like psycho good off the cuff, but it still does feel pretty good. But maybe just for a casual playthrough, there's like a little bit more there. Maybe I would have been all about. It's not like a Donkey Kong Country where at the end of just a playthrough, I'm just like, oh man, that was something. There's some stuff that's really cool, but some stuff that kind of just runs together or just kind of feels fine. But regardless, if you like 2D platformers, it's probably must play. It's good for that. It's at least give it a C. If you've played Pizza Tower, you like that. This is an easy recommend on that front. These I think came out really close together. I don't think it's like directly inspired. They're of a similar ilk. I think Pizza Tower definitely one I play first, but yeah, it's a weird one because like every time you only mention this game, it's like you're uttering like Pizza Tower's name at the same time, even though it shouldn't be that way. They're just kind of like not similar. So yeah, I don't think it quite hits all the highs, but it's cool. And a lot of the bosses are pretty wild. They're a highlight for sure. So. Funny game, funny, crazy, psycho comedy game. Wow, great. Shoot in order. Oh boy. What's that? Let's set an alarm for tomorrow. For work. Back here. Oop. Hold on. Hold on with me. Did I put? Where did I put this on the VIA interior list? Anyway, shoot in order. This one took a little bit. This is a. I wouldn't say a Nakazawa written. He really just did a little bit of it. Some of the broad strokes and apparently quality control and the worst route, which is the end. What it is, it's a 5-genre game. Mostly it's a VN. About a society of people who are counting down, I guess, to the end of the world. Something or other. Who are against God or something. And it's you who has died and reincarnated, trying to kind of figure out what the fuck's going on in this world, who you are, what is happening with the 5 leaders of this country, and what that has to all to do with you. I like how they mention Kodaka in here. It's like a selling point. I don't think I do much with anything on this. Use his name. So yeah, you got a romance. You have a death game. You have a horror game, stealth thing. You have an Ace Attorney like investigation game. And you have a thriller, multi-perspective story. More like your kind of classic end thing there. Little choices and stuff. They a cute idea on the surface. It's more of a novelty than anything, and none of them are done particularly well. Some of the better stuff tends to just be when it's just not doing that, but they all have their issues. I don't think any of them really ended up like good. I don't think there's a single of these routes I would be like, oh yeah, this one just was good. The science one's probably your closest thing to being good, and it fucks it up by the end. It's cute little novelty thing, but it at least knows to keep the pace going. I mean, I know I came off 100 line not too long before this, but each of these things isn't that long. They're focused on a different leader with like a different gimmick, mostly VN story focused and stuff. You learn a little bit about the world. It's usually about getting like one twist by the end of it and kind of learning about a character. You're supposed to be investigating all these people to figure out who killed the founder, which is supposed to be you. They tell you this right off the cuff. You know, you're like a reincarnated founder for some reason. So the idea is you're supposed to be investigating all these people and these different crazy scenarios. Yeah, it's got good music. Same guy did Danganronpa and Underline and all that. Actually putting in an effort here, is allowed to put in an effort. I mention it so randomly because it's kind of the highlight of a lot of it. It's got a fair amount of production value for like a VN thing, surprisingly. There's like 3D sections where you're running around, little games and stuff to do, and point and click shit, and all those different like little mini games they're making, for the 5 different deals, like the horror thing. None of them are best in class. They all have like fundamental issues with those kinds of genres for the most part, other than science, because that's more of just like a raw VN, but it has a storytelling problem. I don't know. One of its pros is that it keeps moving. You don't spend so long on any of these that the problems like break the the foundation of the whole thing. You're generally just more trying to get caught up in the individual episodes. The overarching mystery is relatively obvious off the start, but it's still extremely exposition heavy. Despite that, at the end, like the mystery of what happened is more obvious. How it happened is a little random, and then the exposition as to why is mostly an endgame thing. Eerie Van, it is very eerie heavy, yeah. Not just undertones either, which is nice. Yeah, it's. I think if the final part written by Nakazawa after you do the 5 routes wasn't so shit, it is like easily the worst part of the game, and it's really bad, and it's so disappointing that Nakazawa himself put out the worst steamer out of this. When you're getting some of the writers from 100 Line in this thing doing stuff, it really leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Before that point, it's just like, oh, this isn't that great, but it's got its moments. It at least keeps moving. We're on to the next thing. It's kind of just like fun. You could point and, kind of have your issues with little chunks here and there, and not all routes are created equal, but yeah. I mean, it's definitely I wish it kind of felt more like a place. Some of the eccentricities maybe could be toned down. I really wish how they like doled out the secrets and information was woven a little bit better into the stories. Like it was a bit more of like a thriller there. And it kind of ends in like a little twist every time, and then that's kind of like a thing you carry into this final mystery is kind of cute on the surface, but I don't think they do a good enough job at like weaving a mystery that you're supposed to be like solving over 5 things. You generally can kind of feel off the cuff that everybody's like relatively nice. None of them are supposed to be really antagonistic. Whether that's what happens or not, I'm not going to say, but like you can kind of get a vibe for some stuff. You don't really care to even think about it much. Either that's how it ends or not, whatever. There's more to it than all of that, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to put it like a writing slob. I don't know if I want to put it as like worst. I think I have it as like a low 5 on my VN tier list. I don't really recommend it. There's cool things about it, even if you're just charting the history of some of these writers. There's too many guest writers, anyways, so you're not really getting that much Nakazawa, and the Nakazawa parts are like the worst. But there's enough production value, visual flair, maybe all the 5 different parts of it aren't the best, in the business at what they're doing, but kind of thrown all together in a quick, package that's more focused on the writing. They're fine enough to at least keep it kind of interesting. I mean, maybe I was the bar was in hell when it came to variety because of 100 Line being 200 hours with no variety. There's some pretty annoying characters in this. The angels are really shit, stuff like that. I said, and they're a very big part of the final route. I don't know. I think if they could have cinched the landing a little bit better, it would have been a little stronger, but I don't think it had that much potential anyways. It was better than I would have expected, but not that much better. It does have elements of so bad it's good though. I'm not gonna give it too much credit on that front, but at least it's not like boring bad there. There are some really funny bad twists that are super fucking goofy and lame, like in the horror route, and you're just like baffled that they're even bothering doing these like tropey twists or trying to like double up on the tropes to bait you out and like all this crazy stuff. It's not always that way, but it's always will stay entertaining. So as far as enjoyment factor in like a more so bad it's good way, it's not way higher than how I'd kind of rate it as on its own merits, but it does help with keeping it entertaining. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it. The music's nice. That was a big part of it, but I don't know if I definitely in the grand scheme of VNs, I wouldn't say you have to go out there and read it. I think, like I said, charting the course of some of these writers, it's not super necessary. It's interesting enough. It's pretty much forgotten and nobody's talking about it. Somehow it's lower rated than fucking 100 Line. But yeah, there's not much else to it. If you want more, go to the VOD, I guess. Yeah, Fly Night. About that, just a little bit. Played this one off stream. Riding slop is about it. Right. Play this off stream with Goto. It is a first-person dungeon crawler, more linear, with like fucking RuneScape elements going on, and co-op. It's really cool. It's too fucking short. It really doesn't even get started. I'd like if there was more games like this that have like a bunch of different weapons and like magic and stuff. Yeah, real crisp animations. um, Fucking Bobo Zozo in the fucking official trailer. That guy named his character. Fucking Bobo Zozo, dude. Dead serious lore. I don't think it's really interesting. It's not a very interesting world or storytelling or anything. It's kind of doing like a Soulsy thing, but not that crazy. It's not that big a deal that it's not, but yeah. Kind of doing this low frame rate sort of animation style. You can chop the pieces off of the bugs, which is kind of neat. So like you can chop the arms off a guy and then he can't attack. Maybe his head and he'll still be able to do a little bit of shit. Or his legs and he'll be crawling. Stinky larva. So yeah, it's kind of like a funny game. But yeah, it's you running around relatively linear, but with enough exploration to get like cute little weapons and stuff. Sort of dungeon crawlery thing. With like a Minecraft twist, not Minecraft, a RuneScape twist on how you level up your stuff and kind of improve your guy and all that. It's like a 4 or 5 hour game or something. Not too long. Definitely more of like a fleshed out combat system than say like an earlier one I did this year, the Labyrinth of the Demon King. Or not earlier than this. Not crazy godly combat. I definitely think there could be a little bit more going on. You're pretty locked in on like stamina. The exploration and how much content there really is could be a little juicier, a little more involved. It's mostly, exploring for loot, but just killing a lot of guys, right? The bosses are neat. I mean, it's not a super hard game. Maybe there's a little bit more spice at the beginning, but steamroll pretty well by the end. But yeah, I'd really like them to do more, or just more co-op, like dungeon crawler, King's Field stuff come out in general. Yeah, I don't think it like, you know, blew my mind, but I liked it. I thought it was good. There's anti-blast on there. It's because my keyboard like times out for some reason. Fucker. Like, I'm like at the. It's like the distance between like here and then like just here with the keyboard is enough to like fucking time the thing out and disconnect it. It's like you need to move the computer a little farther forward, but too much farther forward, and it's like, you know, I'm gonna start like kicking the fucker over when I'm walking by or something. This is kind of goofy. I mean, it's a shitty like $10-$20 keyboard, but still, it's a pain because sometimes I'll like try to put use it and I just like nothing happens. Whatever. Depending on if I'm like lean back or not. So I don't know. It's pretty cool. You got a friend or a few friends, and you just want to kind of do like a little bit of like a medieval fantasy light dungeon crawler exploration thing. It's got little RuneScape elements, but not that much like RuneScape. You got like fishing and shit, but it's not really that interesting. There's a lot of systems for like buffing and healing, but you just really don't need to care about most of it. Yeah, it's cool. It's a neat little thing where it's like, oh, it would be nice if there was more of this, or if people expanded on this kind of thing more than it is like truly godly in its own right. Yeah. That might be the last of the off-stream games. Double Fine's game this year, Keeper. It is a journey like in every sense of that. I know I say that a lot because these games are cut from the fucking same template. This is a game about a thing, cute or not, that has to journey to a big central area high up in the center of like an island or a place. It's hopeful and crazy, then it gets really depressing, then it's hopeful and crazy again, and then you succeed. It's the same shit as every single journey like game. But this time, you're a fucking lighthouse, brother. You're a fucking lighthouse, man. And it's backed by a larger companies, like a bigger, like a larger AA company and a lot of history. They're more technically proficient and stuff probably than startup indie or something. At making worlds and having an art design and stuff. This game does have a good art design. It's very colorful, very creative, very I don't know, detailed. There's just a lot going on. Almost sometimes so much like just the general texturing on everything is just extremely noisy. Almost to the point where sometimes some of the areas just kind of like run together a little bit. But for the most part, that is the appeal. I liked the music too. It was a little kind of different, but it kind of kept everything feeling unique. It wasn't generic, so that was nice. Those are the big appeals. Nice art, very simple little journey gameplay wise, where you're just kind of you and this bird help each other kind of get to the central area and do the thing. There's not really like a lore. There's technically the lore is like in the achievements. So don't get into it for that. It's more just like what you want to make of it and enjoying like the look of it. Obviously, since there's like a touch more budget and like probably technical know-how, it probably looks a little more crazy or ballsy than like your average journey like these days. But yeah, I thought overall it was kind of mediocre. The big problems I had with it were that every area feels a little too long. It's not a long game, but I feel like every area was like a third too long. Gameplay wise, it is very dry, very slow, very slow to move, very slow to do the puzzles. There's a little too much in each area. Like when you are doing more movement stuff, it's fine, but like these kinds of games, it's without a lot of like agency on where you're going and like side stuff to do. If they're really linear, I feel like they need to be very tightly paced. Kind of not thrill rides, but a little bit of like a roller coaster ride of, seeing areas often enough, mixing up what you're doing, or introducing some kind of like storytelling element or something. Every area just was a little too much in this. It does do all those things, right? You're in a water area, you turn into like a boat. There's areas where you're just essentially like a marble doing like a marble madness thing, and those are cool. And if the game was like a fucking like 2/3 or half the length, you're just kind of getting the greatest hits, I think that'd be fine. But it kind of just overstays its welcome at too many areas, especially if you're really familiar with these types of games, for how kind of by the numbers it is in the story. I was kind of surprised. I was like, oh, it's Double Fine. They're gonna do some wacky shit, whether it works out or not. I was kind of surprised to go in here and be like, oh, I'm playing another Journey, like it's the same structure, down to the rise and fall of everything and the going to the central thing. It just has a more crazy art style, and a different premise, right? You're a fucking, instead of some fucking dude or a guy who herds things, or the Omno guy, or the person who skates on the ground and pathless or some shit. I mean, I guess that's a little less Journey like, but now you're a fucking lighthouse, right? Um, so if you're familiar with those elements a little too much, I think that's gonna hurt it a bit because it's gonna draw out the game a little. I think if you're not really, if me saying Journey like means nothing to you, you're like, there's not that many games like Journey. Maybe give it a go. If you like the art style. It is on Game Pass because Microsoft owns these fuckers. um, for better or for worse, right? But it's cool seeing, like people like Double Fine still kind of out there. Double A, industry vets, a lot of LucasArts, old people and stuff. Kind of throwing out a little thing you'd consider sort of more indie-ish. Not super mainstream appeal. I mean, because it is kind of textbook in other ways, it's kind of hard to really feel super crazy about experimentation on it. But, you know, it's nice seeing them do like little Psychonauts shit and all that. So we'll see where they go in the future. Not like my faves or anything, but I appreciate generally what they do, and hope for the best on that front. So I don't know. It's cute. Like I said, I think if you're in the zone for this kind of thing, you'll like the art. Maybe play it piecemeal a little bit over time. Help kind of maybe enjoy each area and get a little break because it is very dry outside of the raw art. I don't think the art is so evocative, so crazy that it's like you're gonna sit down for like a 5-hour movie just to look at it, right? I mean, that's kind of my deal. So, especially if you're familiar with it, so I'm just gonna leave it where it is. It's cool, but not like. Next up, game good. Good game. Fan of this game. Got its stumbling points, but overall, game good. Fly Night, because of this fucking keyboard. Every time. It's the Seance of Blake Manor. It's made by the Dark Side Detective devs I talked about earlier yesterday because I played that this year as well. It is a game about essentially a detective who goes to this hotel looking for a missing girl who, you got a letter saying that she's went missing while here. And so you travel here. You might have some personal ties till you find out pretty early. NBA Bounce. The fuck is that? Keep up. Play today, NBA Bounce, bros. I forgot. I was like, dude, this is not. But yeah, so it's essentially you kind of just doing a detective thing. pretty much completely open. I mean, you are going to have like a linear progression of like major objectives. But the idea of the game is it is over a 2.5, 3 day-ish period of time, and every single thing you do, for the most part, forwards time and increment. I think it's just like 1 minute for everything you do. It's a really cool idea. It works really well for the idea of a detective thing because you collect like 10 bazillion topics and pieces of evidence. But, in a lot of games, you would just exhaust every single thing, right? And this, because you have a limited amount of time and you've got plenty of time to do everything you want. You will generally kind of be like, actually, I just want to think about what would I ask this person? What is important? What's going to squeeze some info? And generally, there's enough ways to get this info or enough like clue-ins as to where you might actually want to go that like that will lead you to stuff. Yeah, and the whole mansion's kind of filled up with a bunch of different crazy characters. It's about Irish mythology, and the occult, all sorts of different kinds of the occult, from the Americas to voodoo to like fucking different like major religions and Gnosticism and fucking and all sorts of crazy shit. And it's cool, and it kind of plays those elements, those supernatural elements, into kind of a murder, kidnapping, all sorts of things, sort of mystery going on. Each individual character kind of has their own like sort of side quest mystery that you can kind of like figure out and kind of finish up, and that's a big part of the game. Those are generally pretty cool. I don't think I was, by the end of this game, in tears and tatters, on the edge of my seat, anything like that. I think in the very last chunk, as you're trying to kind of wrap everything up, there's a fair amount of time where you kind of just gotta wait around, or you've been running around this mansion, like kind of this hotel, probably hitting up like way too many of the same things, or just sort of just running around too much in general, where it kind of starts to lose its pace. I think it kind of runs out of steam a little bit towards the end. I think it's also a little too easy, I guess. I personally kind of would have preferred a little bit more. I mean, they help you kind of like, they lead you along with like certain menus and graphics and stuff to kind of like take you to generally where you have to go. Hey, this person has more things to discover. This area has got this and that. It's kind of like an Outer Wilds thing in that sense. But I feel like I kind of would have put like a little bit more difficulty and cleverness needed. But overall, though, it's not about like the individual connections. It's about trying to pathfind, trying to find where you're supposed to go, what you have to present to who. I think you feel clever enough finding those things, even if there is a little bit of a formula to some of it, like breaking in everybody's fucking room is just like you just got to do it. And there's enough secrets in the mansion and stuff. Maybe there can be a little bit more, but that you find like big moments that are satisfying beyond just drama and talking to people. Yeah, overall, game's really good. I liked it. I think it's a really clever idea, executed pretty darn well. The amount of fucking dialogue, fair amount of EA, all the different little details they gotta kind of keep up with, that you can generally talk to certain people and get little bits of info. And it's not all just like, completely linear. I have to do this to get this type of stuff. It's pretty impressive. How they whip out the Irish mythology and all that stuff is not something you see very often. So that's cool. Yeah. Like I said, a little bit of storytelling stuff, a little bit of exposition-y at the end. Runs out of steam a touch. But man, I would love to see them kind of hit this sort of style and a even more fleshed out mystery, a touch more difficulty and stuff. It's a real good time, and it just kind of being an open investigation thing. You could just fail it. You could just not do shit and just fail. It's pretty cool. Game good. Definitely a very solid one this year. Would recommend. You're wanting to be like extra challenged by a mystery. I mean, maybe not. I mean, there is plenty of mysteries to figure out. You can kind of game meta it a little bit, but not entirely. It's definitely for what it's going for is good. But yeah. So. Next up, Once Upon a Katamari. Wow, Katamari's back, bros, with an actual fucking game. It's not a remake. It's not a port. It's not a remaster. It's not even full price, which you can tell a little bit, but that's okay. It's Katamari's back, baby. Yeah, J-pop Katamari. It's definitely more J-pop J-rock Katamari. It's more Katamari. If you love Katamari, you're a huge fan, which you should be playing the first two Katamari. They're must plays. Extremely whimsical, creative, just wacky, fucking like games. If you don't know what they are, you are the prince of all the cosmos, the son of this big guy who's essentially like Giga God. Um, you know, and in most of the games, he fucks up the whole world somehow, and so you have to use all the stars get destroyed. So you have to put all the stars back. So by doing that, you roll a Katamari, and it just attaches itself to everything, and you need to get to be a certain size to attach yourself to bigger things. So, you're rolling up a fucking hare, then you're rolling up a dragon dildo, then you're rolling up a fucking goat, and then you're rolling up fucking North America, and it's just that kind of game. It's just crazy. The music's wild. Um, can make your own little guy after the first game. Maybe in the remaster, the first game you still can. Um, usually they're. You mean what was his name? Beyond? That was just his name. I didn't make the motherfucker. That's unlocked him. His name was Beyond. He was like a human like Nessie or some shit. It's pretty good. But yeah, so that's what these games are. The first two have really cool soundtracks. This mix of kind of like not J-pop or J-rock. It's kind of jazzy. It's kind of. I mean, they're all unique too. I think Katamari, but it's got its own kind of flavor of music. It's really good soundtracks. So definitely play them. You should. Katamari, Damacy, and We Love Katamari. Those are must plays. Gotta go play them. This game, though, getting specifically to this one, soundtrack wise, not quite as strong. It's still good music, but it's a bit more, like Corey's saying, it's a bit more modern. There's a little bit more J-pop. It's still whimsical. It's missing its own kind of unique flair at times, but it's still cool tracks. It's still Katamari gameplay. If after the first two you're like, I really like these, but I don't think this formula has too much steam, which original creator probably felt the same way because, and the devs do. They kind of retread. Even a lot of the PS3 ones are just like all stars games. To a certain extent, that is true. There's still some I want to play, like Beautiful Katamari and stuff, because of the music and shit, which is the Xbox 360 one. But by the end of this one, I was like, all right, it's Katamari. When you're in the mood, it's a good dose of just really crazy, over the top, goofy shit. This game has a lot of side objectives, a lot of side missions and modes, more assets probably than all of them. I mean, most of them are reused, but this one's about going to different time periods and like rolling shit up. The scale gets big. There's like power ups. It is a solid Katamari game. I think if you're looking for Katamari to really change course or like give me the next realm of Katamari, you're crazy, because it's just not really what it is. This one That was who I was. Beyond. But so depending on like how much you're salivating for Katamari, I think it's gonna be your distance on this is gonna be a little different. I think it's a little longer in the tooth, you could say, than like the first two. You know, I think the story and the cutscenes, while still funny, are missing that like really entertaining, whimsical, just bizarreness of like the kids in the first one and stuff, where they're like, it's just really odd. It's very interesting there. So it doesn't have that element of charm. Um, the writing for the king is the cosmos is a little on the nose sometimes, but he still feels about right. The music's not quite as good, but generally it's still Katamari. It's still rolling up goofy shit. It's still gonna give you a laugh. It's still gonna be fun just to cause fucking mayhem. And this one has a much more kind of fleshed out, like sort of like I think Mario World style thing where you can pick areas and like rank your shit up, unlock stuff, and do challenges and that kind of visual style. Where you have like a world you can just jump between levels on. I think there's some even online versus stuff here. I think it is a solid Katamari game. No more, no less. Not reinventing the formula. There's not really any way to. Katamari is just super unique. But it's trying to throw its own little spin at it. Not insanely expensive or anything. Just more assets and more crazy mission types. Well, I definitely wish like the music hit just right. Some objectives aren't as interesting. Maybe for just like a casual, like you just want to run through in a day thing. It's a little long. I was generally kind of like, all right, I like Katamari, but I'm kind of done, sort of vibe. Maybe that was just how I was feeling at the time. But yeah, if you've been waiting for Katamari to have like an actual comeback, I mean, you gotta play it. It is good, but definitely don't play it before the first two. And if you've had your fill after the first two, don't even bother with this one. If anything, you could. I mean, I can see myself just going back to play the first one or second, just for a quick blast, right? But if you like really like the Katamari gameplay to the point you want to like master it, this gives you a lot of opportunities too. Yeah. Next up, Easy Delivery Co. Was gifted by Lassie. It was a good game. This was just what I wanted at that moment. Sometimes there's just that game where you're like, man, there's a itch I need scratch, and this scratch the itch. Right on the money at that time. There's probably a reason I went from Katamari to just like something like real chill. This is a game about a bunch of like Animal Crossing characters essentially in this kind of like gloomy-ish, sort of surreal world, but not too much. This very snowy mountain towns connected, between my mountain pass and stuff, and like a dam and stuff, where you are a delivery driver. You got like a little Mack truck thing where you go to these different areas, meet these kind of like oddball people real quick. There's not much dialogue. You turn on some drum and bass, or you turn on some chill beats, and you fucking haul ass down the mountainside. Or maybe you haul ass to a fucking shallow grave. It's really chill, relaxing, but also funny because of like how fucked it can be, You're gonna blow up half of your fucking stuff in the back, right? They give you like potted plants. As long as you bring one, it's like a win. So you just got shit flying out of the back. There's like little bits of hidden mechanics. You can like tape your stuff, right? You have to keep yourself awake, so you can make like different kinds of like coffees or teas or like energy drinks and stuff. But what it generally is just atmospheric with a kind of interesting little story that develops over time. as you kind of figure more out about what's going on, but generally just about like easily accessible, but very easy to fuck up still. Driving mechanics, a bunch of different radio stations, flying through like snowy landscapes. Um, what you're seeing right here is pretty much what you're getting. Just a bit more atmosphere. We're listening to some of the music right now. Just with maybe a little bit more story under the hood than you might expect. Not a lot, but just like there's a little something going on. I liked it. I thought it was cool. It definitely scratched a unique little itch that I had at that moment, and I still do, I'd say. I like some of these kind of just like serene or like atmospheric sort of just a bit less low impact sort of deals, or just kind of doing stuff. Pretty neat, but not just just a simulator or something. It's its own little like 5-6 hour package or whatever. I have thought about and on a different note, kind of really a different note, but starting up one of the truck simulators for when we want to have like an after work shoot the shit music stream. I need to have something to replace Power Wash Simulator too with. Maybe throw on, some music and truck or some shit. Although I'm not buying all the fucking states yet, man. Jesus, there's a lot of states you can buy. Anyways, this is very different from that. This is a different appeal. But yeah, cool game. Would recommend. Next up, my roguelite addiction. For some reason, I guess I had during the last couple months of the year. Did quite a few roguelites. Did some earlier this year too. I mean, I guess there's a lot that come out, but this Ball Pit was one of the better ones this year. Music by Amos Roddy. Did the Citizen Sleeper soundtracks. This was a very different style. There's just a couple sound, like little instruments, little sounds that killed me. I was like, this sounds something here, and I was like, yeah, it is Amos. Very different energy though. But it was cool. It was a good energy. But yeah, this is a roguelite. This is one not meant to be played for hundreds of hours. It's meant to be played over a period of like 10 to 20. You can play hard mode and do a little bit beyond that, but I think it works great for that amount of time. It is very tightly designed. Lots of like reinventions of like what's going on in the game. You start out with one character, you can like combine up to two. When you get out of the game, each match, you're getting like a town builder with like a puzzle element. The whole thing is brick breaker, I guess, by the way, if you couldn't tell. And even the town building, when you're out of it, it's like you still have to think about how the brick breaker works. It's a bit more abusable. I don't think that was as clever as I would have liked, but so it's kind of you buying meta progression, but having to actually like visually build stuff with like thought on city planning and just a touch, which was kind of cool. But yeah, when you're in the actual gameplay, there's a lot of crazy ball types that work well or not well with certain people. Instead of one huge run, you're doing different stages that are like 10 to 20 minutes long. So, if you're worried, like, oh god, I gotta do like a fucking 3 hour run where I'm just shooting balls all the time, it's going for a much tighter experience than that. I think a little bit more towards the Vampire Survivor style. Obviously, there's like a little more skill here. You gotta actually aim and dodge stuff, and there's bosses and shit, but yeah. Good reasons to swap to different characters. Lots of, you can combine the balls into like super new style of balls, but also into completely unique ones that just kind of combine powers. They might not have a special unique graphic or something, but they just allow you to put them together. So you're constantly upgrading and getting different styles and stuff. So if you like Vampire Survivor style of games and that speed of roguelite, but you don't want to just like play it for 1,000 hours, and you want a little bit more active like build thought and stuff, I'd really recommend this one. I thought it was really good. Sounds good, looks good, it's really satisfying. it's over before you know it. I probably could have played it a little more, but I think I just had my fill on it. There's not really like if you're after like a story or like anything like that. There's not really anything going on there. Not even like aesthetically. I mean, technically the story is just like a big hole in the ground, the pit, and you go down there and explore it and find stuff and come back and upgrade your town and stuff, and that's about it. Yeah, it's cool. If you have any interest in like roguelites, especially like I said, the Vampire Survivor kind of dopamine exploding games, I think this one is like well made. It's not just trying to prey on like quick dopamine. There's enough craft here and like, thought put into how all the systems work and how the more downbeat moments are, and then getting back up to the crazy shit that I think is really well done. So definitely play that one. Moving on. Xbox games. These all just slightly in the wrong. Kirby Air Riders. I'm gonna go get a drink. Actually, I'll do this one then. Fuck. So yeah, Kirby Air Riders is a sequel to Kirby Air Ride on the GameCube by why do I keep forgetting his name? He's not fucking Iwata. What is his name? Whatever. The guy, the Smash guy, who does hour-long fucking videos talking about these fucking things. Yeah, so it is a kart racer. Sakurai. Yeah, why the fuck did I forget his name earlier and still had not came to me? What's up, Midtown? Yeah, so Kirby Air Ride was always kind of a fucking mediocre game, honestly, the original. It's a party game before they're all party games before they're racers, so don't be fooled by that, which is fine. That's where some of the best stuff is. In the true Sakurai fashion, it's kind of both of them are like a collection of a bunch of like random mini games, hence the party game thing. Like a lot of his games are, more than it is really like a big, like super well developed one particular mode or like a campaign or something, right? Like, so the original, not really one particular element ever felt super good. It's more focused on being like simple. The entire gameplay thing is that you just press one button and then you move the stick. Everything auto moves, and it's about you stopping, and depending on what vehicle you're on, it's either stops or it like launches you, or it's like a certain drift or something like that, right? Some fly easier, some don't. But the original one, the cool thing was city trial. Generally, you weren't getting it for anything else. It was city trial, which was a sandbox where you had a limited amount of time to run around and break things and explore, and random events would happen. It was really chaotic, and these things you would explore and grab would level you up. So you could get like 30 flight, and then you could just fly like forever, or you just move it like super quick. You're just flying around. And you can barely control your character. This is the same game. And that's pretty much all I gotta say. this is the same fucking game. It's obviously not actually the same game, but it is not in a significant enough way, I feel like, different. And for a game that was already mediocre originally, does not, I feel like, really make a a good enough case for itself as a sequel. I really would have liked a more expanded city trial with more maps, a little bit more than just like a 5-minute mode that ends in like a fucking shitty mini game. There is a campaign in this. It's a roguelite. It's I mean, you're not gonna fail it. It's got some really crazy cutscenes that I think are actually really impressive graphically. The CG cutscenes are wild, and the Kirby lore shit is always insane. No different here. It's worth seeing. I don't know if it's worth playing for that, but yeah, a lot of different modes. crazy amount of like features, little things like, hey, you can go walk around a garage, or hey, you can get little stickers, or hey, you can go online and like download a cart that has the chef Kawasaki in a bikini that somebody made. Little things like that. Lots of little cool things like different languages. You can adjust all the HUD. Really impressive. But like, if you don't like the actual game, who gives a fuck? None of that fucking matters. It's cool. It's like extremely polished on that front. But for me, it's like it still just needs just more. It just needed to take it to another level and not just do the same thing, but like, where they polished the stone to like a perfect level or something. It's still like fun to just fuck around. It's chaotic. If you have friends, any friend havers in here, that play online for some reason, like Kirby Air Riders, it's probably cool for that. It does have online, which the original didn't. I hear a lot of people enjoy just like doing wild like stadium stuff there, but personally, I feel like it was interesting for about the 4 fucking 5 hours I played it. I did all the modes. I did the single player. Um, I did a little bit of the Sakurai brick break board achievement thing. Called it good. I mean, the racing levels are exciting. They look really nice. They're creative visually. You can see them here. There's not many, and a lot of them are just throwbacks, quite literally, to the original Kirby Air Ride. You just unlock those. But there's not a lot there. You can run through them all in like an hour or less. And I don't think the racing, while it has little nuances for skill, I don't think there's enough there, even compared to just like Mario Kart, to really keep you invested in the racing side of things. The top down racing is a side mini game. It's not that exciting. um, so it's like really you just get the single player, which is like just essentially all the modes just combined into like a bite-sized form with a roguelite attached to it. And then there's City Trial, and I mean that's really about it. There's a lot of little menus you'll just get lost in with all sorts of little cool doohickeys and shit, but they're not something you spend like time on. You have to be jacked into the game already, so it's cool it exists. Um, I'm not super into it. I think they could have just done a lot more with it. At the core, at the actual meat of it, instead of just kind of like polishing a turd is way too mean, but kind of polishing something that I feel like wasn't terribly worth polishing at the start. I don't know. It's cute. It's a neat little party game. If you like only have a Switch 2 and you're dying for like content and you have friends to play online with and you really like Kirby and you really like Kirby we don't need that many qualifiers, but like, you know, maybe I'd recommend it then. But I don't know. I thought overall it was pretty mediocre. Not like horrible. I wouldn't put it as like a worst, but I it's cool they made it. I don't know why they made two kart racer party-ish things in one year. I don't know why Kirby Air Riders. I'm totally cool with it, but I just don't think they made a great enough case for it. You could kind of smell it in the directs where they talked about this game for 2 hours. I feel like it barely has 2 hours of fucking fun in it. So you could kind of feel that off the cuff in his fucking directs, but you know, it does hit a particular person pretty well. And I like watching little speedruns of some of it too. So people trying to speedrun City Trial and shit. It's kind of always interesting with the original. So any user. Oh, Ninja Gaiden 4 sponsored by Microsoft. Ninja Gaiden 4 is, well, the next Ninja Gaiden game since Ninja Gaiden 3, The Razor's Edge. Shit. This one's made mostly by Platinum. There's a little Team Ninja in there. Luckily, not too much. I much prefer the platinum elements here. Was probably the most fun Ninja Gaiden for me. You're playing as like a new ninja guy, which whatever. There's some Ryu stuff in there, but the combat's definitely more in platinum style, where it's more like big arenas, clearly made for fights. Completely focused on like quick movement and stuff like that. Old Ninja Gaiden, the 3D ones are a bit more like you could be in like a hallway and you're gonna have to explore like a somewhat complicated area, and it's gonna be kind of, you know, maybe it's gonna be like too close quarters, or there's gonna be some weird verticality going on, in like a more realistic looking place. You're not jumping like 50,000 miles, flying a kite, you know, or you know, doing too much crazy shit. This moves away from that. A lot of people really like that more deliberate, tight style. I think it's pretty cool. Ninja Gaiden Black was my favorite of the originals. Ninja Gaiden 2 is pretty cool. Ninja Gaiden 3 is not that great. I never considered any of them that godly. I'm definitely more of like a Bayonetta, Devil May Cry kind of character action fan. I think DMC5 is peak combat, like style combat. And I think Bayonetta is like peak, you know, defensive evasion, set piece kind of stuff. And there's room for all sorts of other little stuff. You know, I'm not really as much into like the mashy stuff of like a God of War, but you know, it does have cool elements of set pieces and stuff. Ninja Guy never kind of really hit like a particular thing for me. It was still cool, so I generally kind of like this one. Unsurprisingly, fucking video keeps fucking up. The idea of this, the story is horrible in this game. It is actually the biggest detractor in this fucking game. It is not good. I'd also recommend playing this on like hard. I don't remember if I played on. I don't know if I could unlock Master Ninja. I think you have to beat the game first. I play on the hardest difficulty. It's got a tough start. Once you get a feel for it, it's really satisfying. It's not that hard. But yeah, the idea of the story, I guess, is that you are like a Raven Ninja Clan dude. The prophecy is to kill this chick who's extremely annoying, and I hated all the voice acting for her in Japanese and English. She's a blight on the game. But the idea is that the Dark Dragon's been killed, but his remnants are like fucking poisoning the earth and the world because of he's just so corrupted or whatever. So they like sealed him, and now like the Raven Ninja Clan's trying to like to eradicate the Black Dragon permanently by killing the priestess, but she actually has a plan to completely get rid of him that involves unsealing him and then killing him. It's shit. It is so bad. The story is distractingly bad. It's best to just hope you can ignore it because goddamn, this is the only time she shows up. I just really want that character's like, you know, everybody's like, oh, Kasumi, whatever name, she's back. That's like it. Right? She shows up for like a solid 10 seconds. So yeah, it's you know, you're really in it for the gameplay. Even the set pieces, you know, the level design, it's just room by room down corridors. There's some like rail grinding. There's some flying around and kites. There's some, you know, running bits. They feel, you know, not too fleshed out. Like I said, it feels very much just like an arena to an arena thing with a few things in between. Doesn't help the story sucks. But the actual combat is really fun. There's a lot to learn. It has got a horribly disgusting amount of paragraphs of shit you have to read in the first 15 minutes. And I'd recommend going into the menus and double checking that stuff. Finding out it's one of those sadly where you got to unlock a lot of your shit, which is good for kind of weaving, you know, giving you just a little bit at a time. But it sucks when like some of the really important shit's in there, and you're not actively putting that in your repertoire. So I'd make an effort to like try to incorporate these moves in your skill set as soon as you can. Always leave a little mental fucking capacity for adding new stuff in there because it's at its most fun when, well, there's not a whole lot. I mean, there's style you can do, but when you're using the right tools for the job, when you're finding the weapon you prefer, because there's not a good reason to swap to all sorts of different weapons. There's like a couple of utility and a couple you can just kind of like ignore, but like the general moves, like being able to like jump and like grab a guy and mid jump, or like the Azuna drop, stuff like that. Like you could probably find yourself in a situation where you just kind of forget they exist, and I think it adds a little bit of flavor and flair and utility for a game that's generally pretty hard, but manageable once you get a feel for it. But yeah, it's hard to describe all the combat. Like it's very visceral and all the actual meanings of the word. Like it's very violent. You're generally just sawing people in half or exploding them, literally throwing bombs at them and exploding them all the time. People die in like a hit or two. Bigger enemies take a little bit more. They take like damage. You have like super modes. If enemies are like, if you haven't executed a motherfucker, he's gonna do like a super attack to kill you. You have to execute these dudes. Like you have to like destroy them. So it's all just very quick. You're just killing guys, executing them like nonstop, but they can kill you pretty quick too. So it's about kind of managing a room, using your range how you can, generally being kind of like a crazy enough little Beyblade of death that people can't approach too much, getting your parries figured out, getting your spacing and your kind of evasion figured out, and being able to kind of like counter. It's one of those where it's like you kind of just got to play it. If you're a character action person, there's just not many character action games that are really well developed that come out anymore. It's a must play on that front. Um, if you want to see Ryu's ass, you don't get to see it. It's just like he wears like a metal plate. If you want to see other fan service, I guess there's like a decent amount of tits. If like, I mean, because this is like Dead or Alive, right? I mean, this is before Dead or Alive, but it's the same characters. It's not really what it's for. It's not really a fan service game. It's definitely more of like a violence thing. But it's there, I guess, if you want. They definitely try. But yeah. It's some people might not like how Ryu's handled in this. They might not like the main guy. I would recommend the English. I hate a lot of the English, but the main characters has a completely different personality in English and Japanese. The story is horrible regardless, so you might as well get the one that's fun. English, he's like an edgy, like quiet, edgy, like kind of dude. Where in Japanese, he's just like Ryu too. He's like stoic, normal hero guy sounding. He's definitely got more of like a Raiden, like edge lord thing going on in English. I would say I'd recommend that version. It kind of fits better, especially juxtaposed against Ryu, who is the boring Mikiro guy. So, um, yeah, cool music. It's kind of your synthy metal shit. It's not like I wasn't going crazy about it, but it gets the blood pumping enough. Some cool boss encounters. Um, yeah, if you like character action, definitely crank it up. Enjoy. Um, if you really need a bit more juicy, and it's not character, I mean actual character action. It's not like it's a Souls game kind of thing. Like it's raw character action. So if you need a little bit more level design, you need a bit more crazy stuff to explore. You want a little bit juicier of a story. You want some visual storytelling. You barely feel like you're in a real place in this game. It is just strung together, crazy shit. There are some set pieces. It's not Bayonetta where there's a set piece every second and they're really cool and crazy. There's definitely like a budget on that. But all of the thought and time went into the combat, so I really recommend it for that. Talked a lot about that, but it's good. I had fun with it. Anyways, Leap Year. This is a short little game I played. Little experimental-ish game about you're just platforming, but the platforming you have to kind of discover the rules. You have to kind of rethink how things are. You can't just jump. If you jump and fully finish the jump from like a normal from the same height, you just die. So you kind of have to like rethink how you like platform, what kind of heights you can take, what maybe things change depending on what level of height you're going from. Secrets, little clues in the background, um, stuff that's going on or where you should be going. Well, it's kind of like a puzzle platforming thing. It's not too precise. You don't have to be super crazy. There is a couple sections. It's not going to be like mindless. But yeah, it's cool for that. I think there's a better game I played this year that's kind of about exploring like a mechanic in like a sort of Metroidvania world cleverly, but I think this one's cool. If you want to kind of try something a little offbeat that kind of plays with just the idea of jumping, I think it's cool for that. It's like a few hours. It has a DLC where you have like a whole other campaign, I think. I generally absolutely disgusting. Yeah. Meanwhile, Jump King falls 10 billion fucking miles. It's totally fine. Yeah, so it's a cool thing there. I didn't play the DLC. Honestly, I had enough after this. In the last chunk, you're mostly just executing. And I was kind of good after that. I think it's at its best when you're discovering mechanics and kind of going crazy with them, not kind of executing based on knowing all of your mechanics. It's a good time. I've heard the DLC kind of just expands on some of it more. I don't know if it's pushing the clever side of things or if it's just like, hey, let's keep pushing, the execution. There's good platformers about executing movement. I'm not really interested in that in a game like this. It's not going to be great. So yeah, so cool game. I'd recommend it. Really cheap, small. Not gonna blow your socks off, but it's neat. That's especially if you've played a lot of games. Why not? Short, cheap. Power Wash Sim 2 Game of the Year. um, it's fucking Power Wash Sim, dude. Guilty pleasure, maybe you'd call it. It's therapeutic. It's chill. It's a great thing to talk during and throw up some music to. It's just you cleaning dirty ass shit. This one has a little bit more movement in and a little bit more budget, you could say, that goes into some of the things you're cleaning. There's a bit more variety of things you're cleaning. For the most part, you get a few more tools to use, but like the first game, it has a problem where because it is trying to be more chill and kind of therapeutic in a way, they don't want the power washing to be terribly trying. Um, so it means you kind of just find like your own like thing you prefer and kind of just roll with that the whole time. So maybe there could have been a little bit more like, thought you had to put into the washing. There is like, co-op and stuff, so that might be where you can get a little crazier. Um, because there's soap in this, you don't have to pay for it this time. There's a few different nozzle types. There's some gadgets like this, like the, scissor lift and like a harness that you will use. But generally, they don't, they're not requiring you to like really play with too many mechanics. Maybe to a fault. Generally, though, I don't mind because I'm playing this for a very particular reason. Um, it's satisfying to kind of methodically take your way um, through these zones. They're very colorful. Usually some creative things. It's like a roller coaster, like a fucking UFO or Atlantis in the first one or something. Or like a church or like a giant teapot building or like a car or like a shitter, all sorts of stuff and furniture and shit. And they're fun to just kind of see uncovered. You know, you're cleaning grime. Things are like a little too probably dirty, right? I mean, it's usually just like somebody literally just dunked the entire building in shit. Like, you know, you're like, how the hell is this even this dirty? So the finishes, yeah, it's chill. I would always like to have more power sim just kind of in the background. Like I said, I might do American Truck Simulator as kind of like a mindless chill one to do in the future. We went through, I mean, the highlights of playing this, I was like, oh, I gotta go through all of Pink Floyd's music on stream and kind of talk about it and explore some soundtracks and talk about stuff, you know, especially after work. I was tired, and I was like, oh, that was cool, yeah. But, you know, for its own sake, you know, like I said, it's therapeutic, it's simple, it's slow, it takes a long time. This game was like 30, 40, 50 hours or some shit. Plus, maybe even more. I don't remember exactly. It's just more power wash sim. I generally that's kind of what you're after. After the first one, they could reinvent it a little bit. They could maybe make more co-op elements if they wanted. The story in this is even less interesting than the first one, I'd say. I generally barely would try to even keep up this time. Uh, there is just story that just pops up on the side. It's pretty timed. You barely even see it, but that's kind of a downgrade. Maybe that could have been a little more charming. A little bit less of it, a little bit more charm, but it just doesn't matter. It's not what it's about. Yeah. I remember playing one of their other games, Velocity 2X. Very different from that. It's like Goat Sim. Goat Sim, they made Satisfactory, and I was like, what? I was like, holy shit. So, it's interesting kind of seeing these devs do different stuff. Um, with different levels of execution. Yeah, it was good. I liked it. I mean, I would never call Power Simulator like a godly game or anything, but like it knows what it is. If you are into what it is dishing out, there's plenty there. It's chill. It is a carpal tunnel game if you try to be like really quick and efficient on mouse and keyboard. I did this one with controller. That hit just about right. I did a map once a day or every few days, sometimes a few more. Um, I think there are new elements that were actually like underdone. The furniture you could clean and then put around your base was pretty fucked. I don't know if that was just a Game Pass version one. But between bugs on some of the prices of things and you not being able to place stuff on like rugs and place stuff close to other stuff, it just pretty much meant that if you were going to clean all of the furniture and put it down there, it would just look like a warehouse. So you know, for having like that being one of the new features, it being completely fucking shit was kind of lame. But once again, whatever. It's not about that. Like you know, I'm cleaning shit for 40 hours. After they make the assets for these, I imagine actually filling these with muck and grime probably takes one person an afternoon to do every single map. The rhyme and reason and the kind of grime and muck and like the amount of it barely makes sense. You really are just kind of cleaning a coat off of everything, but you know, it's still chill, man. It's still it's entertaining, but you got to be in that kind of zone. Anyways, BRB on this. I think the plan is tonight I'm gonna get to the end of the list, and then tomorrow after work, we're gonna go back through the good games real quick, pick out the old timers for the year, and figure out which ones were this year, and then maybe say some stuff. If anybody else wants to chime in with their stuff, that'll be kind of the finale. I'll probably be back from work sort of midday tomorrow, I'd imagine. The places I'm going to are accurate. So probably, you know, noon CST, give or take a couple hours. But we still got another 10 to do here, so probably got another hour or less or something. Getting through these a little quicker than usual. I mean, I got a few less this year just because I played a lot of longer shit. But yeah, be cool. So I'll be right back, guys. We'll talk about Absalom, my roguelite playing for the year continues. And it will continue. There's well, still a few roguelites left. Yeah. Anybody who's like maybe not interested in this section or doesn't have anything they want to chime in or anything, totally cool. We'll be back to playing just games. Probably not tomorrow. Probably the 31st. I mean, technically, maybe we'd add something to this. Maybe I'll just do something chill or just play like a one-off. If I add something, I add something. It's not a problem. But my next big thing, I think, what I'm gonna do is a Mega Man X series playthrough. Never played any of them, so probably gonna be our first thing for this next year's going through every Mega Man X game. Every Mega Man X game. I'm gonna play the JRPG. That's like a Breath of Fire game. I'm gonna play the Gotcha. That got an offline version. We're gonna play the Game Boy Advance ones. Uh, so should be cool. This will be an interesting series with lots of ups, plenty of downs. So that'll be neat. We'll get to the zeros and the battle networks and stuff in separate events. But I think that's what I'm gonna do. Anyways, I'll catch you guys in a few minutes. You. All right. All right. Sorry. Resting the voice a little bit, getting a drink. Just give me a minute and we'll get back and kind of wrapping this section up. In this stream and the other one, man. Like I thought, all day thing, but I think I'll be able to get some sleep, ample sleep before work. I don't have to go back to crack of dawn, but I like to catch up with my buddy. But yeah, appreciate you guys hanging out. I know these are probably kind of boring. Well, I guess if they're super boring, just leave. Appreciate everybody who enjoys them to hang out. I don't know. I just like this kind of stuff to find like recommendations and kind of just personally to look back over the year and just kind of think about the industry and what was good and oh man, I forgot about this or wow, that was this year and kind of just go over a little bit of thoughts on it and spark a combo or two out of it. As we get closer to the recent games, it's a little more. Those are a little bit more recent conversations, so it's a little less spicy. So maybe I can keep them a little more consolidated, condensed down too. Yeah, so the plan is to get through the rest of what we got today, which is Psalm through Hades 2, and then tomorrow after work to the finale, which is just going back through all the good ones on this middle bit here, which is a lot. I think maybe I'm being a little too generous this year, but I also played a lot of good stuff this year. This is a good year for just like good games. Great games, the best games. We'll see. Definitely, that gets cut down pretty hard usually. You know, I play usually my list is at least half or more good games because I don't try to go out of my way to just play dog shit. But um, obviously, there's a lot of replays in here. They don't count at all. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll take a few off if I'm feeling crazy, and then we'll refine. I don't know how many dog shit ones we still got left. Any notable stuff? Yeah, we'll see. All right, well, we'll continue in a sec. So I just kind of rested through it a little. variety. Let's go ahead. So Absalom. Take the occasional little break here. Combo's going. But yeah, Absalom, another roguelite. This one is interesting in that it is a beat 'em up roguelite. This is made by the Streets of Rage 4 devs, or some of them. I thought this one was really cool. I was definitely done with it after my run. I didn't even do like the true final boss thing. I got a good like 10 to 15 hours out of it. But it's a good 10 to 15. I don't think the gameplay has enough build variety or depth off the cuff for me. It has a lot more defensive and evasion tools than you get in most beat 'em ups, which is nice. There are little unlocks you can get within the levels to kind of like get different moves unlocked. Unlike with like a Hades, a lot of those moves aren't really as build defining as much as they are just things you can do. So I kind of wish they're a bit more of a part of your kit. But there's a lot of different characters. They all play well. The big highlight of this game for me was just the variety when you're out and about. So this is a mega run game where it's like one huge fucking run. But what you do is you start in an area and you branch out to multiple different branches or secret paths. And when you come back through those same areas, maybe the village is burning this time. Maybe it's being invaded by goblins. Maybe there's some doors open or you find like a hidden little chicken fight. Maybe there's a story beat. Maybe you find like an unlockable character, stuff like that. Here. I guess we can go back to Nick. Yeah, I think those elements are really cool. If you like roguelite, that's most play for that alone. Just seeing like all the different stuff, styles, branches. I don't even think I ended up seeing like every route. I was kind of, once I beat the major boss, I was just kind of, I'm feeling good on it. It's not like Hades where you like keep beating the major boss over and over. It's about getting to the point where you can beat it. And then there's like the super true end thing, which is kind of bullshit. I wasn't super interested in that. But, you'll get different quests for different people and like hidden quests and little objectives. So you're like, oh, I'm going to go this way and discover what this is. Or maybe this time I'm going to go through this route, like these bosses. Maybe I'll get to the end. Maybe I won't. I'm still going to get some kind of progress. There's meta progression. It being in a beat 'em up format is really neat. Because it is a bit more since it isn't like the old quarter munchers where it's like a lot of bullshit where you're just gonna get totaled. It has like defense and evasion mechanics and stuff, and that's gonna be your bread and butter to make sure you keep going. It's very skill intensive still. There's cool combos and shit. It's not like an Odin Sphere where I'm gonna combo a guy for 20 days off of a fucking wall kick or something, which I really like that. But you'll get a little bit of combo. Everybody plays a little different. You got your mounts, your throwables, all that kind of crap. It's cool. If you like beat 'em ups, it's worth playing. If you like roguelites, it's worth playing. If you really don't like beat 'em ups, I would still say if you like parry defensive gameplay, give it a go. It's a little different than like the old school ones. It's got some modern touches there. If you like your beat 'em ups to have a bit more mechanical depth, you want like a lot of moves, right? You're getting closer to like a fighting game style one. You get some customization. There's the possibility for some cute moves. I don't think it really gets quite there. If you're looking for co-op roguelite, which there's not that many of, this does have that. So that is cool. But yeah, the big appeal for me is just the variants. The story, not big on it. I don't think it's like rancid, but it's very proper non-spammy. It's has this air of like gravitas to everything that I don't think it owns very well. It ends up coming across as pretentious is too much of a word for it, but kind of unearned. It ends up being a little kind of cornball. Every guy they'll walk by and oh, the air has a smell of fear tonight, or oh, the crackle of the flame, it means love, or they'll just say shit like that when they just walk by, like everything, right? It's one of those games. They just kind of say all this like deep shit, like all the time, and it's just kind of out of nowhere. Um, it's not like fucked, the generally the art and the animations are so colorful and varied that it's just interesting to see different places, but how it kind of slots into a world, what it all means, the characters, like not quite as interesting. So if you like your Hades stuff, I mean, I wouldn't play it for those elements. It does incorporate, like story beats, and it's not just full resets every time. There's a reason you can reset yourself, and it's incorporated into a bit of a plot. You don't spend a whole lot of time like upgrading yourself and shit. Maybe as much as like a Hades one if you cut the dialogue. So you do get right back out there, but it is a longer run on a lot of these, and it is more focused on like kind of getting to the end of a run. Obviously, there's like little upgrades and challenges for getting to the end with all sorts of characters and the true end and stuff, but just getting one clean clear and exploring them most of the game. There's like a percentage even how much you've explored is a good 10-20. I'd recommend it for that. Kind of like in the same vein as like a ball pit. Maybe a little less tight, but it's good. There's a reason a lot of people were talking about this one. Solid game. I don't know if it'll end up in like a best category for me. But if you're a roguelike person, I'd go for it. It's a good time. Or a beat 'em up person. It's pretty easy to recommend there. Full cider. This one actually full juice? No, it's not. Bought the full juice one. I hate these half juice. All right, so we'll move on from that. Next is Velvedek. I liked Velvedek pretty well, man. This is an RPG Maker game about um, a alcoholic knight who just his wife or his girlfriend just left him or whatever. He kind of like the head knight, sort of the right hand man, if you will, who works for the lord of this area. Um, he sees a burning building in the distance when he's waking up from it. I think he even saw in the trailer a little bit. Waking up from his depressed stupor. I mean, you kind of think about it in like I guess like a Disco Elysium thing, but so he goes and investigates, and it gets pretty wild. It is not. It is like kind of like a historical thing, but also kind of a supernatural thing. It's kind of like Hylix if you've ever played that, which is another must-play game. It's got simple RPG Maker combat. It's much more about the exploration and like the dialogue. The dialogue is like all old timey. You actually have to kind of like parse it a little bit, but it's very funny and bizarre. Oh, you can see the enemies here. There's like weird eldritch shit and like crazy stuff. Um, like in Hylix, you have is it a show about everything? Like in Hylix, you have like these wacky animations and stuff. It's cool. There's a lot of like little interesting party members, lots of little secrets, lots of orders you can go about talking to certain people in different states of the game because it's all pretty small. Like you see the world map, you can see most of it from just like one viewpoint, and you're kind of just bouncing between these areas, discovering different rooms, and it's kind of fooling around. Is um, funny how much I'm not gonna elaborate. You wouldn't know if you don't know, but yeah. So it's yeah, it's very charming, very fun to look at. This kind of like old like medieval wartime thing with like the Baron or the Lord of the Land, fighting like a neighboring country, but then there's some kind of supernatural like cult plot kind of thrown in there, and your dude is just this smiley fucking guy. Is he's got his issues, and he's not. I wouldn't call him the most honorable knight or anything. And you have like a priest who fucking follows you around everywhere, who is much more straight laced, and um, it's an interesting game. Cool atmosphere, music, and sound, and uh, simple enough combat and stuff. You will run back and heal a lot. You can generally take like a fight before you need to like heal, so there is a little bit of like backtracky to like chapels and stuff like that, especially at the end where there's a bit more combat. Generally not a big deal. Yeah, you kind of need. I mean, you read the dialogue here. Oh, this is actually in a different language. Straight up. I don't know what trailer region we got, but it is like it is old timey. It is not like they're not speaking the modern like sucking Zoomer English. It's the Queen's English, man, or whatever the fuck. It's pretty. It's in that style, but that it's kind of written knowing that and kind of playing with it and stuff, but not just for the memes. It's cool. Interesting little game. But yeah, so if you like your Hilux stuff, if you like your kind of RPG Maker games that are, RPG Maker is interesting because, unless it has a very developed combat system, it can be hard to really be noticed. I feel like through those kind of things, like usually RPG Maker games, I feel like are trying to get more noticed through crazy stories or aesthetics and stuff than like the capabilities of like the combat. That's not always the case, but I like the maybe the ease of being able to make one of these and the kinds of like more soulful art styles and stuff that'll like come from it. And, being able to just kind of make it in that engine and um look outside was another great example. Just your Hilux, all that kind of shit. It's just it's neat. it's cool seeing these, and then there's still like really good like gameplay ones out there. This kind of like subgenre of like more simple gameplay. There's still strategy. It's not like mindless or anything, but on the level of like a Hilux and about the same length too. So, pretty cool game. Can't really get too much more into it, but if the style looks cool, what does the trailer sound like? Here, I'll play some of the audio for you. Even the VOD watchers of who don't exist will hear it. A good idea to get what's going, like the tone of the game with the music. Like it's not just like a night in the olden times music or anything. Very offbeat, kind of funny game. You're essentially like a medieval detective investigating the cult where you can kill people. That's because you're a fucking knight captain or whatever. There is a fair amount of backtracking. That's about all I can say. That's a little rougher if you want to heal a lot, but I also was extremely cheap with my items. Oh, these cutscenes too are pretty slick. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways the game can kind of go. I don't know about in the finality of it all, but secrets and different orders and like little bits of loot and stuff like that you can do. Because it is such a small game world, they really play with the density there. So. But yeah, for sure. Game good. Alright, next up, Fire. So begins the last few months of mostly playing Supergiant games. Yeah, so Pyre is made by Supergiant Games, who did Bastion, Transistor before this. This game in particular is a sports ball game. You are a person who's been exiled because their ability to read to another realm, another land really far below the Commonwealth is what it's called. Since you have the ability to read, you're kind of valued in a way to be able to read a special book and read the stars and find out essentially where you go play the sports ball game for the entertainment of, I guess, the judge or the people, or not necessarily entertainment, I guess, but in a competition to earn your freedom, or a teammate's freedom. You're picked up by a team pretty quickly. You find all this out from them. You're pretty much dying, and they help you out. But the idea is you're kind of like traveling across this land, picking out little options, either to explore certain things on like a map, or get loot, or fuck around a little bit on your way to each location to verse another team who's also been exiled. Kind of learn about the world a little bit. You don't really know much as the player. Learn about the people you're with. Learn about the people you're with. Yeah, said that wrong. Kind of figure out maybe what's gonna happen to everything. What's up with the Commonwealth? It's more about the Commonwealth than anything. Get into a personal story, a political story, a lot of things story, and all told through kind of the occasional sports ball match. It's like a 3v3 thing where you can only control one guy at a time. It's not turn based. Depending on which characters you're using, they have like a strength of size of their aura to block people or speed to move around. And I wasn't big into it. I'm gonna hit you with it right there. I don't think it comes together very well. I think for me it's usually their worst game. It's probably one of their most interesting games. I will say that as far as Supergiant goes, they tend to work in the isometric action, kind of fast-paced realm. This being kind of a sports thing, and 80% of it's like a VN. I like me some VN, so I don't have a problem there. It's a mix. I think the world exploration, everything feels empty. It feels like something you're like just some diorama you're looking at, like a painting. It doesn't feel like a real place. It doesn't feel like a location. It doesn't feel as grim as it's supposed to be. The plight of the characters, especially because you can permanently remove your characters when you win, which is neat. It's a one of the only sources of like tension because you can just like, hey, this guy's really good, but like I want him in the story just to be able to leave, to move on, to go do something else with their life. Is a cool idea, but it also means a lot of these characters go somewhere very fast in the story, or they don't really um you don't really see what happens with them at all, or it's just not super well developed. This game is a proper noun vomit game. It is trying to be their largest scale game in terms of lore, in terms of scope. What's up, Somner? In terms of impact on a greater world that you're not a part of, all the people around you, all of this stuff. And it has more writing than all the other games to try to make that happen. I don't think it comes together. I think it's rare any of the characters feel really um, engaging enough. I don't feel emotional enough about a lot of them. Like I said, I think the world feels kind of lifeless. It's a little too abstracted out, a little too artsy. It doesn't feel like a place. Um, I think there's too little really choice about the travel elements. You kind of just skip around once you get going. It gets very repetitive. There is a formula that keeps getting quicker, but it's still the same formula as you go through. Um, apparently, it was originally going to be more like an Oregon Trail thing. I think that would have been better. Something you spent a lot longer traveling, learning more about people. They really cut it down. There's even an option in the game to skip the entire like explanation for like the thrust of the story. It's like they have like I feel like that little confidence in it. Um, like hey, this is supposed to be like the like main driver of the story, like what our goal is, and you could just like skip it. And it's just I mean, the gameplay is not that great. The sports ball stuff is cute. It's super abusable. If you're even halfway decent with the fast character, you could just fly in constantly and win. Because you can only control like one guy at a time. A lot of characters you just don't care about because they're easily just kind of wrecked. Like, yeah, maybe you could set up guys for like a slow game, but it just doesn't ever feel like you need to. I never lost a single fucking round. And you could restart them if you want. There's supposed to be elements of like, hey, it's okay to lose. You can just lose. Sometimes you might want to lose. You might want to let the other team go to fucking heaven or something. Never really felt that too much. Although the story doesn't even justify you versing everyone. Your team always gets to go to the champion. That's just what your team does. That's like your divine right. So you just go verse people for like no reason. And then on the way, you're not learning that much about them, anyways. And then you're not really learning much about the world because it's just not a very well thought out world, or at least not told to you in a way. Maybe they thought it out a lot, but it's not. You don't really feel it. Also, most of the stories about a place you'll never see. Like, it's okay I don't go to the Commonwealth, but like, it's all about the plight of like something else. And I don't hate the idea of that. Like, you're a small person, a more intimate viewpoint affecting something you could never quite understand, and like exploring that. Like, I'll never be there. I'll never see this. How much do I care? Do I care about it on principle? Do I care about it? Because I think there's a chance. And at the end of the day, it contrives itself a way for you to fucking do stuff. But I don't know. I think it's just kind of sloppily told. I think there's elements of cool stuff there. It's definitely their most off kilter game. Like, this is what I mean. This is like the world, right? Like, it looks colorful and crazy, but it's like, they either through the storytelling and the visuals, it just doesn't quite get there for me. I like a lot of the art of the characters. I think they are expressive enough. I think the little voice blips they do, not blips, but sounds, like with Zagreus VA, which is the composer, he does a good job on like the music guy and all that. And there's good elements there. You can tell it's a group of people who know what they're doing because each individual element feels usually. I mean, the gameplay is not maybe my favorite, but usually feels pretty good. But they just all those elements don't come together very tightly. It's definitely their low point for me. Some people really like it. Some people swear by Pyre, but yeah, I don't know. I think the novelties of the game, the are really the only thing worth thinking about there, and a lot of that's really just the letting people go mechanic. Uh, I don't know. There's a lot of other worlds you could learn about out there. A lot of other personal stories. Them trying to tie it into like a sports thing is cute, but unless you're a big Supergiant Games fan, which I think they give this game away for free with Hades a lot of the time, I don't know if it's worth time investment. It's not super long, but you could definitely get through Bastion or Transistor quicker. And I would recommend doing that first. So yeah, I don't think it was bad per se, but it's dipping closer to bad for me than it is like it's. I'll just leave it where it is. But I hope you're doing good, Somni. We're just kind of getting near the end of the list, and then I'll probably stop for the day. Do some work tomorrow, and then we'll come back. Go back through the games I thought were good, which turns out to be a lot of this year's games. I think maybe I've been too generous where I've just been playing too many good games this year, and then pick out the ones that are the cream of the crop. So we'll see. I don't think there's going to be as many cream of the crop. That's a lot of these have been like, oh yeah, that was good. And that's just kind of it. So. Just me talking a lot. Giving out. Taking little breaks here. I got some sparkly apple cider. You can taste it. It was like a million sugar. Next up, Katie. All out of order. Next up is Dead Reset. This game, dude. This movie game. An FMV game made by Wales Interactive and another name is that other like B movie kind of cheese horror stuff, I guess. It is about a guy who is in a time loop and in a facility. It's an underwater facility. They tell you in the summary, but it's like a twist in the in the game. Wow, it sounds like a lot of VNs I've read, right? His time loop can be kind of placed in different areas based on like a particular machine. What it kind of means for the game is there's just a lot of like kills where he'll kind of like adjust. You have a lot of choices, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really mean anything. There's like 4 endings. They're pretty much just variations. There's a lot of extra scenes and stuff, but it's not it doesn't really live up to the idea of, like a lot of VNs they'll do it well. Um being in a time loop and actually like being able to change things and having any agency over what's going on. The beginning probably does the most. That's more just showing you what it is. What it really is a monster horror kind of B movie slasher thing. That takes itself a touch more seriously. It tries to play it having like a romance B plot, kind of. A little bit of like Dark Rift, yeah. A little bit of an emotional kind of like, why are they here? What are you gonna sacrifice anything kind of deal. It doesn't really pull any of that off well. It is mostly about just like goofy horror stuff. It's not quite as cheesy as some stuff, so it's not really like super bad funny. Um So, but there is some bad funnies. I don't think it's terribly good. I was kind of disappointed by it. I like me some FMVTs. I generally think there's some really good FMV shit. FMV, I mean not FMV, live action stuff kind of in games or especially if it's like interwoven into like the gameplay can be kind of easy. But there are these kinds of like games where it's like you know I don't want to be super cynical about it, but it's like if these were just like a movie, you probably wouldn't think much of it at all. They wouldn't go anywhere, but because they're like on Steam as a game, and there's like very light elements of like gameplay, they get like a little bit more eyes. The standard's a little lower. I've played a lot of these little ones. There's some really neat ones. There's some that are kind of odd. Yeah, there's some cool ones like Her Story. There's some ones like Immortality that are like a little off, but they're interesting to actually try to do stuff sort of with the gameplay. There's a shit like Contradiction where it's a little bit more just kind of like funny cheese or like old FMV stuff that just incorporates elements of it. There's that one I played earlier a couple of years ago. Chick's name I can't remember. If you watch this VOD, you'll see it eventually. Where it is another like full like just movie. Death Come True is one like Kodaka where it's just like a Japanese actors kind of doing stuff. There's a couple route choices. I think it's fine. For me, it's more about experiences. I don't really care if it's particularly a game or a movie. But in the grand scheme of things, the novelties of the gameplay, I don't really think do much. They don't really do much with the gameplay, anyways. And on its own, it's not a particularly focused enough story on like either the monster stuff or the drama. I mean, there's a lot of drama, but it's all kind of forced and crappy. Um, there's some really good practical effects here and there, the monster and all that, more than you'd expect for this. The sets, they definitely feel, fake, but like, they're still cool enough. The acting is pretty decent. For me, it's this guy, the guy who just pulled him up. He was the worst part of the game at the beginning. He was so annoying. They made him so evil just on purpose. He's always pulling his fucking gun out. But by the end, I couldn't get enough of him. It was the only thing I liked about it. Because he is that. He is that the whole way through. He's like an asshole who just cannot. He's always pulling his fucking gun out. If you took a shot for the amount of times this guy pulled his gun out in this, you would be alcoholic. You would just be a fucking giant glass of alcohol. It's like it's so funny, and he goes from being like a giga asshole to like kind of like a good guy, but still kind of an asshole. It's like one of the few variations by the end of it, and it's not super well done. I can't remember his name, but it was part of what was fun about it. It is like the only thing about this. I'm gonna put on notable here. The guy who pulls his gun out a lot. I don't know. Dead Reset. I don't want to just say it was like one of the worst. It's like on the fringe, right? Like it's not really like truly shit. It's not like, oh my god, this is so annoying to watch, or like this is so just dull. Like it's, I've seen a lot of time loop stuff. I've seen a lot of like sci-fi, evil doctor crap, monster movie stuff. As like a VN reader too, it's like you get a lot of these elements. This is in the most superficial way, like it's Sumitome. It's used pretty much just for like trailer appeal. Um, it's so underutilized that that those elements just kind of hurt it. Otherwise, it's just kind of going through sort of typical beats, and it's not a very interesting emotional story. I don't know. I kind of want to put it as like a worst. I think that's too mean to it. I totally get this maybe not being quite that bad. I think they're definitely it could be way shittier. Like, I mean, it could be the sets and the acting and all that, but it really just doesn't have an interesting story. Even the monster's not around beating their ass enough, right? Despite having some craft here and there, cute ideas, it just doesn't do much. I mean, this guy's real. It's the whole thing. This dude pulling his gun out. I can't remember his name. Does it show it on his fucking chest? It's just Slade, dude. Oh my god, Slade, man, my guy Slade. That is it. That is all I care about in this fucking. That was all the laughs we got out of it, and I don't even think they meant it to be that way. No, and it's so bad. It's good way. It's cute. It's fine just to play through, but overall, it's not. It's not good. Just go watch a movie that's like some old cheese movie or something. I don't know. I feel bad kind of railing on it because there's clearly like a lot of like effort, probably a little budget going into these areas. I think they do a good enough job. I just think they needed to go back to the storyboard on the writing. So, anyways, we're getting very close. Hitting stuff that I just did. Um, Speaking of Super Giant, finally decided, because I wanted to do Hades, we did Pyre. So I finally got around to the roguelite ever. The one. I think it lived up. I think it was really good. I don't know about it was like the best one I've ever. There's so many that do so many different things, but I quite liked Hades 1. Um, I think it was very charming. I think what it does with trying to incorporate story and the idea, the concept, the setting of the story was really cool. Um, I have an aversion to like quirky fucking like Marvel humor. Um, I think this sometimes gets close, but generally does a really good job of having most characters feel human while still having a balance between intimate family drama and comedy. I generally liked going up to every NPC, learning about them, kind of exploring their relations with him. Granted, I think, in the 30 hours I played it, I wish you could have unlocked a little bit more of the do to kind of go farther in with some of them, but that is supposed to be part of the appeal of like a really long 100-hour 100%. But um, no, it is not a get it done in 10-15 hours like a ball pit or an Absalom, but I think it stayed much more interesting for much longer than those two. Granted, ball pit, I mean, it was just done. That was the whole point, right? And it's good to know when you've kind of hit your stride. But yeah, I really enjoyed all the dialogue. It was really charming. That was fun. It was a cute way to kind of contextualize resetting Iran. It was a game that you could tell was early access in a good way, where it was felt like everything was kind of polished. They really thought about a lot of little extra features and reasons to kind of get you to go back and run and how to space a lot of it out and the speed at which you're like upgrading and all that. Yeah, they were obviously really good at like action, isometric action, top-down combat from the Transistor, Bastion days. So them coming back and kind of going for a speedy thing. This one's very fast, faster than Hades 2. Different combat, but um, it's very satisfying. It's very snappy. That's one of its strengths. Is it's just you're in it, you're fucking going, you're through a run in like 30 fucking minutes, or you're not. Lots of different weapon types, different aspects you can unlock that kind of really change how they go. The hammer system, which completely changes um, how each weapon is, and then that can kind of change how your boons synergize. Not every boon's great. Boons are like specific Greek gods' powers. I try to make a lot of different builds work. Generally, I could. Um, some of them are a little harder, or they needed too many things to get activated. That goes for both games. But yeah, I think there's enough variety in there that if you're just wanting to get through the story, um, you're well serviced by it. I think my biggest problem maybe was like it could have used a little bit more bosses, maybe a different little route, which the second game does have. but it's still a lot of fun just going through those anyways. They do have a few extra hidden bosses. You can crank up the heat and get different versions of the bosses that are already there, and they can be very different, right? Like you can get like 3 bosses at once, or different arenas, or like totally different outfits where they're doing all sorts of shit, or new phases like on Hades and stuff. A lot of little mini bosses. It's not really the type of roguelite where you are going to all of a sudden become like a nuclear bomb, or flying around and you're like some fucking wolf man with like 20 arms or something. It's not like that type where it's like all of a sudden the luck turns this into a completely different game. You're going to be playing that general Hades the whole way through. Um, Depending, like I said, on the aspect and the hammers, it might. It's going to be more different than like an Absalom, but you're not going to be playing like a different game. So don't go in expecting that level of transformation between each run. But it's more than enough to stay interesting, and they give you enough nuance and how you can customize it. Some aren't as good. I would say probably the boon stuff in the second one, it all ends up a lot better there. But yeah, it's cool. The difficulty is definitely one thing. Once you start winning, you just kind of keep winning. Because there's only so many bosses. Once you get a feel for them, you can just kind of win without much, especially because it is a roguelite. It is not a full reset, kind of like your Isaacs and FTLs, or like your real roguelikes, your Caves of Cud and your hack, not dot hack, net hacks and all that kind of stuff. But those are like 20, 30 hour games, and then you could just lose, with a lot more like systems, and you really have to learn like how the entire world works, right? This is more of a, they expect you to kind of finish it with the help of like upgrades. It helps make it not feel as shitty, maybe. Where you get upgrades, you keep getting better, you keep getting more story. Yeah, I think they contextualize well. I think it feels good. It's fast. It's effective at it. I enjoyed it. I thought it lived up to the hype for me. I mean, I didn't want to play for like 100 something hours. There's not many things I do. Just post certain points, want to just never stop. Neon White, I did. That was that. I mean, I do it sometimes. But I knew I was gonna be playing Hades too, so I didn't want to overdo it, which was good because I got tired of fucking. Best I didn't overdo the first one. Yeah, it's just good. There's some wacky enough stuff. I think it really holds up. Liked it pretty well. I think the standout for me. I mean, this got really clean gameplay, really solid feel. That's what most of the game is. But there's a lot of roguelites with good gameplay of different types, right? Maybe not exactly this gameplay, but pretty easy to find about 10 million different fucking games with solid, gameplay that are roguelites, right? So I think the story stuff, how fully featured it is, stuff like your soundtracks, all the little elements they have because of probably the budget they can do, how successful their early access was, I think is where it kind of really sets itself apart, right? With Absalom, they're going for like Hades thing. I was good for like 10 hours. Good game, really good game. If you like Hades, play Absalom, but I was good, right? Like, it only has so many ways to kind of pace it and keep it super interesting in the long term. This one does a better job, I think, of keeping that core gameplay entertaining enough for longer. But I still feel like the stuff like the story and the charm is really what kind of kept it. It was always good. It was always like I was like nice to die. I was like, oh, I just gonna go listen to some more people blab. It's not for everybody. It's kind of this like bureaucracy, family intimacy kind of thing, but with Greek gods. It's not just like Greek gods are like in a musical, or Greek gods are like in a subway and it's like a sitcom or something. Not that that's necessarily bad, but it's actually them as Greek gods. It's not poking fun necessarily at it. It's about like, kind of using them and playing with the myths a little bit in terms of personality, but it's not just they're all evil, it's all shit. It's exploring all sorts of little elements and people of like Greek mythology, your Cassianic, however you say it, gods, Nyx, and their adherence to like fates and all that kind of shit. And it's cool. I think the first one, especially because the idea of the story is he just wants to get the fuck out of Hades so he can go find his mom, means that the scale is low enough where generally you're like a nuisance to some people, or it's kind of like a family squabble. So you'll still be talking to the bad guy, like Hades, I guess, if you even consider him a bad guy. And, you're kind of a pain for like your friends who are also people who have a fucking job to do there. And maybe they're completely sympathetic, or they're kind of just like whatever about it, or they just, don't have anything to think about what you're trying to do. You're just kind of trying to break your way out. And, it's the people who live there in Hades and stuff and how it's all going. And you kind of uncover a little bit of a plot, which I think by the end of it, the main story's like, it's fine. It's not crazy, but it means they can tell you a more unique story with a lot more human characters that have a lot more different um, feelings on a particular matter. Not that the second game couldn't do that, but I think it doesn't. Spoilers for Hades 2, not literally, but like for what I'm going to talk about, it does a much poorer job of owning its setting because it's not as unique. They don't do as great a job of exploring characters that have more serious shit going on, have more raw, things, or more antagonistic. And I feel like they also try to kind of explore a lot of the same things, just more poorly, like the family stuff. little, little kind of read between the lines on the Hades stuff for Hades 2 before we get to it, but we'll get there when we get there. All right, but yeah, overall, really good. If you like roguelites, it's a must play. If you don't like any roguelites, you like maybe there's a party that thinks that they could be good. I would say I'd recommend Hades. If you don't like Hades, I don't know. You're probably just not at roguelites. Maybe you'd like more roguelike type of shit, like full resets, or maybe it's like a different genre. But definitely one of the best for a reason. Maybe not necessarily for everybody. It was cool. Anyways, Routine. Routine is the game that was being made since the dawn of fucking time. Been remade multiple times on different engines. It was in production for like 15 fucking years or some shit. I don't even know. Obviously not straight. This is not a game that feels like 15 years straight of game time. I don't know why people say that stupid shit. I think it's just dumb. Obviously, they had issues. Obviously, there's like maybe breaks, or they had to redo it, or it changed. I mean, this is not a game that has 15 years of content. It's about 5 fucking hours long. um, yeah, it's regardless, whatever. It came out. Everybody expected it to be horrible. It used to be a roguelite, I think. It was supposed to be like roguelite space station kind of randomized thing. It is now think more Alien Isolation, but like a lighter version of that. You're generally avoiding boogeymen, hiding in like places, more natural places. It's not just like lockers and stuff. I mean, I guess kind of like Alien then. When it was first being advertised, a lot of that was a bit more unique. Funny enough, now there's stuff that's kind of done it. Maybe even been stuff that's been inspired by it. For it to finally come out and kind of feel a little bit more done that is kind of interesting. But the big appeal for me is the cassette feature look, kind of like Alien, the actual Alien, the old one. And how hands off it generally is. It's a lot of you looking at like your tool and like fucking with it and learning how that works based on like environmental stuff and how you interact with it. It's you being able to like move just little bits and like get really low and hide under like random shit. I don't think they use that super well, but it's really promising at the beginning. It feels like it's going to be very like immersive, very, like in real life, I might just like peek a little and kind of like move weird and hide under like funky shit and kind of think about the place as an actual space, not just there's the Heidi locker or here there's the Heidi desk, and I just am in like a state of like invisibility or something, right? Like something that feels like you're really there. And um, yeah, I think the aesthetics are great for that. I mean, it looks really good. It just has a particular art style that when you're running around, you know, look. And I don't even know if the trailer's an amazing job of showing it all off, but um, yeah, the artist did a great job there. That like kind of retro cassette thing going on um, is really clean. All the enemy designs are pretty wild. And like I said, the tools you use in the space station and shit. It's like it's a moon station or whatever. But overall, though, I thought it was kind of right. Um, I don't know if I'd say it's bad. It was definitely better than you would expect. Um, I think the story, while it tries to do some cute shit, um, I don't think quite gets there. It tries to be very minimalistic and kind of tell like a mysterious, piece it together, deep kind of thing. I don't think it quite works out. It's not terribly. I mean, like once you piece together some of it, it's kind of cute after the fact, talking about it. But I don't think it tends to really come out like terribly strong. Um, there's not really a whole lot of like environmental storytelling that I find super interesting either. Like yeah, it is like a fucked up station and the people are all kind of missing and stuff. So like there is cute stuff there, but I wasn't like enthralled in the world um for any kind of narrative reason. It was really just the visuals, the vibe, um the sound, which I think the sound's good, but if you're like me and you like preserving your hearing, um I did think the mixing was something that kind of stood out as a little shitty. Maybe that's just me as someone who's streaming who doesn't like their ears to get blown out. Um, or I'm not on like a speaker system or something. A lot of the time, you couldn't adjust the sound individually. It was just like a one set amount. So like whenever the action was on, it was like double, triple the volume. It was really fucking. It definitely made you startle, maybe more scared. But it meant that usually I'd have to turn it down enough to protect my fucking ears. That I didn't get to hear a lot of the really juicy environmental noise, and that's something a lot of people were really positive on. So, I mean, if you do play it, maybe try to find a way to kind of hear more of that than I did, even at the cost of your hearing. I don't know. Um, but yeah, I mean, generally, there's a few cute little puzzles. They don't tell you what everything is. I mean, they might tell you like an objective if you go check like certain areas, but you kind of got to look around each area and parse it. They're generally pretty gamey little like small areas. It doesn't feel like you're lost in a big space station. Like they're pretty like set chunks where you like will travel to them through like a train or like a moonwalk or something. You know what the world, the what you're doing is. It's not a walking sim. There's a little bit more going on gameplay wise than that. You can shoot. I pretty much never did. It's a one shot game, it's a manual save game, so you can get fucked on that front. But I don't know. If you like space horror, I would say give it a look. If you like interesting art styles, I would say give it a look. Um if you're hoping to get something with meaning, something emotional, regardless of how much actual plot there is, I don't think it's really got anything going on there. Um, it's not terribly meaty either, but it's enough to see a cool art style. It's worth it for that alone. But I call it good. It's better than like Pyre. I mean, they're kind of not that they're technically in the same category for me. But like I'm looking at these other ones, like really is good. I don't know. Do I want to call it good? I think it's notable. Well, it's short. It is kind of annoying. It's super immersive for a bit, but they underutilize a lot of the coolest immersion elements. I'm just gonna leave it, but I'll. Excellent. I mean, it's a little too much. Excellent art style worth playing, being, or alone. I think it's a notable thing about it. It's really cool art and immersion, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I almost want to put as good. It definitely would not be more than that. Like it's my bag in a certain way, but it just really doesn't do enough. I also feel like, a lot of people have more issues with the second half than I do, but I don't find that part, well, it's a little more spooky, to really have as interesting of an art style going on, especially for what kind of story they're telling. I'm gonna leave it. I think it's cool. I think it's better than what would be expected. I would say, you know, maybe give it a try if it even looks somewhat interesting. I'm maybe being a little unfair too. Maybe I'll rethink it. I don't care. Maybe listen to the VOD for the game. I mean, maybe I have a totally different take at the end. That's a more accurate take. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Oof. Um. So big Metroid guy. Huge Metroid guy. I really love Metroid. Metroid Prime, most of the 2D ones, some of my faves. They're just really fucking good. I like 2. I like 3. Maybe not as much as 1, but I like them. So I was looking forward to this. Obviously, this game went through dev hell. Um, Namco Bandai was making it. It got canceled. Then Retro was making it again. That's who made the originals, the original Metroid Primes, which are the first person Metroid games here. And they were on the GameCube and the Wii before this. So, I mean, obviously, it's been a really long time since they've made them. They did do a remaster of the first one. They hadn't made a game since Tropical Freeze, which is one of the best 2D platformers ever, in my opinion. They hadn't really missed. They had made a game a long time. This came out and I don't think it's bad outright, but I also think it's pretty underwhelming. A lot of what it tries to do that's new is shit and is not a good idea. The rest it tries to do is pretty stock for Metroid Prime, which is fine. But because I feel like the fundamentals of some of the level design and all of the stuff they did put in that is bad are there, it kind of cuts into, you're kind of looking for something more. You're like, okay, how are they gonna like up the ante maybe a little bit? And instead of doing that, which they don't necessarily have to, they just put in a lot of shit that just brings it down. And then on top of that, like the actual exploration and moving between the zones, not only undercut by their new shit, but like it's just not that awesome in the first place. I mean, they technically do new shit. You have psychic powers or whatever. In the base gameplay, I mean, they do extra shit they bolt on, like the bike and this fucking story. But yeah, the psychic powers feel very underutilized. You think with psychic powers, you're gonna be grabbing missiles and throwing them, or like throwing the occasional guy. Maybe not constantly, but like doing little stuff like that. I'm playing around with that. That feels like it could just kind of fit. You don't do any of that. Psychic really just means you're gonna slowly open doors you're gonna do like a beetle thing from Skyward Sword where you like slowly control a shot occasionally, and it's not really that snappy. It's kind of, I mean, it's fine, but it's not like, it isn't an interesting enough thing in its own right. So the psychic stuff is kind of underutilized. The stuff they bolt on, I'm talking about, that's kind of weak is the open world section. For fuck's sakes, these open world sections. Klitz is right, bro. We gotta stop this shit. These fucking open worlds, man. Somebody stop them. Um, this is a much more compact open world, I suppose. It's very devoid of anything, but you essentially ride around on a little bike. It's like the desert, and then there's like 4 spokes, and then I guess the starting one too. There's like 5 spokes, right? And those are the different areas of the game. And in between, to get to these areas, and they give you many reasons you have to come back through these areas. A lot of them are really forced and shitty. You just ride through like an empty desert on your bike. Which in itself, maybe it could be relaxing or kind of atmospheric. It's not terribly. It just kind of slows the pace down. But really, the bigger sin is that there's these little green crystals in this desert that are just kind of strewn around at random. And if you drive into them, it kind of just adds it to like a vial, and you have to kind of fill this vial to actually beat the game to a certain amount. And it requires a good bit. I didn't have any issues because I was just doing 100% anyways. I've seen people who skip getting these things because, frankly, they're pretty fucking boring, and they have to sit there and like grind for a couple hours, dude, at the end of the game to do this shit. And it's just a bad idea. They're not interesting. It's not like in the first game, even some people have a problem with that, where you go back through the areas, like go find the keys to get into the Ridley thing. It's like, that's a reason to go back, clean up stuff with all of the, equipment, and like see all the little secrets. Maybe, individually, there's something to do to get those things, clues and shit. And this is just like, it's just such an odd idea. The justification for a lot of it is just dull. There's not much freedom. They say there is, but then you have to go to this one place first, and then you have to go to this other place next. I don't despise it, but it is not interesting. If you were ever to replay it, it'd be one of those things where you're like, oh, well, okay, I guess I gotta do all the driving, whatever, but here it is. You have to pay to listen to music on an amiibo when you're out there. Granted, it probably feels like it was probably just supposed to be a quiet thing where you just listen to like the sound of the bike and shit, but that doesn't go down good anyways. I liked the suit. I'll say that. Kind of like bike suit thing. The other suit kind of feels like it's just right out of Echoes, but I like that. There's a positive. Yeah. Outside of that, the other thing they graphed on that's kind of shit is like the story. There's a lot of NPCs in this. A lot of quirky ones. Some that are just like playing at having they're pretentious. They're deeper than they are. Kind of like annoying. There's a lot of NPCs of all sorts of different personalities. I don't think they add anything to the atmosphere. I think having Federation people is fine. There's Federation guys who die in Echoes. There's Federation guys who are alive and talking to you, and the corruption. It can be okay with the right dose, with the right dialogue. In this, I don't think it adds much. They're a part of most of the gameplay. There's escort quests. The final boss, you can lose in like a second if you don't revive your teammates, and they can just get clocked. I watched a guy who'd already beaten the game, like, finish it again to see the 100% thing, and he like lost like 8 times because he didn't know the NPCs just got fucked. It has stuff like that. Because Samus is stoic and doesn't say much, which I like, and I guess I would have left it that way, but because they talk to her a lot, she comes across less cool and stoic in this, and more like she's probably got like an issue, like she's You got like maybe some kind of social issue, which is what it is, but like that's not what they're going for. So it's just a little odd. There's a little too many happy-go-lucky people talking in a lot of different ways to her, and she's just kind of there. And I'm not saying she needed to say something. I'm just saying they probably could have changed how people interacted. They just kind of like talk at her. They kind of exposit. They kind of just exist to just fill the airwaves or tell you what to do sometimes. Not as bad as a lot of AAA stuff. The NPC stuff, I don't think it adds much. I don't think it's like the worst thing ever, but it's just like a why? I don't get much out of it. To even get some of your upgrades, you have to come back to these guys at the camp and drive through the desert to just have them make you the upgrade the same way every time. It's rough, but there are some good elements in this. The same composer comes back, does a pretty great job. There's not every track's great. They mix it up a little bit more than the old ones, which is cool. I think for a new one, why not? So that's nice. It's still got like a unique soundtrack. You know, Prime's got a very different soundtrack. So it was cool hearing that again. I think the artists are generally pretty good. The animations on a lot of the enemies, the way the bosses move and look, and the HUD, how it moves, and how crispy the game generally just looks and runs and stuff is nice. The environments look really good when they do have a lot of set pieces and like crazy moments, because most of the levels are purely linear, like straight up about straight lines. If some of them aren't, it just seems that way. And I mean, every Metroid game, technically, you have to go from one thing to the other thing. But usually there's a bit of like a complexity of trying to find where that one place is, and then an ability to kind of backtrack and get like loot and stuff. This is very much linear. So that means you kind of, it's a little more kind of dull, repetitive on that front. You're not getting much out of like agency or exploration. I mean, by the end, you will go back through all these to like explore them to get the loot, and they do have you go back to this one area like 3 or 4 times. They specifically tell you to get like some upgrades, but they just kind of rely a lot on like elevators or like warps to like certain areas instead of like naturally layering the whole thing in like cool ways to explore it. But yeah, because of that linearity, they kind of need to rely a little bit more on like, you know, set piece stuff. Granted, there's a lot of cool stuff. Sadly, a lot of it has to do with NPCs, but the artists are great. And the HUD and just how everything moves and stuff is cool. So I don't know. I'm going way into too much stuff. That's gonna happen for these last few just because I just fucking played them. But and Metroid Prime was a big deal. I think this is the last Metroid Prime game. I fear for Retro. I don't know what they're up to next. There's clearly like some people who know what they're doing there. There's some craft in this. There like I said, there's some visual stuff. There's enough little feel on some of the gameplay. I don't know if they felt like they had to do something new and they didn't know what. I don't know if Nintendo wanted them to like include more, or you know, the person who fucking forced them to do the writing possibly. It's can't remember his fucking name. He did it with the some of the other Prime or the other Metroid games. His Japanese name, I can't remember his name, but I don't know if it was that. I don't know if they thought they needed like an open world gimmick. I don't know. Like clearly they like thought enough about, or I don't know if they were like they wanted to keep it very close to Metroid Prime, but then like just kind of add extraneous systems on it. But then they kind of fucked up the level design anyways. I don't know. I think if they did another one, there's a real chance these same people could like really clean it up and do like something kick ass. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think this is it. I think Metroid Prime is not a big enough moneymaker. It was probably even made because of just like we wanted more really critical games because it's a critical darling. Like most Metroid games, most of them are good. I mean, Other M came out and it killed the fucking series for like whatever. Right? I mean, it's mostly around because it is something they can add to like the portfolio, add to the console, and show off that like, hey, we got mature stuff. it's really good that people really like. You know, it might not sell a shitload, but like it's a big deal. Prime 4 kind of had that like Prime kind of has that what do you want to call it? The class, but prestige, you know, kind of vibe to it, or it's just like a quality thing. I think this puts a chip in that enough where they might see dollar signs being more of a big deal, and I don't think this kind of works with that. So I'm curious what's gonna happen with retro. They had made something a long time. I think they were working on like an RPG that never came out. Maybe that's something to do with the dialogue. I don't know. Um, I hope they get another chance. They've made some of my favorite games ever. That are very different genres, but it's also like I don't even know if the same people work in there anymore. I got a little squeak because my throat's dying, but we'll see. Where I'm gonna set it right now is just kind of here. It's not rancid. I could see the writing on the wall. I think a little bit going into it. Um, from even the earliest trailer, something just kind of felt a little off. So I wasn't like super just like destroyed. You know, they play enough. You know, some people this is like their worst game of the year. I don't think they play a whole lot of games. I don't think they play a whole lot of shitty games either, which is good for them. I don't think it's that bad. There is good enough things here. It was fun to just run through, despite some issues, despite some things I really wish for in a certain way. It was disappointing in that you could see like Metroid Prime really working out with the right people, but it's very hard to get right. I don't think even 2 or 3 gets it totally right. It's really like Metroid Prime 1 for me is king. And I feel like that might just be the right people with the right skill at the right time. It's hard to recreate that like clean level design and the pacing and you know all the right atmosphere and stuff. And you know we're in a different time too. So yeah, the palette for it these days, I don't know. So I'm just gonna leave it there. It's fine. It's not rancid, but play all of the other ones first, and then only then maybe give Prime 4 a shot. Hey, we're about done. We're about done for today. We'll come back, like I said, and go through the good ones more quickly, pick out the best. Uh, Tomorrow after work. I'm not gonna kill my voice anymore today. So, anyways, look outside. This was an excellent fucking game, dude. This was a kick-ass game. Uh, Super good. I don't know. This one's an all timer for sure for me. RPG Maker. What are the chances another all timer RPG Maker? Uh, so look outside. The idea is, well, it is an RPG Maker game. This one has a little bit more combat than a lot of RPG Maker stuff these days. It's a little bit more gameplay. You know, there's a little bit more punishing, like you know, time to do stuff and things that can happen to you and things that can get fucked up. It's not like a Fear and Hunger, but you know, there is like a tension to it, I guess. But anyways, the idea is that you wake up and you have this desire to look out the window, and then well, this happens. You fucking like explode. And then your neighbor says, "Hey, don't look outside." You look outside, something happens to you. So the idea is there's something out there. Who knows what? Something, someone, some just an existence. Maybe alive, maybe not. I don't know. You'll have to play to find out. Um, Out there that if you view it, you experience it in any way through a video, through a picture, story, specifically, you know, you will be changed. It's something unknowable, something beyond what you could imagine. It's eldritch. It's like an eldritch kind of idea, right? Where there's things beyond us out there or concepts that are so fucked that they will essentially just unravel you in a way, right? It's kind of what they're playing with. The idea is you were exploring this apartment, your apartment building, and some of the surrounding bits. Kind of just seeing like what surviving, seeing what the fuck's happening, trying to figure that out. What the hell's going on with everybody around you? How that affects literally the fucking like ground you're standing on to like the people, and it is extremely fucking detailed. The amount of sprites in just a single you're getting sprites, unique sprites for every move they do as they come up. They all have like multiple layers of like attack sprite things happening. They're all like every I don't think there's like maybe a couple repeat enemies. There's like fucking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fucking enemies. All super creative, usually playing around some theme of who they were, like they're a gardener, they're fucking messy, or they liked telescopes, so they're like a fucking telescope monster, and there's so much fucking music. Scare chord plays, yeah. There's a psychotic amount of art that is all really fucking good, and music. And it's another early access, or not early access success type of thing, but like they updated it over time because it had success. Like you could just tell it's like they just kept adding like stuff. The guy who does the art, he fucking streams. He's just still making fucking art for it. This game had its final update, and then they just fucking updated it some more. There's stuff I've probably not even seen they've added in. Just the amount of like different party members that could happen, the amount of like you could go be in like so many specific game states that allow special events. What's up, Bruce? Good to see you. Yeah, I mean the indies always are, but yeah, I had a lot of AAA is definitely. I mean, keeps dipping, but yeah, indies for me this year where it was at. We'll see tomorrow for sure. I'll have to write down all the dates for stuff I played, and we'll see what were all the 2025 ones. I'll do that tomorrow. My throat's about to fucking explode, but I agree. Yeah, I mean, indies always are, but yeah, especially this year. Yeah. I have watched so much extra shit on this game, and I'm just like baffled by the amount of like little details. We're talking extremely specific game states that have like full dialogue, unique assets for specific people's quests that require specific other people to even be in your party for specific things to happen. Like, there's so much, and like it's one of the joys of fucking RPG making. They can just kind of put out a lot more detail like that. Obviously, just the raw passion. I'm not saying like any RPG maker, but like there's just so much little things. You just so much things to see in a run, so much things you won't see. It's cool, it's fine that they pull off the Eldritch thing so well without being like just the typical bullshit where it's just like Cthulhu or something running around, outside or some bullshit. The level of fucking creativity and awesome music for every one of these scenarios, that the combat's still pretty fun. It's not like the strongest part of it, but because it has these survival horror elements to it, what you want to spend your time doing and upgrading and equipping and where all these things are, and the hard modes that change like fucking all the enemy. They have like new stuff coming out of them, and unlock stuff. And I mean, they've got something for everybody. They got, you can play it more gameplay oriented. It can be more exploratory. It can be a bit of both, and they will like facilitate it all really well. Secrets out the ass, extra endings out the ass. Really fucking cool story. Really funny fucking game. Really fucked up fucking game too. Um, the writer's the same writer who did. I think it was the writer who did fucking like uh Charles Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. There's like Katana Zero people working on this. it's just fucking it's a kick ass fucking. It's crazy good. Uh, Super great. Up my alley, because I mean, probably I think in the history of fucking mankind, this might be the most impressive body horror display. It really is. Like the amount of insane creative body horror is wild, man. I am like, there's a fucking guy fused to a car, and I'm like getting sucked into his fucking car, and I'm like fighting the fucking steering wheel as I'm being like driven into fucking hell. And there's like dance music going, and it's crazy, man. Like there's just so much insane shit. And it's still really fun, and there's still so much detail. It's not just about the fucking wild like roller coaster trip. It's crazy. This game is really fucking good. Um, I wish it was more popular because the tower gets millions of views. It's like a few thousand. I see some biggies. That's crazy. I always thought it was like big enough. I don't know. Maybe the big streamers I watch on Twitch are just these kind of people. I mean, I generally do watch a lot of horror game people. So they all played this, right? Like Hunger and all that shit. But yeah, I hope. I mean, I think it's one of those that'll just survive. There's a lot of really, yeah. I mean that he can quit his job and like focus on his next. That's awesome. I think this is one of those games where it's like the quality is just so fucking good that it'll just keep churning. I mean, it has to. I mean, granted, there's some really amazing games that like nobody fucking knows about that I've played. Like it does happen, but I think there's enough here, and I think there's enough appeal because of like the raw creativity, the writing, the body horror and stuff. That I think that is just appealing to a lot of people. Anyways, I mean, obviously this isn't like gonna be like some Call of Duty game. Um, but yeah, I mean, in terms of like it's gonna be like Undertale or something, it's probably too fucked up for that, right? Your grandma ain't playing Look Outside. I mean, it is a bit more of a trying game. The combat isn't easy. You do have to put in a little effort. There is like a stress element to like the amount of time you have and like all that stuff. Yeah, exactly. Among Us did. Um, yeah, I don't know. To me, I mean, it's a popular enough indie, but uh, you know, that's because of. I mean, I play a lot of stuff that's truly like actual duds, right? Like nobody is quitting their job. They probably are done making games. So I mean, it seems like a success to me, but I mean, in terms of like getting to be like Hades big or something, I mean, I hope so. It's really good. Um, but yeah, it's a really fucking cool game, man. Like I like the story. I like how they handle the cosmic fucking scale of shit. I like some of the little emotional bits. How just everybody feels kind of human in a way. How they're just kind of like fucked up by this shit. Sometimes it's just fucked and nasty and like sad, and sometimes it's just like funny. Like the guy who fuses with his like fucking furry suit. It's like, all right, champ, and then you're like cutting him in, and he's like, as he goes through the game, different pieces of him become like monsters and shit. He's like, okay, dude, just a shit like that. Like you're getting new skills by playing like fucking video games and all this little shit. There's little elements that maybe miss here and there, like there could have been more social media stuff, but I mean, they just keeps updating it. They just keep adding stuff. I mean, it's a people who played it 8 months ago. It's a different game. It's I don't even go watch content from the old version because it's just so much fucking different. I'm like, I just want all the crazy shit I saw, right? So I just want to go watch a fucking run of a cursed mode. But yeah, it's just really good. Um, but yeah, definitely what Bruce said. Definitely, as usual in year of indies. I mean, indies are always king, but some really strong stuff. God damn it, indies! This fucking keyboard. Yeah, this will definitely be in one of the best games of the year. But we're doing that tomorrow. Yeah, I really recommend Look Outside. I don't want to tell you much more than I already have. But if you can handle turn-based combat, it's not piss easy. It's not the most complicated combat system. It's a lot about consumables and kind of rolling with the punches. Who you get to, you got, and you just always kind of do that. You're incentivized to not save super often for extra XP. You got plenty of time to do stuff. You want to see like everything you can. That isn't just like like you literally can't technically see everything. There's just stuff that you can only do one thing for. You'll just never know the knowledge. But realistically, in like one playthrough, it'll be a little tight on time, casually. But if you just want to like play it, just get through it. Don't worry about the time stuff too much. You'll be just fine. Just kind of enjoy it. You know me, I'm a super slow player, and I was fine. You can make some branch saves to do some stuff. That's part of the fun, is just watching other people do other shit, and it's really neat. I mean, you're gonna see a lot of the same big beats, of course. You don't just skip like major dungeons, but yeah, it's cool. Yeah, and that's what's really neat is the cursed mode stuff. It's like I talk about the gameplay, but on cursed mode, like it really will put you through the ringer from what I've seen. New phases and new ways to do stuff, and party members require more things to like get, and like it's not just like a little like stat change. It's really impressive. So it's cool, man. Made by a small group of peeps. Pretty kick ass. Definitely play it. My voice is starting to explode because I had a rough night last night. My mouth was very dry when I woke up. I don't know if I was snoring or what. And usually my voice goes out during these end of the year streams anyways because I just talk so much. I'm totally fine to keep talking about Look Outside, but I'm gonna talk about a little bit of other stuff too. As we talk about that, I won't bring up much more on my. And it's still a cursed lumpy mode. Sam is still possible. Guy spins the game like that. Crazy. Yeah, I watched a guy who did solo items only. He didn't get through the final boss. Maybe he has now. But like kind of seeing them go through like just doing items. With the straight jacket was pretty cool. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Maybe there is somebody who's actually doing that crazy now. That was a while ago. So I'll have to check it out. I'd like to see speedruns for it and stuff. Yeah. Terminator 2D No Fate. Terminator 1's better in 2D, or Terminator 2. Thought you guys would know that as I talk about this. I like T2. I think it's good. I don't think it's the best action movie ever, and I don't think it's the best Terminator. But so I don't have like psychotic amounts of nostalgia for this, but I do like Terminator. Only Terminator 1. I think the rest suck ass, but yeah, the motorcycle chase is it. Well, the thing is, Terminator 2D No Fate is an adaptation of Terminator 2. It is the movie plus some prequel shit and alternate endings. It is just the movie. It's all the big moments in the movie. With the music, they don't show Arnie's face. He's just like a robot. That's about the only thing. I guess that was a little too expensive or something. But they got everything else, which is interesting. Yeah, so this is kind of like a Contra run and gun-ish thing. It's mixed depending on who you're playing. Like, so Sarah Connor's got run and gun parts, but she's also got stealth parts. There's beat 'em up parts when you're just playing like Arnie. There's car chases. You see kind of the whole fucking game right here. The game is like an hour long. It's really short. I played through it twice, doing different routes. You get a couple different variations on levels, a few different endings. For the most part, not super different. I didn't do the third route. It's all very related branches, anyways. But yeah, if you like Terminator 2, you like run and gun, it is way overpriced, but it's pretty cool. This is made by the Xenocrisis devs. Yeah, the art's really nice. That they have so many little different gameplay styles. Oh, okay, yeah, I gotcha. It's law to have it, yeah, for sure. Please wrap it up. I am about to. My throat hurts. We'll do the rest tomorrow, but I'm gonna finish up what we got today. But yeah. So Terminator 2, Dino Fate. If you like Terminator, especially like T2, it's a neat, like modern game adaptation of this. This just came out. Ooh, fiber. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Fuck Spectrum. Yeah, I don't have issues with my fiber. Unless the whole thing goes out, but it's not spotty. It's great. So that'll be cool. And it's cheaper for me. So. But yeah. So it's cool. It's not really reinventing the wheel on run and gun. It doesn't feel like the best, but it feels good still. It's definitely a lot about like nostalgia and kind of just kicking ass and stuff. I got George Thorogood music and all sorts of crap like that in it. It's pretty faithful on that front. The little alternate takes on the story, the prequel stuff, the epilogue stuff, was also cute. Just kind of a reason to have a few more missions. Yeah, very reverent to the source material. Like I said, it's no Blazing Chrome. It's not anything like that. Like, it's got the stuff from the movie, but it's not like, as over the top and as crazy and as fun as like a lot of other action run and guns. But yeah, if you like Terminator 2, it's there. I think its biggest problem is that it is, like I said, like an hour long. It is old school nonsense, and that it's like $40. I would wait for a deep sale unless you are just a fucking T2 slut. You gotta have your T2. Then you're gonna get this anyway. It's good, but not like amazing. Mainly because of the price. All right. Ooh, this was an excellent game. I really liked Ooh. Very cool puzzle platformer Metroidvania thing. You play as a little dude. You go out, you leave your house to go somewhere, and you get eaten by a giant fucking bird. Let me play some music because it's very whimsical. If we can even hear much of it. This is like the fucking. Is this trailer just actually like the first level? Oh, it's like an itch.io trailer. Well, the idea is that there's like this kind of motif to the music, and it'll like, kind of like adjust depending on which area you're in. You're inside of like a giant bird. And it's just all, I mean, it's not like gore or anything. It's just all sorts of weird different levels and stuff. When you're inside of this thing, it's just very kind of like fun and goofy and like whimsical and stuff. But yeah, so the idea is you get a bomb. This bomb will launch you to the side, it'll launch you up in the air. It's essentially the idea of exploring that mechanic to like its fullest in a Metroidvania kind of environment. The little ways the bombs interact with each other, how they interact with you, how clever all of the little puzzles are, and how the movement is to try to like reach certain areas. It feels like a game that you're doing exploits, like you're cheating almost, but it's just part of the game. Like it doesn't, not in like a bad way. It's just like it's so careful to like introduce things slow enough and to limit so many options so you're not going to be like overwhelmed that you end up doing stuff that's really clever and bizarre. When you think about like other games and stuff that just are kind of like what the game is about, and it's like 5 hours long. It's not too bad. I'll tell you now, little spoilers, there are secret areas. There's a way to tell where they all are, that are not required to beat the game. There's like a little bonus at the end if you do find them. I would really recommend doing all those. They will explore even more nuances of the gameplay. They're really cool. But yeah, it's just overall really great, clean, quick puzzle platformer. You really just kind of have to play it. The atmosphere, like I said, it's just very kind of light and fun and silly. But there is potential for like depth of movement and stuff. It's not beyond even that. But it's really about just like, it's like knowledge. Like you won't find too many upgrades in this. You will go to a Metroidvania branch, and the Metroidvania elements aren't too crazy, but you'll just reach a dead end because you learned something to get to that dead end. And now you need to be like, oh, I know I can do this. I'm gonna go back to an old area and I can get to this. And it's that kind of thing. You're like, oh, I didn't think I could do this. I didn't know I could, how I could do this. And it's not like they're hiding like your button can actually do something on your controller. It's just they just slowly introduce you to the idea of like what these bombs can do, right? And I think it's really cool. It just shows how clever they are. Apparently they did another game before this about like a little electric robot guy. I think I'd seen some of that somewhere. That's supposed to also be really clever. Just a very well polished, well thought out, very tightly designed puzzle. Really recommend it. You're not gonna be like probably overly stuck. Probably it's not. It doesn't get bloated. I love Baba and all that, but it's not like that where it's like it gets a little too bloated for its own good and starts to kind of lose the novelty factor. It's more just about like new things they introduce. This is about the same thing the whole way through, and it stays fresh at times. Anyways, yeah, definitely play Ooh. That was really good. Next up, second to last, Wave Race 64. We're gonna listen. Oh, sorry, I've had the music double playing on. I picked up the soundtrack for this. I need to actually go through it. I don't know if I added it to the food bar yet. Added that to the wrong thing. Alright, we'll listen to just a touch of Wave Race music. But yeah, I'd played this a little bit back in the day, just a touch. What is this? Oh, this. Yeah, I played this just a little bit back in the day. I own it on the N64, but I never got really far. It was a little difficult back then. I liked the novelty of like the waves and stuff. I did not, Bruce, but I heard really good things about it. I do have access to it. I could play it at any moment. I think I'll probably try to play it next year. I heard it was a really cool Zelda type of thing. Yeah. Whoops. Loop. It was funny. I heard that actually the demo for the new Shovel Knight one, Mina the Hollower, kind of ended up looking a little shittier because Pipistrello ended up being so good. So I'll definitely play it. Yeah, no doubt. I will get there, but I'm gonna do the Mega Man X series playthrough as my next thing, starting if not tomorrow after work, after we finish this, more likely the day after. Maybe I'll do a little something chill, and then the next day I'll start Mega Man X. All the Mega Man X games, even the JRPG. I'll get to the other series later, but just the pure X ones off the wiki. I'm really excited to do it. I've been looking forward to doing like a series playthrough. So I'll probably get to Pipistrel later. Good to hear from you that it's good as well. Probably put it up the list a bit. Now it's you and Ridelos saying it's great. But yeah, Wave Race 64 though is I thought it was really good. Finally getting to go back and play it. I did it on the NSO just to test out the issues with it and whatnot. Roughing the Riverside. Let me see. Off the top, it sounds familiar. I might be thinking of something else. It's on my wish list. This one was supposed to be pretty cool. I haven't played it yet though. Yeah, it looked neat. There's a bunch of them. God. I wanted to play Skate Story. I wanted to play Angeline Era. That's supposed to have came out recently. It was really good. I guess this Rhythm Doctor game's supposed to be really good. Demon School seemed neat. Kingdoms of the Dump. This looked really cool. I've been hearing good things about this. I think the Look Outside artist even did some work on this. Yeah, Skate Story is supposed to be really cool. Kingdoms of the Dump. Sectori. I've been hearing some real good shit on Sectori. I really want to play this. It is supposed to just be like a raw twin stick shooter, kind of like Geometry Wars. It's made by I think some old House Marquee people who did like Resogun and a lot of those types of games. So industry twin stick shooter vets. This one's supposed to be really cool. So I want to do that at some point. There's a bunch of other. Windswept came out. This is all just in like the last month or two, man. This is like a Donkey Kong Country ass game. This is supposed to be really cool. That's supposed to be pretty kick ass. And I love my Donkey Kong Country. I don't know. There's so many. I got so many games on. There's a bazillion in here. That all just came out this year, very recently. Motion Rack and all this crap. Oh, you're playing Winstep right now? Oh, cool, yeah. Oh, Vampire's Best Friend. This looked like they're a really cute little difficult platform, like precision platformer, very retro. There's that mystery dungeon fucking survival horror game, House of Necrosis, that came out. I couldn't get to everything. I don't have the money to get to everything. Was my biggest thing. But there's so many coming out. Yeah. You're absolutely right. It was a great year for indies. I tried getting to a lot of stuff, but yeah, I'll try to catch up for sure. There's not a lot of crazy stuff coming out for me on like GameFly or had it on Game Pass, but in the first few months of next year, outside like Resident Evil 9 and some other stuff, so I'm gonna do the Mega Man X series playthrough, but I want to catch up. Yeah, maybe on some little stuff like that. But yeah, for sure. Very cool. Well, I'm always down for recommendations if people are playing cool stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I couldn't get to this year, but I'm looking forward to seeing. What? Oh, no, you're crazy, Bruce. Yeah, thank you very much, buddy. I probably gotta log into this friends list or something. Oh, it's probably coming in slow. That's all right. Thank you very much for. Oh wait. Ah, shit, Ruffy in the Riverside. Thank you very much. It's gonna take a minute for it to let me, but I really appreciate you, Bruce. It's time to do another fucking gift month, man. Thank you very much, buddy. Yeah, it seems cool, no doubt. Really appreciate it. Sorry, my throat is starting to go. I've been talking so much. Seems like my kind of bag for sure. Oh, Dispatch came out and play that either. Fuck man, there's just too much games. Yeah, I love. I mean, you know me. I love my 3D platformers. I'm always looking to have a 3D platformer to just throw on to chill. It's just kind of like a comfort thing here and there. So, hell yeah, but yeah. Wave Race 64 though. Really awesome music made by Tataka, the Luigi's Mansion, Animal Crossing, MFer, which is surprising because it doesn't sound like his stuff, but it's really good. Really impeccable wave stuff. For the N64, it still holds up really well. It looks great. The game's super colorful and vibrant. Um, there's not a whole lot of tracks, but each difficulty kind of like reworks the tracks, and there's like exclusive difficulty tracks on top of that. There's machine customization, four different drivers with different kind of stats. What I was really impressed with Wave Race 64 when I actually finally explored the damn thing was really the nuances of just the controls and stuff. Um, you really get a feel for just it's not like a drift racer, right? It's like how the midair control works, how you like slide into like a fucking wave so that you can kind of crash under them, the course mastery. There's a lot of depth to just like the general, knock on wood, the pun joke, whatever the fuck. Um, knock on wood's not the right things. There's a lot of depth that you will continuously learn in like the 4 or 5 hour span I put into it, and just unlock like new layers of like Wave Race 64's controls. I really want to try not the original on the Game Boy, that looked kind of shitty, but maybe it's okay. But like the GameCube one too, I'm kind of curious how that is. But yeah, I mean, call it a nostalgia thing a little bit, but I think it's just a very, like I said, very fun, vibrant kind of feeling racer game. Um, with a lot under the hood. That for an early, I think, launch year N64 game was really impressive, and it still really holds up. There's not really many games about being on a jet ski or whatever. Um, so it still really holds up, and it's still novel. So, and then the music and the visuals just really send it home beyond that. So I found it really fun to kind of like get farther and farther. It's really difficult. The NPCs are not fucking around, dude. Yeah, it is. I don't know if it's just because it's Tataka, but yeah, there's just something about it. Like the visuals too. It's just it has a nostalgic, just feel good kind of vibe to it. I don't know if it's like colorful beach stuff, but I don't know if there's like a whimsy to the music or what. But absolutely, yeah, I agree. I'd really recommend it. If it's on NSO, you can play it that way. Obviously, there's other ways too. It's neat. Don't let it scare you off. It's easy to be the first difficulty. You will get rocked after that. But the cool thing about it is once you've tried a stage once, you can take it to the time trials, try to learn like lines you want, ways to where each the lap changes. Maybe it's a fog map where you got to weave in between like logs, and you're like, okay, which line do I want? Am I gonna skip hitting a buoy, which you get a speed loss, and you can only skip so many until you lose? But like maybe it's worth it in the long run for consistency. Which character do I like? Stat wise. How do I want to tune my jet ski? Go look some stuff up online, kind of learn about the game. I think it's really cool for that kind of thing. Kind of reminds me in a way of like other old arcadey stuff where it can be very off-putting at the start, but you really set with it a bit, try to learn, and just try to like clear, and you really gain like a better appreciation and really figure out what it's going on for, which is different from like a lot of modern games now where you're supposed to kind of you get to come blast in the first 10 seconds of the video, and then you can hang out for longer if you want, but you kind of get the idea off the bat. I think there's something special about kind of more of a learned um, enjoyment that's more unique to arcade shit. I think UFO 50 is a good example of that too. Obviously, it is arcade inspired stuff mostly, but going for like the cherries in that game. There's games that I feel like I was like, I don't know about this one, and then actually going for the depth on the cherries, I'm like, oh, this is actually one of the best games in here. And some of the ones that seemed good off the start are some of the shittiest ones. I think it's cool. I think it's worth just. I mean, maybe I'm getting a little too deep on Wave Race 64, but I mean, you couple that with like an impeccable soundtrack and art style. The reason it's still kind of like an all timer. Also, there is music for every single place you can get, and losing, and music for every single place you can get, and losing for the champion like final results. It helps. There's only 4 places total, but it's pretty cool. Oh, that is actually perfect. I'll write that down. I do have literally a list of like event ideas. The first one on here, the video game MILF stream. We were talking about that playing that other game a long time ago. The top video game MILFs, dude. All right, let me write that in. This is like a tier list or something. I mean, I never did, but honestly, KDkill. That is good. Yeah, no, there's some good ones. What I got on here's ideas. Right, the reality TV show marathon would have been kind of neat. Like Amazing Race, Deadliest Catch, the video game, Survivor, Pawn Stars, The Real Housewives on Facebook, shit like that. I have like an RE Clonathon. I have like a kind of comfy marathon. Um, product tie-in ones like your checks quest and cool spots. I got a Scrimblow Bimblow, and I have examples for all these too. I have like 50 Scrimblow Bimblow games. Strategy one. The one I'm doing next is a Mega Man X series playathon, but it's obviously a little different. Oh no, I know you're most. I get excited talking about some. 72 hours of Pepsi Man. I have played Pepsi Man on stream, but I would definitely play it again because it's such a high quality game. How could I not? Uchikoshi's probably his finest work too. Fox Zero Escape and AI, the Somnium Files, man. A Pepsi Man. But yeah, Waiver 64 is great. I really liked it. I kind of want to run it back and like learn more about it and actually clear the final difficulty. It's just kind of a feel good game to play. But if I really want to start the Mega Man X series playthrough, like at the start of the year, I was thinking maybe we do Pilot Wings, like on the 31st for fun. I've never played Pilot Wings 64, so like, maybe we'll do that. Maybe that'd be kind of like a halfway point. But I might just start the Mega Man shit because I'm kind of excited. We'll see. But anyways, on to the last game of the year, unless I slide in something else. Let's get to some other music. We're just gonna keep listening to this music. By the way, doesn't match Hades. I don't give a fuck. Roguelike returns. So I just finished Hades 2 yesterday. Hades. Don't say it. Don't do it. Don't think it. Don't utter it. Yeah. So, I mean, overall, it was a great game. I have some mixed feelings on it in general. I think I kind of like Hades one better. Nuts, fuck. I'll explain why. I think on paper, Hades 2 makes absolute big upgrades generally in the gameplay and like the amount of content department. Um, but I think it makes some stumbles in ways that were more unique to Hades compared to other roguelikes in the first place. That kind of, for me, makes Hades a little bit more important. And I would say it's mostly in story and dialogue. Um, and in a more personal level, a snappiness to the game. Um, so I guess I'll get into the good parts. My throat's fine. So when I get a little bit of burpee in there, it's like extra deadly. My throat. But yeah, so Hades 2, more routes, way more bosses, way better boon setups, ways to customize your run. It's not a complete reimagining of it, mind you. It's still Hades. How you can customize your back end. Let me turn this down just a little bit though. Instead of just raw upgrades, you kind of can set up loadouts and customize those with these Arcana cards. It's a little bit more effort, but it's so in a way it's a little less snappy there, but it is definitely more customizable, more crazy. Lots of different play styles now. Instead of just like 2 attacks and then the throw you can do, you get 2 attacks, a cast you can put on the ground, and then each of those has a hold variant, a charge variant, where it'll do like a totally different move. Maybe it'll shoot like a shitload of stuff out. It'll make the thing you put on the ground like an explosive. Um, maybe it'll make like a shield pop up if you're holding like a button you can shoot something out of. It means there's just a lot more ways your builds can go. It means that even if you're just playing to build for one button, that button can have multiple things it can do. It means the hammer, which is the most important thing in Hades 1, which gives you new moves and new ways your weapon works for that run, has even more variants. So that's a really big improvement. You generally have less dashes and stuff in this. Spammy builds still work, but they're not like the only thing. This one definitely has a lot of visual noise and spamminess to the point where sometimes you get a little lost in it. It can be a little much compared to the first one. A lot of environments and fights are also in much larger areas, and enemies can kind of home and shoot a little bit more. A little bit more bullshit. Generally, though, once you start clearing, it's like the first one. You never fucking lose. So, but you can keep cranking up the difficulty if you. But yeah, there's a little bit more bullshit to kind of go. You can even see it right there. There's not as much of that in the first one, but yeah. So just better gameplay, more content. It's really cool. It feels nice. They've always been really crispy when it came to the action top-down game, so this is still great for that. It's addicting to come back in and upgrade your stuff. Because there's a lot more materials in this that you have to find than specific zones, you can kind of get big dicked by RNG. I was looking for driftwood for like a solid like 15 fucking hours where I finally got enough to get like the ability to get like the pier just to like start having like dialogues with people. Kind of lame, but generally you're still getting most of what you want. I think the environment you're upgrading is not really as interesting as like the House of Hades before because it is just kind of like a camp in the middle of the woods. It has less of a sense of like changing individual elements, but it's still cool. It's still neat. Still feels like rewarding enough. Um, Unlock the gameplay elements and kind of like grab stuff in the town and upgrade your own stuff. I think if you're really familiar with Hades and all that, maybe all of this will not be fresh enough. A little bit of a problem I had, right? I was like, I had just done Hades 1. I try not to overdo it. I go to Hades 2 and it's like, it's upgraded. it's still Hades, so it's like if you're not immediately wanting to like jump into like a shitload more, which I was looking forward to doing it. It's not gonna feel like a whole new world, and that's fine, right? Just it being an upgrade in general is cool. Some of it's a side grade, like somehow some of the upgrades work and stuff, but generally, gameplay wise, I don't have any complaints. Uh, just clean, nice upgrades there. It's a good like maybe yin yang to the first one, where the first one's a lot faster and spammier, but there's not as much going on and as many options. Um, yeah, so the big problem I have with this one is what was one of the more the unique things about Hades, and one of the more the selling points, and honestly one of the things that a lot of people just talk about, um, is story dialogue. Hades in general, that's kind of like a big deal. Um, like coming back and getting to like talk to people you like to hear from and learn more about the story and how it contextualizes the roguelite runs, and how the story's going to progress by you winning or losing, and spending time with all these different cool Greek myths, heroes and monsters and gods and stuff. It was a really high point for me in the original. You got great gameplay, interesting downtime with people in a setting that was a little bit more unique instead of just big scale Greek god shit. This kind of sucks on all those fronts, I gotta say. It is bigger scale. It is a different tone, kinda. I don't. Shut the fuck up. I think it's it doesn't have as much to say. It doesn't have as interesting of a one sec here. I don't think so. In the first one, they're a lot better at writing like intimate moments about family, about casual conversations, and incorporating like Greek god stuff into it. In this, I am fine with it being more serious, bigger scale, more crazy. Um, I think generally though, I am gonna change this. I think that they don't have as much to say. It's just not as spicy. I like they're not exploring like a darker theme. They're not showing an interesting character who is like more serious, who has a different thing going on than in the first one. I'll say people say, well, it's a more serious game, so it's not going to be like the tone of the first one. That's fine. My problem is it's just not as good. It doesn't have to be quippy, funny man Zagreus, joking around with essentially his coworkers that he's lived with his whole life. Yeah, that's fine. But give me like some kind of human dialogue, some kind of something with these people that are interesting. Um, Bruce, thank you very much. Curse Crackers. Yeah, I was gonna say that's the one by the Prodigal people. I was looking to play that. Thank you, buddy. But I really appreciate it. But yeah, so I think that it just doesn't explore what it is going for as well. I never looked forward to talking to any of these characters when I came back. They're mostly all uninteresting. In theory, like, and how they work into the Greek myths, it's kind of cute. There's some twists for some of the characters that you find out that are kind of cute, and some of the epilogue stuff. I went and watched some of that. How some of them are depicted in like combat and stuff is neat. But like generally, like coming back wasn't like a very high point in this one. The story they're actually trying to tell with Kronos, it's once again exploring elements of family, just not as well. It's like the same kind of story, but really not as well, despite being bigger and more epic. I mean, it works for the gameplay because you get to see a lot more crazy shit, but I just don't think they have as much to say. I don't think, even if you didn't like a lot of the main story in Hades 1, they don't even have as much entertainment value in just like the small end, the small little stories, right? Like, yeah, Hecate's abs were cool, but other than her twist at the end, not that interesting. Like, There's just, like Nemesis, like, hey, he's a bitch. And she's just always a bitch. Maybe she's not eventually. I don't know. I didn't have to get to the end of everybody else's storyline to feel like I thought they were interesting in the first game. Most of them are just kind of whatever, man. And, there's a lot of roguelites with really good gameplay. Maybe not exactly like Hades is. It's a very particular blend of action combat, but that was kind of like really what sort of made it a little bit more special. And so for me, despite all the gameplay and it being kind of the chief thing, being better, I kind of just like the first one more. Afterward, I was singing its praises pretty much nonstop. Yeah, all that space. What do you mean? Yeah, I only played one game this. It's just Hades. Um, yeah, thank you again, Bruce. Um, but yeah, it is. I don't know. I just don't think it's very well written compared to that one. There's a lot of dialogue. Absolutely, it is not like shit to like witness the story to, but I found myself just bored with the story a lot more too. Like, oh, hey, it's a Greek god. He's gonna mention Typhon fallen from the mountain. Oh, they're gonna mention I beat Kronos last night. But with a little twist on their personality. Like he's gonna mention the waves, or Kronos is gonna mention time in a clever way in his sentences, and that's fine. But it doesn't really get beyond those like surface level elements sometimes. It's very repetitive on that front because everything is so focused on that big plot that there's not a lot of time for other stuff to breathe. And if they're gonna do that, which is fine, like I feel like they really needed to like corner some kind of character elements or some kind of characters that were just more serious and explore themes and kind of character styles, in the writing that are like that. Instead, it still kind of tries to do the Hades quirky thing just a little bit. Melanoe's sister that you're playing as is dull. She's driven. She's like kind of juxtaposed against uh Zagreus, which is cute, but she just ends up not being interesting enough. They don't really delve into the revenge, like the drive, the lack of having a family but still fighting for your family enough. Like the interesting things that could be cool about her are very surface level. It's very dull. So she just ends up feeling more boring compared to him on a surface level way. But she could have had depth in just in a different light. I think a lot of the ending and stuff is contrived as fuck. I know they made it better. It still feels super contrived, and the justifications for post game are pretty weak. But I mean, so I wouldn't have much of a driver as far as replaying it outside of just the gameplay. That's fine, mind you, but once again, that first game was just a little bit more clever about all of it, right? It just kind of all worked a little bit better. Yeah, a little disappointing on that front, but man, good gameplay, way more content. I just feel like on a personal level, while I still think this is a great game, um, personally for me, after thinking about it now for a day or two, I feel like I like Hades better. I think what it does that's a little bit more unique that you'll see most people talk about um, is how it incorporates the story, the setting, and all that into it. The cleverness of putting in the Greek gods and like a sort of bureaucracy kind of little bit of joke thing. Um, I think Hades 2 gets there sometimes. It is a great game. But yeah, I don't know. That was a big enough misstep for me. Still good. If you like roguelites, it's a must play. But, if your big thing with Hades 1 was how they incorporated the story into it and this kind of the feel of the more human dialogue, it kind of shit out of luck. You got to be going in for the gameplay, which is good gameplay. So you should play it anyway. Yeah, I was at Silk Song for sure, but I mean that's a different story. I still think Hades 2 is great, and I liked talking about it with people and learning about some of the mythology, and it was really fun to do. There was a lot more crazy builds and that was a pretty big element to be kind of go on there. It is absolutely impressive how much dialogue there is and how many little systems they did in the first one and got right in that they carry over and kind of play with. I liked the idea of like the singular little challenges where they give you a build and you can kind of really see what wild stuff there is and you have to clear with that. Really cool stuff there. But yeah, can't ignore that element of the story, right? Um, it was too big a deal in the first one. For some people, it wasn't at all. So you'll be all right. Anyways, guys, um, fuck me. We're done for the day, I think. Here, I really appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, so we made it through the first filtering. Um, Let me pop this out. Probably won't watch any trailers tomorrow. I mean, I guess I could find each individual one. I'm not gonna talk as much about each game tomorrow. Not really the focus, but yeah. So far, what we're looking at, as far as good games go, I'm not counting remakes in this. Is all this right now? A lot of these are good. I played a lot of good stuff this year. I think I'm a little generous on some of these, but um, quite a few solid ones. I mean, I don't go out of my way just to play like dog shit. Obviously, if I left it behind, that doesn't necessarily mean it's shit. I let you know if it's shit. I put it on the right side here. And anything that I thought was just kind of notable for some special reason that isn't going to end up in a category that, like the best, where it's kind of self evident. Had a good few this year. Um, but yeah, a lot of ones I just put as good. Honestly, maybe you could cut some of these down a bit, but there's a lot of just solid games this year. There usually is. I usually 2/3 to half my list I consider pretty good games, and I'm pretty generous with it. But once we get to the best games, I do like Hades. Will it be in the best category? It might be. Maybe not though. It might just be like right on the cusp for me. Um, we'll find out tomorrow. Take this off. So tomorrow, when I get back from work, um, I'll be working pretty early, so this will probably kind of happen more midday-ish, noon, give or take a couple hours CST. Um, we'll be going through all the stuff on here that is I considered good, which is still quite a bit. Gonna cut through it a little quicker. Some of these will be really easy. You know, some of them aren't gonna make it. Buckshot roulette ain't gonna make it. You know, stuff like Warhammer 40k Bullgun ain't gonna make it. You know, as much as I liked Ocean Hunter, not like that Psycho. It ain't gonna make it. Cause ain't gonna make it. Stuff like that. Little spoilers. I mean, we'll probably be able to kind of. I'll go through it a little bit quicker, try to justify it a bit, but I've already kind of said my piece on a lot of these. Maybe I'll say why a little bit why it's just not like maybe X or Y is just not good enough or something. More just gonna try to like suck off. What the fuck? Game staff talking. That's yeah. So gonna probably just kind of go real quick through some of these, sing some praises of stuff like Neon White. It's like a god game. And then once we get all the best games put together, I'm gonna pull everything that came out specifically this year, and we'll see how it looked. We'll see how it looked for games that specifically released this year on the stream. I tried to play a lot. I don't like. I'm not like a slave to just brand new shit that comes out. But if there's something I want to play that looks really good and it happened to come out this year, I do try to make an effort all the time just for the sake of this and just kind of talk about the industry and kind of be in the know. It's not like a huge deal for me, but usually got some cool stuff. So if you guys have any lists of your own you want to talk about, um, you have any topics like soundtracks or shit games or Really games you just recommend or anything like that? Shit, man, I've played a lot of games. We did play a lot of good games. This was a clean fucking. I'm being a little too generous. There's a few of these I probably could dip down. Like I put Labyrinth, the Demon King is good, but I don't know. it was. I liked a lot of it, but maybe that's more of like a notable games thing. Anyways, we'll worry about that tomorrow. Yeah. Anyways, we'll see. Looking forward to finding out how many this year there was. I got a few less games this year than last year because we played a lot of long shit. Last year's was like 140 games, and the best games there was a solid like quite a few. There's a lot of games I liked last year too, man. Like 36 fucking games compared to how many actually there were in the good games category. Good games category is like 79. I was really impressed by at least half of the ones I thought were good. The other half of my list I thought was not that good. So this wasn't a great year for good games. But it was a good year for really good games. That was, and then as far as like 2024 releases of those, there was a solid like 11. It makes sense there would be a lot of really good games I play every year because I mean I'm usually going back and like looking through crazy. As far as releases in a particular year though, a little lighter. 13, pretty clean. These are some good ones. Yeah, and these were all really good. These were excellent games, so makes sense. All timers. That's kind of the goal. Over the shit one. Maybe we'll look through them all tomorrow if I've got a little extra time. Worst games. Yeah. I I don't disagree with this. I mean I made it, but I mean sometimes you get some distance from these and you're like, I don't know. I fucking hate it. Phantom Hourglass, bro. Fuck that game, man. I don't know on the worst ones this year. This won't change. Kind of curious if this is not enough. I feel like Dead Reset maybe is a little too mean to Dead Reset, but I did put Slade as a notable. Slade was awesome, but really the rest of Dead Reset was pretty weak, right? It's Haunting Ground, Pokemon, Tsunabi, Scarlet Doll. I mean, these are all. These are definitely. Maybe there's like some that are worse somewhere in here. We'll see tomorrow. I'll look back at just roughly over a lot of this. Um. Anyways, go ahead and do it like this tomorrow. Boom. I mean, it's actually 75 games. I mean, 75 out of 124. I mean, that's actually not that crazy. Granted, I think there's like a solid 10 that are replays, which I'm not counting for anything. I mean, it's not too bad. Anyways, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Really appreciate you hanging out. I'm gonna do a little bit of worky tomorrow, and then we'll wrap this up. Really appreciate you guys who gifted games. Really fucking generous, man. Looking forward to doing another gifted games event at some point. We still got a lot of those to catch up on, like 1,000 times. Yeah, could be cool. But yeah, once we're done with this, like I said, any conversation you guys want. I mean, at any time, at any point, this any stream, of course, is always fine. But definitely, there's an even bigger kind of platform for it. Tomorrow I'll be kind of open on that. Maybe we'll say a few things about the industry if I have anything I can think of. In past years, I've tried to like have topics for that kind of thing, but For the most part, we'll just kind of be picking out the very best tomorrow and justifying it a bit. And hopefully, there's some cool recommendations. Hopefully, people want to go play some of this stuff, and hopefully, I learn some more games like I did today from people. And then we move on to next year. Yeah, it's been a year. Good and bad.